Hey guys. This is part 11 of What If Naruto Was Adopted by the Goddess Artemis. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 11, Side Quest Gone Wrong. Annabeth, Naruto and Percy found themselves in a cavern the size of a Super Bowl stadium. Down below, there was no floor, just hundreds of feet below. They stood at a rock ridge that spanned the corners, and networks of metal bridges that spanned across it. In the center was a large platform with all sorts of machines, cauldrons, forges, and an anvil so large that only a god could use it. Everything was perfect, perfect for a blacksmith. But there was a slight problem for this smith's paradise. It was filled with monsters. The trio of demigods sighed. How were they roped into another dangerous quest for a god, for the second time I might add? Well, flashback. So, about this little side quest I will be sending you on. Hephaestus pressed a button on his workbench. Metal shutters opened along the way, revealing a gray mountain ringed with forests and smoke billowing from its peak. That's one of my forges, he explained. I have many, but this used to be my favorite. Mount St. Helens, Naruto said. Great forests, Grover agreed. Too bad Pan wasn't there. Back up. Annabeth crossed her arms in the air. You said it used to be one of your favorites? Hephaestus scratched his beard. Well, that's where the monster Typhon is trapped. It used to be in Mount Etna, but his force got pinned to Mount St. Helens when we moved to America. Great source of fire, I might add. There's always a chance he'll escape. The volcano is erupting these days, always smoldering. He is restless with the Titan rebellion. Naruto touched the seal on his stomach. Somehow, he could feel the kitsune stir within him at the mention of the ancient monster's name. So you want us to kill him? Percy asked. No, that would be suicide. As much as I don't want to admit it, even we ran from Typhon when he was free. The smith god shuddered at the memory. Pray that you never have to face him. What I want you to do is investigate. Lately, I have sensed intruders occupying my forges. I would always find it empty whenever I go and investigate, and when I send my automatons, they never seem to return. Sounds easy enough, Percy said. There you go, jinxing our quest again. Annabeth scolded. The smith clapped his hands together, and the spiders swung from the rafters to their feet. Save the banter for later, he said. Go, my creation will show you the way. Do this and I will tell you where Daedalus is. The questers turned to leave, but before they left through the door, the god had one last thing to say. One last thing, stay alive, will you? You humans are much more fragile than automatons. End of flashback. So, that's how they ended up here on this little side quest. Hephaestus had been correct, there had been intruders occupying his forge. To add to that, Nico, Tyson, and Grover went the other way when they found a hint of Pan's power in a fork of a tunnel. Now, it was only the three of them. Even the stupid fox had been stirring up like crazy in his seal. I'll go, Annabeth said. She brought out her New York Yankees baseball cap, slipped it on, and disappeared. Naruto and Percy waited with bated breath. They didn't care about the heat now. Well, Percy didn't. Naruto was unaffected, being a champion of Hestia. They were more worried about Annabeth than anything else. Being ADHD demigods, Naruto and Percy couldn't stay put for long. They both crept along the outer rim of the lava lake, hoping to get a better vantage point. They continued on, until they were blocked by a cart on metal wheels, the same one you see in a mine. Percy checked inside, and it was half filled with scrap metal. They were about to squeeze their way through, but they were interrupted by gruff voices. Seeing no means of escape, the two boys jumped into the cart. As soon as they were comfy in the cart, they felt it move slightly. Oh, I can't move this thing, a gruff voice complained. Quit your yapping, of course it would weigh a ton, The second voice stopped as he tried to pull the cart himself. You're right, it's heavier than expected. We're lucky. We have a lot of celestial bronze stocked up. Whoever these two lackeys were, they were lugged into one of the smaller rooms, where a class was about to be finished. So class, what have we learned today? An older voice asked. Zeus is evil. A bunch of younger voices chorused. And because of that, who will we serve? Kronos. So when you're all big and strong monsters, will you make weapons for the army? Yes. Excellent, now we have some scrap metal for you to practice on. The two tensed. They were about to be found out. Naruto immediately grabbed Percy on the shoulder and focused on the kunai that Annabeth was holding. In a flash, they disappeared, leaving a class of disappointed monsters who expected a cart full of scraps. With An and Abth, the two boys reappeared in a large bronze cauldron, leaving the three in a really awkward position. "What are you two doing?" the only girl scolded. "We almost got caught," Naruto said. "I jumped us to you." "By whom?" she asked. "The monsters here. Telkines, if I remember correctly, Telkines. I should have known," Annabeth said. "They're building something here. Take a look and see for yourself." Naruto and Percy snuck a peek at what Annabeth was pointing at. It was a large piece of metal. Sparks flew as four of the monsters took turns hammering. "They keep talking about fusing metals. I wonder." Two Telkines burst out of a door into the main area. "Are they here?" "The scent is coming from here." "What are you talking about?" one of the smith monsters asked. "We have intruders," one of the guards said. "Then what were you thinking?" "Sound the alarms already. Alert everyone." Pretty soon, alarms were blaring all around the compound, and this time, not just one guard Telkine was out to sniff them out. After a bit of difficulty from the nine tails stirring, Naruto spoke. "Percy, take Annabeth and get out of here. I'll be right behind you." Annabeth froze. The last time she heard those words, the results were disastrous. "No! We'll fight them together!" Annabeth yelled at him, with no regard for their cover. Naruto winced as he began to feel the nine-tailed fox's influence. Asserting back his control, he calmed himself. "I know I keep telling you that teamwork will get us through anything, but we're pinned down right now," Naruto explained. "I can't forgive myself if I ever lose you." "Gee, thanks." Percy rolled his eyes playfully at his being ignored. "Oh yeah, and Percy too," Naruto quickly added with a playful tone. Feeling a little better, Annabeth hugged Naruto tightly. "I want you to promise me," Annabeth demanded. "You'll come back to me." Naruto broke the embrace and stared into those gray orbs. It may have been Aphrodite playing with them or blessing them, but he felt his heart skipping as he started to get lost in them. "Percy, if I don't make it, tell Mom I'm sorry." Percy tried to stay strong, but Annabeth clapped both of Naruto's cheeks and cupped them in her hands. "No! Don't talk like that," Annabeth interjected. "You're coming back to me. Promise me!" Naruto smiled. "I promise. And I never go back on my word. And just for insurance." Annabeth pulled Naruto's face to hers and captured his lips in a brief kiss. "Annabeth, Naruto stammered. "If you want more of that, come back alive," she commanded. "Now go, buy us time." The bronze cauldron exploded, and all of the monsters' eyes were fixed on them. There were too many for Naruto's liking. So, to draw their attention, he painted a big target on his back. He got on all fours and stopped resisting the nine tails chakra. Red energy bubbled out of his chakra points and surrounded him. All monsters' eyes shot to him, stunning them completely from the sudden burst of power. Some slowly inched backwards, while the bigger ones looked at him with hunger. "Strong demigod means yummy demigod," one of the stronger ones declared. There was a battle cry among the ranks, and they all charged the blonde. Percy and Annabeth took this opportunity and booked it for the labyrinth entrance. In the tunnels, those who weren't aware of Naruto's outburst lunged at the two, only for Percy to cut them down to pieces. It was only smooth sailing from there. Back at the main platform, Naruto was slicing through the ranks. Those who charged at him got torn to shreds by the chakra arms. None of them got any close. The smarter ones settled for the ranged approach. They scooped lava out of the furnace and threw the molten balls at Naruto. The red chakra kept them away from his skin, but it couldn't keep him away from the heat. Naruto roared savagely, the shockwave throwing a number of the Telkines back. The ground rumbled. The nine tails stirred even more. Naruto could feel it. The anger was not directed at the Telkines. They were more of a nuisance getting in the way. Rather, it was directed at something bigger and more powerful. And if what Hephaestus said was true, then the Kitsune was picking a fight with the strongest monster there is. Although, whatever the connection was between the two, it was anyone's guess. As Naruto roared, more of the sinister chakra was pumped out of his system. A fourth tail began to sprout. More of the corrosive chakra was poured into Naruto, causing his skin to burn off and his blood to stain the shroud. The monsters looked warily at Naruto, not knowing what to make of the new form in front of them. The humanoid growled. The four tails formed a ring around his mouth, forming a mixture of red and blue small chakra balls, gathering into a larger purple sphere in the middle. Even the dumber monsters knew well enough to fear whatever this attack was. They all started to escape. The humanoid fired, releasing its attack. It was like escaping from a nuclear bomb. Nothing was spared, not even the forge and the platform where they stood. Naruto, in the mini Nine-Tails body, found himself free, falling down into the lava below. But then, the volcano rumbled along with a roar that was louder and more powerful than Naruto's own, asserting its dominance. With that roar, the volcano erupted. From the free fall, Naruto was shot upward. As he flew, the corrosive chakra receded, like it was forced back. For the first time, Naruto could feel fear in his fox he was keeping captive. It felt like it was running away with its tail between its legs. Naruto wasn't able to dwell on it very much as his body fell into unconsciousness. Some unknown place in an unknown time. "Brother, it is too strong!" a man shouted in exhaustion. The man was tall and pale. His hair was long, reaching up to his waist, and his bangs were short and hung to the left side of his face. He had small, horn-like protrusions on his forehead and white pupilless eyes, with veins protruding around it. He wore a light, full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatama around a high collar and dark pants. He had a sword in its sheath strapped to his left hip. "Stand firm, brother!" another man shouted back. Like his brother, the other man was a tall and pale-skinned man. He had spiky, shoulder-length, pale brown hair, with a chin-length, braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He sported a short goatee. He also had a pair of horn-like protrusions extending from either side of his forehead and pupilless eyes, similar to his brother. He had a red Rinnegan-like marking in the center of his forehead. He wore a white, full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatama around a high collar. Beneath it, he wore a necklace which was also made up of 6 black magatama. On the back of his kimono was a larger, black Rinnegan marking with a pattern of 9 magatama arranged in 3 rows of 3 beneath it. Fighting against them was a massive mountain-like animalistic abomination with 10 tails swishing behind it and a spiky protrusion on its back. Up in the sky, a silhouette of a woman in a long flowing dress floated right next to the monster's head. The battle raged on. Every attack from both sides obliterated the land, leaving it inhospitable. Eventually, the monster was subdued, leaving the woman as their final opponent. The two brothers braced themselves. They had a feeling that they were in for a longer and fiercer fight. In an unknown island, Naruto drifted to a beach. He was motionless and unconscious. The skin was completely burned off his body, leaving him a heap of red flesh. The dream had been forgotten. He had not even noticed it happened due to his injuries. A lady happened to be walking by the beach. Seeing Naruto's condition, she rushed to the boy's side and tended to him. She began to sing. As she sang, the Mafux instantly worked its magic, healing Naruto. It was not complete, but it was enough to keep the blonde stable. "Rest and heal, brave one," she told the blonde. "No one will harm you here." A day later, Naruto's complexion had returned. His skin had fully regenerated. His eyes drifted awake. He tried to sit up, but pain coursed through his body. He may have healed, but he wasn't at 100% yet. His body still remembered the torn muscles and injuries he had sustained. Then, he remembered Annabeth and Percy. He prayed to the gods that they had gotten to safety. But in his condition now, there was nothing he could do. Heck, he didn't even know where he was. And so, he just looked around. He found himself in a cave, despite that everything seemed homey. He had seen a lot worse than this. First off, the ceiling was decorated with different colored crystal formations, white, purple, and green, the same ones you see in souvenir shops. Not only that, different herbs and spices hung from it, reminding Naruto of his adoptive mother. His bed was comfortable, with feather pillows and cotton sheets. The cave was divided into sections by white silk curtains. Against one wall stood a large loom and harp. Against the other were stacks of jars containing fruit preserves. On one wall, there was a fireplace built into the wall, and a pot was bubbling over it. It smelled like beef stew. It smelled great. It wasn't ramen, but Naruto knew he could eat it all day. Naruto groaned as he sat up. Everything hurt like hell. He examined himself. The skin over his entire body was pinker than usual, like new skin had grown. His clothes were different. They were a white cotton shirt and white drawstring pants. With difficulty he stood. His sandals were nowhere to be seen, so he was barefoot, which was a bad idea as the floor was freezing cold. Ignoring the sensation, he marched his way to the daylight. Being a son of Konoha, he loved nature, from the lush green trees that reached for the sky and the gurgling streams where he rested when he trained. So, it was safe to say he enjoyed the outside of the cave more than the inside. The cave opened into a meadow. On the left was a grove of trees, and on the right was a huge flower garden. 4 stone satyrs sprayed over each of their fountains. There was a path in the middle sloped downward, leading to a rocky beach of a lake. He couldn't tell. Seeing no one there, he followed the path. There was a girl standing on the beach. She was around the age of 15 or 16. She had cinnamon-smelling caramel hair, braided over her left shoulder. She wore a white sleeveless Greek dress with a low circular neckline trimmed in gold. She seemed to be arguing with someone. Who that someone is, Naruto couldn't see as he was shielded by the reflection of the sunlight off the water. Deciding he needed answers, he walked towards the beautiful maiden. He tried to keep his balance, as he felt his muscles have only recently healed. Upon reaching the girl, he found that she was alone, but her eyes were puffy from crying. "How are you standing?" The girl looked at him in shock. "You shouldn't even be standing yet." "I get that a lot." Naruto scratched the back of his head, letting out a chuckle. "More importantly, who are you and where are we?" "I'm Calypso, we're in Ojijia," Naruto interrupted. "Figures though, I must say, the myths don't do you justice. You're more beautiful in person." For a being that existed for thousands of years, Naruto's words seemed to affect the timeless lady. They were just genuine words of compliment, but she couldn't help but blush. She cleared her throat to regain her composure. "Well, thank you." "Well, this sucks," Naruto complained. "We're on a time-sensitive quest, and I managed to get stuck here. The gods have a funny way of playing on those they have power over," Calypso said, like she was one of their victims. "I can't stay here," Naruto said. "Believe me, you may think you've healed, but you haven't regained your strength yet." "Well, watch me." Naruto turned, only for his legs to give way. Calypso knelt over Naruto and looked over for injuries. "You're tired, brave one. You've been worrying about your friends your whole quest. It is your turn to rest." Calypso was right. Naruto was tired. They had been constantly moving in the labyrinth for God knows how long. Time was warped in there, so he didn't know how long he had been moving. He once again awoke in the cave. Feeling a little bit better, he joined the Titans waiting outside. In the outside world, light pollution had snuffed out the stars. Constellations had disappeared. But here, in the Phantom Island, all the stars were out shining brightly like diamonds carved into black canvas. "What do you see, Naruto?" she asked. "This reminds me of home," he said. He was right, of course. In a place where satyrs dreamed of going, pollution was almost non-existent. He was reminded of his childhood, the days where he would train himself till he was on his knees. He would camp out with a fellow workaholic named Rock Lee and stare at the stars, dreaming of the day they had proven themselves to the villagers. His gaze fell back onto the earth. He realized he had not introduced himself to his host. "So, you know me?" he said warily. "You are not my only visitor," Calypso explained. "Hermes visits me from time to time. He tells me of a hero who has shaken the godly world. It is an honor for you to wash up on my island, Kraken Slayer." Naruto blushed. He had almost forgotten about that with all the quests he had been going to these past years. He was tongue-tied. Calypso giggled at him. "Now, are you just going to stand there or are you going to help me plant these?" Naruto took a look at her garden. She was planting some kind of plant that was glowing in the moonlight, just like his mother's cabin. Naruto smiled. He immediately knelt in front of the Titans and assisted her. "You know, knowing you as a fighter, I would never dream of you knowing a thing or two about gardening," Calypso commented as she watched Naruto plant the piece of grass. "Surprised, huh?" Naruto smirked. "Gardening just came naturally to me. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not a son of Demeter or Dionysus." "You sure have." Calypso nodded. "Either way, you seem like a natural. So, what is this plant anyway?" Naruto asked. "This is moonlace," Calypso answered. "It can only be planted at night." "I see. Does it have any medicinal properties?" he asked, the ever-inquisitive one. "Does it have to? But I can tell you. Its purpose for existing is providing beauty. I suppose that is enough. Say, were you the one who changed my clothes? Is there a problem? One teensy problem. Don't you think it's inappropriate? 'Cause you know, I'm a boy and you're a girl. Calypso's cheeks were starting to heat up. Clearing her throat, she amazingly held her composure. You don't seem well, demigod, she said with a flat tone. You need some rest. But I'm not. Naruto tried to argue, but Calypso was firm. She did not take no for an answer. I will see you in the morning, she said with finality. Good night. She watched as Naruto reluctantly made his way back to the cave. She did not want to send him away this way, but she didn't want him to leave the island just yet or ever. She looked up at the stars. She had never cursed her punishment as much as now. Naruto found Calypso intriguing. He had told stories of his childhood, his missions in the elemental nations, his quests in the land of the gods, his training at Camp Half-Blood. She would listen to him, curiosity evident on her face, but she would never talk about herself. Naruto was okay with that. He had read about her in the myths, but as he said, the myths don't do her justice. In the time he had gotten to stay here, he had come to know her. She was more than just the stories. Whatever the case, she reminded him of a Disney princess. But unlike them, she did not need to sing to attract the animals. She merely held out her hand, and they would approach her, lorikeets, parrots, doves, whatever was on her island. She would greet them good morning, ask how it was going back at the nest. She would get a cheerful chirp as a response, then they'd fly away. As he stayed on Ojigia, he found that he couldn't keep his eyes off of Calypso. He would find himself staring at her while he assisted her in the garden. He would notice how she brushes her hair over her shoulders, and the little strands of hair that fell to her face as she dug into the soil. Sometimes it would be the other way around. Calypso would steal some glances on Naruto while he planted some seedlings on her garden, or whenever he was doing manual labor, especially when he was doing manual labor. During these times, they would catch each other staring and share a smile. But the odd thing was, Calypso would pull away and her smile would be replaced by a sad expression. One night, Naruto and Calypso were sharing dinner at the beach, a hearty meal of beef stew and apple cider. Naruto may have had ramen deficiency syndrome when he was stranded on the island, but Calypso's cooking was making him change his worldview on ramen. Once again, the both of them tried to steal a glance at the other, only this time they both caught each other. Skillfully, the two tried to play it off. But again, just as soon as they were vibing, Calypso would pull away. This punishment is hard on you, isn't it? Naruto asked. Calypso nodded, but remained silent. She was at the breaking point, and it was only a matter of time. You will leave this place, eventually, Naruto promised. Don't say that. Calypso shook her head. The fates are cruel, Naruto. I am forever banished to stay here on this island. I will never be permitted to leave. Screw the fates, Naruto declared. You! Thunder rumbled. Naruto actually felt scared. Were those three old ladies actually listening to him in his rant? Was he doomed for running his mouth like that? Whatever this was, they watched with bated breath as a column of fire descended upon the beach. Chapter 12, A Funeral? For me? The column of fire approached the beach. Calypso had a hint of fear in her eyes. I mean, who wouldn't when your home was about to be consumed by a blaze? Slowly their faces started to relax as the flames started to shape into a man. One had a look of recognition in his face while the other had a look of confusion. Hephaestus-sama! Naruto exclaimed in glee. Knowing what happens to people who get stranded on the island, he thought he would never leave. Calypso looked at the blonde in confusion. This had not been what the god looked like in the first war with the Titans. Naruto, I see fate had chosen to send you here, the smith god greeted. And Calypso, beautiful as always, I see. He studied both their reactions, and focused on Calypso. I see. We haven't seen each other in quite some time, have we? Well, I should get used to reactions like this. Yes, Hephaestus-sama. Calypso bowed. It was rather startling to see you in your new looks. The god nodded, and sat clumsily on one of the picnic tables. So, Lord Hephaestus, to what do I owe this rare honor? She asked as the god ordered a can of Coke. I came because of him. The smith god pointed at Naruto after a long swig of the carbonated beverage. So, will you excuse us for a moment? Calypso bowed and left. The two men watched her leave. When the boy was sure she was out of earshot, Naruto spoke. Is it time for me to get back on the quest? Naruto asked hopefully. That is not for me to decide. Hephaestus shook his head. You do know how this island works, right? You sure are taking your sweet time. They're all worried sick of you. I know that, Naruto exclaimed. If you know I'm here, why didn't you tell them? It is not my place to say, Hephaestus said. That is, assuming you are coming back. Of course, I'm going back. My friends need me. The god studied him skeptically. I'm sure you are. Now for the second reason I'm here. He fished something out of his pocket, a metal disc that resembled an iPod. He pressed a button and it expanded into a tablet. Still uncertain about further eruptions, the newscaster was saying, authorities have ordered the evacuation of almost 500,000 people as a precaution. Meanwhile, ash has fallen as far away as Lake Tahoe and Vancouver, and the entire Mount St. Helens area is closed to traffic within a 100-mile radius. While no deaths have been reported, minor injuries and illnesses include. Hephaestus switched off the video. You caused quite an explosion. I see. Naruto didn't know what to say. He single-handedly caused the displacement of countless people from their homes. All because the Nine Tails was picking a fight with whatever was trapped inside the volcano. You seem to be taking this well. Hephaestus studied the blonde. Are you aware of what you have unleashed? The Nine Tails was angry, Naruto said. He was picking a fight with something. The beast inside you can sense the ancient monster even with the seal in place. Hephaestus stroked his beard poking out of the bandages. Anyway, I will not pretend to understand the sealing arts. That would be your job. It is your clan's birthright, after all. Anyway, I take it you met my wife some time ago? Yeah. The blonde nodded. Is she responsible for sending me here? Who knows? It's hard to say. The smith god shrugged. In case you leave here though, I promised a way to navigate through Deadless Maze. I'm listening. You've read from the stories that the string was the key for finding your way through. That is only part of the solution. Sure, the string works to some degree, but the true answer lay within Ariadne herself. There was no trace of godly blood in her, but she could see more than even some half-bloods can. I see your mind is beginning to wrap around the solution to your conundrum. Is that why I can see the right path? It is faint, but it is there. Originally, you were supposed to be born mortal, yes? But with that incident with Artemis, things changed. Now that you're here, your godly blood is slowly getting stronger. But you're different somehow. There's something there that's different. I just can't quite place it. What are you talking about? Never mind. Ignore my stupid rambling. It's probably just nothing. You're strong enough as it is. The better question is, are you willing to leave this place? Naruto looked towards Calypso, who was watching them longingly, no doubt preparing for bad news. Calypso saw Naruto's gaze turn towards her, causing her to look away. I can't leave her here, but I can't leave my friends to fight against the Titans, Naruto said. Hephaestus turned to see who Naruto was looking at, just in time to see his fellow immortal scamper away. You're faced with indecision. I understand, wait until daybreak. That would be the best time to make decisions. I guess you're right. Naruto fell into his comfortable chair. But what if I get out of here? Will he even help? If the dreams were correct, then he'd sooner sell us out to the Titans. Hephaestus sighed. I understand that man completely. After all, I was just like him, always alone, always misunderstood. His start was well enough, Theseus and Ariadne. In his effort to do a good deed, everything went to shit. Was that fair? Nobody knows. Even I don't know if he'd help you, but when you meet him, all I ask is don't judge him until you've stood at his forge and worked with his hammer, eh? Naruto nodded. I will do that. Good. If you'll excuse me, I'd better get back to Aphrodite's cookies. She'd throw a fit if I didn't try her baking. You've done me 2 favors so far. I will remember you for that. That farewell sounded permanent. He erupted in a column of flames, and the fire moved to the water, heading back to the outside world. Camp Half-Blood. It was a tough decision to make. On one hand, he wanted to keep Calypso company on the island. He felt like he owed it to her because of the god's stupid and paranoid decision. Plus, being all alone like this, there was no better person to understand her than Naruto himself. On the other hand, he had to get back to his friends. They had to know he was alive. They had to know how to navigate through the labyrinth. He walked along the beach trying to decide on what to do. But he was torn between the two. He walked for a long while until he found himself back at the meadow. It was very late, or very early depending on your perspective. Calypso was tending her garden under the starlight. The moonlace glowed blue. The other plants glowed red, yellow, and blue, responding to the magic. "It's hard being alone, isn't it?" Naruto said. "Have you experienced it?" Calypso asked. Naruto nodded. "Basically my whole childhood. Imagine getting shunned, ignored, and even punished for a decision you didn't have control over." His knuckles clenched. "You and I are more alike than you would think." "I see." Calypso cupped Naruto's cheeks, her touch sending a shock throughout his body. "All the more reason for me to offer it to you, but from the start, I promised myself I would not." "Offer?" Naruto was curious. What could she be offering to him that she was having second thoughts about? "A place on my island," Calypso answered. "You could hide away from the pain and sorrow of your home. You could stay here, build a life here with me. You could live the life you had never lived." Naruto understood, but he had to decline for the sake of his friends and the camp. "I understand," Calypso said, but the hurt was evident in her voice. "You were sent here by the fates for a reason, such as my curse. I'm very sorry." "I truly am," Naruto said. He could sympathize with her, but there was nothing he could do. A hero, someone who she could truly fall in love with, would be sent to her island. It wasn't a bad deal on the surface, but the catch was, there always had to be a catch. The hero could never stay on the island, never accept her offer of companionship. There was always something he must go back to, a quest or a family. "I understand." She tried for a smile. "For what it's worth, I enjoyed our time here together." She picked up a sprig of moonlace and placed it on Naruto's hands. They stood there hand in hand as the first streaks of daylight lit up the sky. Her face inched closer to Naruto's, who was staring into her eyes. Their lips touched for a brief moment, but Calypso pulled away, afraid she would hurt herself more as she allowed the blonde to leave. Calypso's expression changed. The hurt disappeared like nothing happened. "Now then, I believe it's time for you to go home, young hero?" She took Naruto back to the beach. They waited for a while, until a raft washed up to shore. It was a simple one, nothing special about it. It was a simple 10-foot square of logs lashed together with a pole and a simple white linen cloth for a mast. It did not look very safe to ride on. "This will take you to wherever you desire," the sorceress explained. "I guarantee that it is quite safe." Naruto took back her hands, but she let them slip out. "I will come back for you. I promise," Naruto said. "Don't make promises you can't keep, brave one." Calypso shook her head. "No man ever finds Ojigia twice." Naruto fished out his pen and clicked the button on the end, transforming it to its true form, a pair of forest green tri-pronged kunai. He pocketed one of them and kept the other on hand. He then fished out a scroll. He applied chakra to it, and out came a bowl of ramen from godly Ichiraku. He handed both to Calypso, who curiously took them. It was still hot, like it had been freshly prepared. "The kunai was a gift from my mother when I was first sent to this world," Naruto explained. "I'm giving this to you as a seal of my promise to you. The jutsu formula will serve as a homing beacon for me. I will return, fates be damned. I never go back on my word. That's my nindo." "And what of the dish?" "It's a dish from my favorite food stall in the world," Naruto explained with a grin. "It's the food of the gods." "The food of the gods is ambrosia." Calypso disagreed. Naruto scoffed. "That thing might taste good, but nothing compares to the glory of ramen." Calypso giggled. A little part of Calypso wanted to believe. Against her better judgment, she took the bowl of ramen and handed it to one of her invisible servants, who whisked it away to her kitchen. The kunai stayed in her hand. She studied the intricate markings. It was a language she had never even read before, and she was 1,000 years old. "You are such a sweet and determined boy, brave hero." "Fine," Calypso said. "If you are not able to fulfill your promise, I will not blame you, such is the fate of my curse. But until you are able to return, promise me this: I'll do anything." Naruto said. "Don't forget me in the time we've shared here," Calypso said. "And plant a garden for me in Manhattan." "I promise," Naruto said. They shared one last look before Naruto made his way to the raft, water-walking on the way. At this point, nothing could surprise her anymore. He climbed onto the raft. When he was settled, the raft began to drift off. Line break. Hours of traveling alone were murder on the ADHD demigod. What will you do in a magical raft that will whisk you away to any destination? He was also worried. Getting trapped in magical places like Ojigia tend to keep you there for longer than expected. The raft landed on the surf of Camp Half-Blood. The place looked solemn, like it was in mourning. A bad feeling sunk into his gut. He wandered around camp. It was deserted. None of the campers were going through their daily activities. The climbing wall rumbled with lava flow all by itself. The archery range or sword arena didn't hold any classes on that day. Then Naruto saw the smoke billowing from the amphitheater. His blood ran cold. If he had been gone for weeks now, then maybe, oh gods, they had to know he was alive. After weeks without a word, we should presume he is dead. As much as we would like to hold up hope that he is still out there. Chiron began the ceremony. Sobs could be heard from the crowd, most likely from the Aphrodite cabin. It is unlikely that our prayers will be answered. May I ask his dearest friend to do the final honors? Percy stepped forward. I don't know what to say. I could have gone in his place, but he put himself above his friends. He was brave, strong, and cunning. He was the best prankster, and the son of Poseidon was at a loss for words. He had a lot of things to say, but he would never get the chance to say it, for standing at the back of the crowd was the very subject of this funeral. It was Naruto Uzumaki, himself. Naruto? Was all he could form in his confused state. Why'd you stop? Let me hear the whole thing. He managed to joke. Before anyone could say anything else, the Aphrodite cabin erupted to go and meet him, but there was someone faster than them. She shot to her feet and tackled the boy to the ground. She sat on Naruto's chest and gave a well-placed punch to the boy's face. Okay, I deserve that, Naruto said. The girl didn't answer. She wrapped her fellow blonde in a hug, like this was their final embrace. Instead of being jealous, the daughters of Aphrodite were touched by the scene. Some pumped their fists, while some exchange of money happened to others. About time these two got together, Clarice said. I told you, Chiron, Kakashi said. This boy will surprise you in more ways than one. Yes, Kakashi, I believe you now, Chiron said. I have never been happier to see a camper return like this, but where have you been? Annabeth released the blonde from the bone-crushing hug and looked at him straight in the eye. Yes, Naruto. Where have you been? Annabeth. Chiron calmed the girl. Perhaps we should take this to a more private location, Ignoring the protests of the campers, he picked the three from the quest and galloped to the big house. Big house. So Naruto, Chiron began. Tell us where you have been. Well, you see, Naruto told the story about a deserted island, where he nursed himself back to health after giving everything he had to wipe out the monster army. He had stayed there for 2 weeks, until Hephaestus found him and told him that they were worried sick about him. Then, one day, a magical raft came to transport him back to camp. Deserted island, magical raft. Chiron muttered, piecing together Naruto's story. I see. He finally looked at the demigods present. You are one of the lucky, or perhaps unlucky ones depending on how you look at things, to have been sent to the untethered island. Ojigia? Annabeth raised her voice. All this time we were worried sick about you and you were just fooling around on some deserted island? Calm yourself, girl, Chiron said. It was not his choice to be sent there. If I remember correctly, only a scarce few are chosen to be sent to the island, am I right? Percy said. Naruto, this puts your luck on a whole different level. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. You got that right? He shifted his gaze to the daughter of Athena. I'm sorry, Annabeth. It took longer than expected to recover. But if it's all the same to you, I came back, didn't I? I know you still need me here. Annabeth blushed at that statement. He knew that the blonde shinobi was talking about the quest, but her heart couldn't help but skip a beat at the double meaning of what he said. Why, you better be sorry. She stuttered out a response. Because if you didn't come back, Mom would be devastated. Percy chimed in. Yeah. What he said, Annabeth added, gaining back her confidence. I know, Naruto said. I really am. Now that we have established that, Chiron continued, I believe there has been a new development in your quest. Annabeth's eyes brightened. Hephaestus told you the way to navigate through the labyrinth? Naruto nodded. He told them exactly what the smith god had relayed to him. You don't mean? Percy began, but Annabeth beat him to the punch. That's crazy! Annabeth's jaw dropped. No, there is precedent, Chiron argued. Theseus had the help of Ariadne. Harriet Tubman, daughter of Hermes, constantly used mortals when she was building her underground railroad. Annabeth's eyes widened. Her teacher, the one who had taught her everything she had ever known, was actually siding with this idiotic plan. But then Naruto spoke up, which was the last straw for the daughter of Athena. If it worked for them, Annie, it would work for us. Even you have to admit that we need a mortal on this quest. Annabeth had a look of shock and resentment on her face. She had never thought that two of her closest friends would not side with her. Even her oldest teacher had suggested something so unthinkable. She couldn't bear it. She felt betrayed. Without saying another word, she stood up and stormed out of the room. What's gotten into her? Percy asked. Leave her be for now, Chiron said. She is just having a bad case of jealousy. I get that she doesn't want to leave the quest in the hands of a mortal, but why else would she be jealous? Naruto asked cluelessly. Percy slapped his forehead at the denseness. Should we tell him, Chiron? Percy asked the immortal teacher. The centaur did not answer his question, but he did say a few words. Do not dwell on matters that will disrupt your focus on this quest. For now, we will not dwell on that any further. You came back. That is what matters. Percy shook his head. An action that only confused the blonde even more. After that, he went back to business. He remembered that fork in the road when they got separated from his brother and his best friend. What about Grover and Tyson? Will they be okay? That I do not know, Chiron said with worry. Juniper is quite distressed. Her branches are turning yellow. The council has revoked his searcher's license in absentia. If he returns, and that is a very big if, he will be forced into a shameful exile. How could they? Grover has gotten closer than any satyr has ever been. Naruto snapped. Unfortunately, they have full authority in this scenario and I am outnumbered in the votes, Chiron said. We shouldn't have let them go, Percy lamented. The two of you are connected to the young goat. You of all people should be able to tell if he is safe or not, you're right, was all the two boys could say. Oh, and one more thing, the centaur added. Great, more bad news, Naruto sighed. Okay, Chiron, Percy said. Lay it on us. Actually, I have two, he began. Our guest, Chris Rodriguez. The two perked up at the news. They recognized that name from when the two friends were bunking at the Hermes cabin back when they were still unclaimed. He was one of the campers that disappeared when Luke betrayed camp. Now, to think they found him in the labyrinth of all places. How is he? Percy asked. He is weak, and Clarice did not want to leave his side. I had to order her to return to her daily activities. I applied all my knowledge on medicine, but nothing is working. He would not take anything. I'm afraid he has lost the will to live. Percy was surprised by what Chiron said. All his life in camp, he had known Clarice to be a bully. They had clashed countless times, and Percy could not imagine her as the caring type. That sucks, Percy said. Which one, the fact that Chris had gone insane or the fact that Clarice could be kind for once? Naruto remarked. I admire this boy's spirit, he was still able to joke around at a time like this. The second one, actually. Percy shuddered. I will never look at her the same way again. Chiron broke the two out of their banter. There is one more depressing news, he said. They braced themselves for the news. What could possibly be worse or be as depressing than one of their fellow demigods driven to insanity? Quintus has disappeared. Percy and Naruto perked up. They were honestly hoping that there wouldn't be any more betrayals by then. But I suppose they're wrong. Was he just really another spy for Kronos? Percy asked. I mean, it can't be a coincidence for him to order scorpions who just so happen to be also supplying monsters to the Titan army. Chiron sighed heavily. Somehow, he had been more stressed from the recent years. I was hoping we would not lose any more campers to the Lord of Time. Kakashi had been sent out to scour the place. He was unlucky. I guess in a world of gods and monsters, even the best trackers will have a difficult time. Naruto sighed. What about Mrs. O'Leary? Is Luna still keeping her company? She was left alone in the sword arena with our resident direwolf, Chiron said. She would only let Bianca get near her. I did not have the heart to put her in a cage or destroy her, not that she would let us. I never thought Quintus would leave her just like that. Like I said, we have been wrong about him. In any case, the three of you have much to prepare for. You're right, Chiron. Naruto nodded. We'll go on ahead now, Percy said. Chiron nodded and the two boys left him to stare at the fireplace. Sword Arena. It was right before dinner. Mrs. O'Leary sat dejectedly at the sword arena grounds. Luna was trying to cheer her up, but to no avail. Just then, the two dogs perked up as they picked up the scents of their masters. Two black blurs were suddenly upon Naruto and Percy as soon as they entered the arena. Stop, stop! Both boys yelled as they were being slobbered. Let up, girl! I can't breathe. Naruto couldn't believe her eyes. The small direwolf pup that they found way back in the back of a Kindness International truck was now more than twice its original size. In any case, the two boys gave the two doggos the love that they needed and fed them a pair of extra gigantic dog biscuits. Where's your master? Percy asked. Mrs. O'Leary whimpered. It seems that the man had left without the hellhound's knowledge. You never cease to amaze me, a voice said. Mrs. O'Leary growled, but Percy calmed her down. Naruto turned to look at who was approaching and smiled when he saw his old sensei. So, how was your trip on the magical island? The Jonin teased. You know? Naruto raised an eyebrow. When everyone at camp heard you had been blasted into the sea, they immediately speculated. So basically everyone knows. Kakashi explained. I guess I'll get teased a lot now. Naruto lamented. That is the least of your worries, Kakashi said. Are you sure you're 100% ready to return to your quest? That's why I'm here. Naruto raised his voice. I'm going to train till I drop. That won't be necessary, Kakashi advised. I have a better idea. Your two friends can join us if they want to. He brought up a pair of bells and gave the two boys an eye smile. Think you're up for it? Percy and Naruto shared a look and smirked at each other. Bring it on. Chapter 13, Clear-Sighted. The bell tested is a test designed to test a team's teamwork. A Jonin usually goes against 3 fresh graduates from the academy. Now, I guess the question in your minds is, how in the hell will 3 newbies fight against an experienced shinobi? And why the hell is a test designed for a 3-man squad only offering 2 bells to be taken? Well, as I said, it's a test of teamwork. It doesn't matter if the genin were able to steal the bells or not. What matters to the sensei is the team's willingness to work together and to put the team above themselves. After all, there is no I in team. Currently, we find Naruto and Percy about to be subjected to the very same test. Both boys looked at each other with a look of determination. It had been weeks since Naruto had been in active combat. It would be nice to once again let loose a little. Kakashi said. We have to wait for your other friend. Naruto and Percy looked at the one-eyed Jonin with puzzled expressions. I thought Annabeth was too mad at me to rejoin the team, the blonde shinobi said. Yeah, even I couldn't talk to her, Percy added. This is important for the quest and for our camp, Kakashi spoke. I talked to her. The masked Jonin's expression then changed. If you're here now, then I assume you've decided to join? Sitting on the stands was a tan-skinned young teen, looking like a typical California girl with stormy gray eyes. She looked up from her book. Of course, she answered. Someone has to keep an eye on these 2 boys. Walking up to the pair of brothers, she stowed away her book and joined them. She gave Naruto an impassive look and turned to face the Jonin. I still haven't forgiven you, you know, she said. But I love this camp as much as anybody in this camp, and I'll do anything to protect it. Naruto sighed. I understand. Now that you've all made up. Kakashi smirked under the mask. He attached the bells on his belt buckle and moved to raise his headband over his eyes. I'm sure Naruto has explained the rules to you in the past. Yo, you're using Sharingan right off the bat? Percy protested, remembering what those eyes did for the user. Hey, I know all 3 of you have grown past academy level, let alone genin level. Kakashi shrugged. Works for me. Naruto shrugged. If you say so. Percy sighed. Both of you boys better not slow me down, Annabeth said, brandishing her dagger. Kakashi couldn't deny it. He was also brimming with anticipation. It had been a long time since he'd seen his old student. Now, he has the opportunity to test his skills. In addition, he would be able to fight against this world's strongest demigods, other than Clarice, of course. He smiled under the mask. Hajime! With the go signal given, Annabeth disappeared with the help of her invisibility cap. By now, after a couple of years of working with the daughter of Athena, the boys could tell her strategy even before she said it. They rushed forward with sword and kunai in hand. The boys' blades clashed against the Jonin's own. Naruto had experience fighting against the Sharingan, but he still felt frustrated every time his moves would be predicted. Curse the Uchiha and their eyes of precognition. Percy, on the other hand, was experiencing firsthand how hard it is to fight against the eyes. Naruto and he were pressing Kakashi hard. Any lesser fighter would be overwhelmed at this point, but Kakashi was not one of these lesser fighters. It still blows his mind how this man was able to fight against two people at once. As the three blades clashed, Kakashi suddenly stopped. Instead of blocking Naruto and Percy's thrusts, he flipped backwards, avoiding some unseen force. "I have to say, that invisibility cap of yours is annoying to go up against," Kakashi said. Annabeth took off her cap, revealing her, oh so close to where the Jonin was previously. "Well, it was worth a shot," she shrugged. It was a great plan, Kakashi thought. It shows that this team is a well-oiled machine. "What's so funny?" Percy asked, seeing the masked man actually smile to himself. "Oh, nothing," Kakashi said. "You guys actually threw off my ninja tactics instruction manual by going directly to armed combat. And since I can't use genjutsu on the both of you..." Kakashi's hands blurred. It was reminiscent of how Sasuke did his hand signs in the very first bell test. After he was done, he held two fingers to his mouth and took a deep breath. "Fire style, fireball jutsu!" Thinking fast, Percy took out one of the mini scrolls that Naruto had given him in case he did not have access to water. He threw it on the ground and produced a substantial amount of water. He directed the water to the incoming fireball, dousing the flames. The two elements collided, causing steam to erupt, obscuring the view of the whole battlefield. Suddenly, the screeching sound of a familiar attack was heard, alerting Kakashi. Not long after, he swerved to avoid the incoming destructive move. To his surprise, the spiraling shuriken disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing Naruto, who hurled a familiar oddly shaped kunai at the off-balance Jonin. With quick thinking, he poured chakra into his eyes. His Sharingan evolved, allowing him to access the next stage of his visual prowess. Kamui! Space seemed to bend around the area of the shuriken. The area swirled around and on itself, sucking everything into the center like a black hole. In a matter of seconds, the Raisin Shuriken was nowhere to be seen. Thinking he was out of immediate danger, he relaxed a little, leaving him with no time to prepare for what was next. He swerved out of the way, just in time for a second's Raisin Shuriken to whiz past his head. And just like an exact mirroring of the past, the second chakra shuriken disappeared with a puff of smoke, revealing Naruto holding an oddly shaped kunai. The weapon was hurled towards him while he was distracted. Rolling to the ground with practiced ease to dodge the projectile, he landed on his knees to catch his opponent's weapons, ready for the next bout. Percy appeared through the mist created by the clashing techniques and engaged him in another duel. Wielding the kunai, he was overcome with nostalgia. It was just like the one his sensei gifted him long ago. He was so distracted that he almost missed the son of Poseidon lunge for the bells on his belt line. Without thinking, he leapt back and did a quick wind jutsu to blow away the smoke for better visibility. With the view of the arena cleared, he saw that he was now surrounded. Naruto stood behind him, smirking. Percy stood in front of him with a smirk. And Annabeth, who just took off her invisibility cap, grinned at him as she rang the two small bells, signaling the end of their training exercise. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. This team had the capability to work together, like a well-oiled machine. He remembered the first iteration of the move Naruto had pulled off with Sasuke. If only he had pushed the team to work together, to bond more. If only he had not shifted his focus only to Sasuke. If only he could have saved Sasuke from the clutches of the snake. Some genius he was. He couldn't save his teacher. He couldn't save his friend and teammate. He couldn't save his student. He was shaken from his musings as applause broke out from the stands. It seems the commotion in the sword arena brought out the rest of the campers, treating them to a show. He looked at the reunited team. Chiron cantered into the arena to assess the situation. "Are they ready to return to the quest?" he asked the camp counselor. "Let's face it, Chiron, we are never ready for what happens in the battlefield," Kakashi answered, remembering his own past. "But in a team, I believe that the whole is better than the sum of its parts." Cabin 8 Naruto missed his room. He wasn't going to lie. Calypso's bed might have been comfy, but nothing beats the bed his very own mother had provided for him. He scanned the room. It seemed smaller than he remembered. Nobody had touched it, of course, for fear of being turned into a jackalope if they ever entered the cabin. Seriously, he had to have a talk with his godly parent about her temperament. Anyway, he studied the scrolls of unfinished seals he left on his stand. Unfinished seal projects he had not finished as he had to go out for the quest. His mind wandered to Calypso, and what could be the greatest what-if of his life. He understood her completely. The pain of being forgotten and shoved into the sideline. He understood the pain of being alone and treated like you did not exist. He knew the pain of being punished for something you have never even done. It was these familiar feelings that brought them together, so close. But it wasn't meant to be. He had a home to save, a family waiting for him to come home. A knock knock knock. He was broken out of his thoughts when a knock was heard from the door outside. He knew exactly who it was. As I said earlier, there was a very small list of people who dared to touch the cabin door. He made his way out to the main room to answer the knock. It was Bianca. Talk about a roller coaster of emotions. The girl glowered. We all thought we lost you, you know. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. Sheesh, I've been hearing that all day. I already said I'm sorry, all right? Bianca couldn't stay mad at her older brother. She sighed. What's important is that you are home. She gave the older boy a grateful look. Plus, I'm thankful that you were able to save Nico. Anything for the two of you, Naruto said. Though I'm sorry we couldn't bring Nico home yet. We had to split up at the fork in the road. At least I know he is with his friends, Bianca said longingly. As much as he hated his brother's annoying behavior, he still missed him. Even if she hated the fact that she was now responsible for the two of them, she still worried about his safety. She then looked at the older brother she finally had. So are you going to tell me what happened on that island? Naruto blushed, giving Bianca the wrong idea. Seeing her reaction, he quickly explained himself. I test not what you think. We just connected, that's all, but I guess it's just not meant to be. Remembering the story of Ojijia, she realized what he meant. But you had to leave her, your heart was elsewhere. Naruto was silent. His heart was at camp. He had to come back to protect his home, a home that accepted him despite not really being from this dimension, the home that accepted him despite his deepest, darkest secrets. Bianca stared at Naruto. She had a feeling that they were thinking of completely different things, but she didn't press further. She knew the quest wasn't over, far from it actually. The team had to prepare to go back. I'd better leave for tonight. I heard you're going back on the quest tomorrow morning. I guess there is no rest for the weary. She concluded what she had to say for the night. Tell me about it. Naruto sighed. Good night, Naruto. And thanks again, good night. Half-Blood Hill next morning Naruto and his team met at Half-Blood Hill early the next day. Kakashi and Chiron were there to see them off, again. While Argus was also there to drive them into the city, as he always did. He gave the team a grateful look. Last summer, he and Chiron had been fired from the camp for the incident with Talia's tree, but after proving their innocence, he had been reinstated along with Chiron. He may not say it out loud. He is a man of few words after all. But he never fails to show it when he meets the team responsible. You okay? Naruto asked Annabeth, seeing as she had dark circles under her eyes. No, she said simply. It was a relief to the blonde that she was talking to him normally again. He guessed she had gotten over his trip to Ojijia. Naruto wouldn't know. I just couldn't get it out of my head, she explained. What Minus told me. The dreams don't help either. The ones about Daedalus? Naruto inquired. She nodded. I never thought he would stoop so low. I mean, every child of Athena strives to be like him. He was a genius. I told Tyson this, but you should hear it too. You've looked up to him for so long that it's hard to believe he would act out of character. Naruto consoled the girl. You're right. Annabeth shook herself awake, ready for the mission. How about you? She asked the son of Poseidon. Did the god of dreams send you a message last night? Luke and his crew are looking for the string. Percy explained his dream. They plan to find Quintus too. That is troubling news indeed, Chiron said. It was only a matter of time for Kronos' army to find its way into the heart of camp. But everything's going to be alright, right? Annabeth declared with optimism. You two have your plan. Naruto sighed. As much as I don't want to drag a mortal into the problems of the godly world, but we don't have a choice. Jackson residence. The Saturday morning traffic sucked their time down the drain. It was around noon when Artemis dropped the quest group at the new apartment. As the doorbell rang, the door opened and Naruto was promptly lifted off his feet, as he was wrapped into a tight embrace. I knew you were all right. Sally rejoiced as she smothered Naruto. I'm sorry I worried you, Mom. Naruto croaked as the life was squeezed out of him. Eventually, she released Naruto from the crushing hug and ushered the teens inside her house. Annabeth and Percy giggled at Sally's smothering of Naruto, much to the boy's dismay. But he couldn't blame his mother. He was lost for weeks with no word from the outside world. I told them you were okay. Have you been eating? Did you sleep well at night? Did they treat you badly? Naruto, despite being smothered to death by the love and worry of his mother, couldn't help but wonder, was this the feeling of having a mother waiting for you to come home? Or when someone was looking for you when you were lost? He smiled and fought the tears that threatened to fall from his eyes. Percy and Annabeth saw this and just smiled. They knew their friend's backstory. They know Naruto deserved this much. I was safe, Mom, Naruto said. A little too safe, actually. And I have been eating well, but nothing beats your cooking, of course. And I wasn't treated badly, though. I sadly had to leave her behind. Oh, Naruto. Sally lamented for her son's friend. As a mother, she couldn't help but to comfort her son. Mrs. Jackson finally let go of her lost son. Tell me about your quest. She turned to the rest of the team. Seeing no harm in doing this, they agreed. Sally ushered them to the dining table where she insisted on feeding them orange and blue chocolate chip cookies. Annabeth couldn't help but be weirded out by the food, but upon trying it, all prejudice against the oddly colored food was thrown out the window. They narrated everything that happened, the watered-down version, of course. They told her about the new war game, Percy and Annabeth being lost in the labyrinth for a good hour or so, the issuance of the quest, meeting the Queen of the Heavens, the ranch, etc. But when they told her about the part where Percy cleaned out the stables, Sally pretended to strangle Percy. I can't get you to clean your room, but someone else's stables? She ranted. Naruto almost choked on his cookie because of the gesture. Well, that pretty much covers it. Percy wrapped up the story, as he took another big bite off of the blue cookie. You almost demolished Alcatraz, caused the explosion of MT St. Helens, and displaced 500,000 people, Sally listed. But at least you three are safe. Percy and Naruto smiled. It's so like their mother, always looking at the bright side. Oh, and Percy, Paul was looking for you, Sally brought up. He was asking you if you were okay. I mean, what that Kelly did to you was unforgivable. A lot of things happened that the three demigods almost forgot about the band room incident. Another incident that could have been blamed on Percy had Naruto not intervened. He and the school were worried you would not want to continue studying at good after what happened, Sally explained. I would love to attend that school, Mom, Percy exclaimed. It's one of the few schools that would actually teach me properly despite my, condition. There's no way I'm letting a bunch of donkey-footed teens stop me from going to this one good school. That's great, Sally cheered, but her tone returned. But the thing is, Paul is a smart man, son. He's starting to sense that there's something different about you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He didn't think their mother's boyfriend would be one of the few mortals to notice these signs and not chalk it all up to being troublemakers. That is indeed rare. Annabeth seemed to agree with Naruto's thoughts. It's never easy for us to be in the normal world, so it's a breath of fresh air to find out there are some people like Mr. Blowfies. We can talk to him, Percy offered. If he's going to be part of the family, then he deserves to know, Naruto added, offering to go with Percy. Thank you, my boys. She pulled Naruto and Percy into a hug. I'll tell him you'll be home. When exactly? I sense that you're going back out to your quest. Naruto smirked. There's no hiding things from Sally Jackson. She could be an incredible addition to the intel unit if she were a shinobi. Well, you see, there's this plan. At the end of the explanation, she nodded. I see, it has precedent, it just might work. You're one of them too, aren't you, Mom? Naruto asked. I am, Sally confirmed, but my vision into the godly world isn't as strong as it used to be. Back in the day, I could see more than the average mortal. It's probably why I caught the attention of Percy's father. Deciding that there's nothing she could say to stop her sons from venturing out again into the deadly maze, she turned to Annabeth. I'm sure you know by now how much trouble my boys always get into. Hey! I most certainly do not. Ignoring the protests from her two boys, she continued. So I ask you to keep an eye on them for me, will you? Now off you go, you three. You have a friend to call and a deadly maze to get back to. Times Squri Naruto did not get modern art at all. The group found their friend at some event. She and her friend looked like they were victims of King Midas, except there were silver and bronze colors too. They were frozen in different poses while tourists and onlookers gawked at them while the others threw money at their tarp. They stood there for a good 10 minutes before Naruto broke the silence. Is this all really necessary? Then, the daughter of Athena's mischievous side came out to play. So, you guys ever heard of cow tipping? No! Naruto and Percy scolded. Sheesh, alright. Annabeth held her hands in the air. A few more minutes of murder to the children with ADHD later, a kid painted with silver all over came over and stood in front of Rachel. Once relieved of her duties, she was finally allowed to move and greet her friends. Hey Percy! Fish cake, and who are you again? I forget, my name is Annabeth. The daughter of Athena growled at being forgotten. I hate to imagine what you do when you're all alone, Red, if this is what you do in your spare time. Naruto teased in revenge for the mortal's jab to his name. That had the desired effect as Rachel's face heated up under the coat of gold paint. That's none of why your business. She sputtered as she struggled to come up with a comeback. Focus, Annabeth scolded. We have something very important to talk about. At that moment, Rachel's expression grew serious. Let's go. We'll talk about it over some coffee. The redhead took them to a place called Java Moose on West 43rd. They picked a booth and ordered some drinks for themselves. Rachel grabbed an espresso extreme. Annabeth and Percy grabbed a couple of frappuccinos. And Naruto grabbed a secret menu item that he'd seen over the internet. I half prayed you would still be in gold right now, Naruto commented after he took a sip from his drink. Annabeth and Rachel gave him a couple of glares for being playful. I thought we were here for something important, Rachel said. Naruto raised his hands up in apology and allowed the conversation to continue. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? The mortal began to ask. It sounded really urgent. That's 'cause it is, Percy answered. We need your help. Wait, Rachel protested. I'm a, what did you call it? Mortal, and you all-powerful demi-OW. What was that for? How many times do we have to tell you that it's dangerous to say it out loud? Naruto scolded. Or do you want me to broadcast who you are? Rachel's eyes widened. You wouldn't dare. Enough bullying already. Percy played peacemaker. I'm sure Naruto only wanted you to understand the consequences of announcing to the world what we really are. Okay, I'm sorry. Rachel seemed genuinely apologetic. Back up for a sec then. You guys need my help? Percy did the explaining this time. Naruto wanted to say something about his brother finally being the smart one in the room, but he reeled himself in. This was an important matter to attend to. So, you basically need a guide, Rachel summarized. Annabeth nodded. Do you know the story of Ariadne and Theseus? She led Theseus through the maze, the other girl recalled. Basically. But what the myths left out from the mortal stories is that Ariadne was a clear-sighted mortal. Not a single drop of godly blood flowed through her veins, but she was blessed with the ability to see what the normal mortal eye does not see. Naruto explained. This is cool and all, but Ariadne is a different person, while I'm just me. Rachel lamented. I couldn't live up to the myths. Of course you can. Percy prodded. You can see those skeletons. That means you have Ariadne's abilities. You can do this. For what it's worth, Ratch. You're our only hope, Naruto said, causing the girl to blush much to the ire of a certain daughter of Athena. But it will be really dangerous, Annabeth added. You might even die. How though? You said monsters don't care about mortals. Rachel clarified. Oh, it's not them we're worried about, Percy explained. Old friends of ours are in there somewhere, and they won't hesitate to draw a blade against mortals like you. Friends who are under the influence of a titan, Annabeth corrected, while giving Percy the stink eye from the corner of her eye. Okay, I'm in. So where do we find this entrance to the labyrinth? Rachel asked. It can appear as anything, a door, a boulder, a section of the wall, you name it. Naruto listed off some. As long as it has the Greek letter for increment, that's the one. The clear-sighted mortal's eyes widened. Why? What's wrong? Percy asked. You better come with me to the Marriott. Chapter 14 Bonds. A young blonde-haired boy walked through the streets of Konoha. A lot of people were there, but he still felt all alone despite the crowded place. He walked through the masses of people. Some glared at him but ultimately left him alone lest they angered the Hokage. The gazes hurt like a stab, but there was nothing he could do. It was his everyday routine. But little did he know, something about this day was different. The sea of people parted around him. 1 second later, he was blinded by a bright light, like he was staring at the sun himself. The odd thing was, the light as bright as the morning star. Oh, sorry. The man noticed him averting his eyes. He snapped his fingers, making his eyes adjust to the brightness. Finally, he could take a good look at the man. It was a sandy blonde-haired man with outdoorsy good looks. What was weird about this man was he was wearing what looks like a bed sheet as his clothes, but what puzzled this little man was no one was looking at him weird. Weird, clear-sighted? Or perhaps... The boy stared at the man, mumbled to himself in a language he could not understand. Then his words shifted noticeably. The man watched as the boy's features became even more confused. Clear-sighted, I see. I don't sense any godly blood in you, except the faintest of sense. The man sighed. Too bad it's too late since that incident. The boy was too stunned to speak. He didn't know what to say. Or perhaps this was the longest conversation he has had with anyone. My prophetic powers are not able to take a gleam of your future, but I'm sure you will be important someday. Until then, here's a gift from me. The strange man tossed a coin to the boy. A very strange coin with the symbol of a bow and arrow along with the moon. The man winked at him, and he disappeared in a golden flash. The Java Mos Rachel gripped her coffee cup. Look, I'm flattered that you think I'm similar to Ariadne from the myths, but I'm just me. How could I, plain old Rachel, guide you demigods through a death maze? Annabeth shot her a glare. This hard-headed girl insists on saying the word out loud in public. She stood up. That's great. We'll just go look FO. Naruto placed a hand on hers, calming her down. He then gave Rachel an apologetic look. Look, Rachel, as much as we demigods hate bringing a mortal into the problems of the godly world, we don't have a choice right now. He's right, Percy added. It's not exactly easy to find a clear-sighted mortal. But this death maze, we might get lost, or worse, yeah. So you should probably quit while you're ahead, Annabeth said sarcastically. I'm in, Rachel volunteered confidently. Wait, you are? Percy said with a puzzled tone. You are? Annabeth said the same, but with disbelief. Yeah. Of course I am, Rachel said. My summer's gonna be boring anyway. This is the best offer I've gotten so far. So how do we get to the labyrinth? Good to have you on board, Red. Naruto patted Rachel on her shoulder. He then put his hands on his chin. Well, the only entrance we know of is in Camp Half-Blood, but the magical borders won't let you in. Honestly, I'm stumped. What does an entrance to the labyrinth look like anyway? Rachel asked. It could be anything, Annabeth answered. A plain section of the wall, a boulder, a sewer entrance. But one thing they have in common is a glowing blue delta. Rachel's eyes widened, like she recognized Annabeth's description. You better come with me to the Marriott. It didn't take long for Rachel to get changed. She might have been too excited for what she believed to be her suicide mission into the depths of the sentient maze. Rachel led the crew down into the laundry room where a stack of dirty linen were stacked into a laundry bin. At first glance, it seemed like just nothing, but upon closer inspection, one could see a faint glowing Greek letter delta etched into the metal. This door looks like it hasn't opened in years, Naruto commented. Well, the management and I, when no one was looking, tried to pry open the door but it just wouldn't budge, Rachel explained. How did you know that the hotel tried to open it? Percy asked. No reason. Rachel decided not to answer. Anyway, how do we open it? Annabeth stepped forward. Easy. She ran her fingers over the mark of Deadless. Sure enough, the symbol glowed brighter. The door then creaked open, revealing a dark staircase leading down. Wow, Rachel said calmly. It was the calmest response I have ever heard for something extraordinary. It seems she has resolved herself to see the truly odd things that only clear-sighted mortals and demigods were privy to see. So, after you? Well, you're the guide, Annabeth said with emphasis on the last word. she still has not fully accepted and trusting a quest's outcome to a mortal. The group delved into the darkness. Not one of them could see more than half a meter in front of them. The demigods came prepared this time. Instead of using Percy's glowing swords as their light source, they were able to restock on flashlights and spare batteries. As soon as the switch was flipped, though, Rachel yelped. Staring right back at them with its empty socket was a skeleton. Its features were definitely not human. A cyclops, Annabeth said, studying the bony structures. It's very old, thankfully. Not anyone we knew. With that much said, relief washed over the two boys. It wasn't Tyson. But that fact did not make the situation better. So, you have a cyclops friend? Rachel asked. Percy shook his head. Not friend, half-brother. Half-brother? The redhead was even more confused. Long story. Naruto shrugged it off. Basically, Percy's dad had gotten fancy with a nature spirit, or so to speak, anyway. Annabeth cut off any further questions. We'll hopefully find them here. He's with a satyr and one other demigod. Right, so, let's go then, she said, leading the way. After about 15 meters of walking, they came to a crossroads. Ahead continued the brick tunnel they were crossing. To the right were halls with ancient marble slabs. To the left was a tunnel of dirt and tree roots. The older the wall architecture, the closer we get to our goal, Annabeth pointed out. We keep going straight. Rachel disagreed. That's the least likely choice. Annabeth argued. Wait, Naruto said. Maybe she's right. Something's different with the floor. You see it too? Rachel asked. It's very faint. Naruto strained his eyes to see. The path Rachel's pointing to seems brighter than the rest. I would miss it if I wasn't looking hard enough. You mean we didn't need her all along? Annabeth snapped. You could have guided us all this time? Naruto, have you been clear-sighted before Artemis, hijacked your mother's seal? Percy asked. I wouldn't know. Naruto shrugged. Aside from that snake bastard, it's not like there were any monsters in the elemental nations. Annabeth's eyes widened. So, when we met you probably were not 100% demigod yet. For some reason, your body has not fully assimilated the huntress DNA yet, if gods have DNA. This is good and all, but don't we have a deadline to catch? Rachel butted in, not understanding what was happening. We'll have to tell Chiron about this, Annabeth said. For now. She gestured toward the orange brick tunnel. What makes you think that this is the right way? Well, to the left, the roots are moving like feelers. To the right, there's a trap about 20 feet down. It's giving me Indiana Jones vibes. Oh my God, how did I know that? Rachel explained, then panicked. That's good enough for me, Annabeth said. After you. The team walked deeper into the tunnel. Sure enough, there wasn't a trap in sight. It twisted and turned, but there were no more side tunnels. Then, the tunnel started angling down, like they were heading deeper underground. Should it be this easy? Rachel asked. Annabeth sighed. You're as bad as Percy. Hey. Percy wanted to protest, but Annabeth didn't give him the chance to. You might jinx our quest. But to answer your question, no. It was hell the first time we were here. So, where are you from? Annabeth asked, being bored as hell in the empty corridor. Though, the tone she used was very sarcastic. Clearly, she did not like the girl yet, and she wasn't shy to hide it either. Brooklyn, Rachel said, and ended it just like that. Surely, someone would be looking for you at this time, Percy added. Rachel scoffed. Like that would happen. I could be gone for a week, and nobody would notice. Naruto and Annabeth gave Rachel sympathetic looks. The two of them have their own stories to tell, stories that allowed them to understand her situation. They traded stories of their own life. Surprisingly, Naruto's Ice Guy story didn't surprise Rachel anymore. It seems the story of gods and monsters was enough to desensitize this girl from any more outrageous stories. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of metal hinges creaking, the sound of giant metal doors opening. They made it to the end of the corridor, and right behind those heavy doors were footsteps. It sounded like it was coming from a huge being. This did not sound good. So, retreat? Rachel asked. The three demigods nodded. They bolted back the way they came. But alas for our heroes. There was another group of hostile enemy forces right behind them. A pair of Dracini leveled their spears at the party of heroes. Standing in between them was their leader, Kelly, the Impausa cheerleader. Well, 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 what do we have here? Her sneering was noticeable despite the dark tunnel. Percy drew riptide, Annabeth her knife. Before the demigods could react, though, Kelly pounced at the mortal in the group, taking her hostage. Taking your pet mortal for a walk, I see. Kelly ran her clawed hand over Rachel's cheek, drawing trickles of blood. I love mortals, It happened so fast. Naruto walked from the other end of the corridor, the way Kelly and her minions came from, twirling a kunai. That was so satisfying. He moved to Rachel and supported her wobbly legs. You okay? The stunned girl could only nod. Get him! One of the Dracini women ordered as their Impulsa leader crumbled into dust. Panic proved to be their downfall as they forgot about the two demigods who were battle-ready right in front of them. With a pair of slashes, they too were cut down into golden dust. Annabeth flashed the other blonde and the redhead an irritated look, but she calmed down when the giant footsteps stopped behind them. Finally, some food! A Laestrygonian giant cheered as it looked down on them, ready to have a good bite to eat. Get down! Naruto ordered as a giant ball of chakra swirled on his palm. He leapt so high, reaching the giant's head 2 meters up in the air. He thrust jutsu into the monster's head, stunning it and causing it to fall flat on its back. The fall caused a tremor reverberating throughout the corridor. Rachel stared at him in awe. Aren't you the least bit scared? Naruto shook his head. If I don't fight, that means I'll lose you. The way Naruto said that sounded like the cliché lines a romantic movie would use. Heat began to rise up to Rachel's face, but what the boy said next basically killed the mood. I fight to protect my friends, Naruto continued. I'm more scared of losing my friends than any monster I'd have to face, except that snake bastard probably. Anyway, we have to keep moving, Annabeth said. Rachel? We keep going the way we came, she said. They were soon on their way. Hay continued on the path they took. None of them dared to say anything. Even Annabeth did not question the guide anymore. Pretty soon, they were in front of a pair of bronze doors. Even from the outside of this room, they could hear the roar of a crowd and feet stomping. A stadium? Rachel asked. More like an arena, Percy corrected. Hey, didn't Luke say they were negotiating safe passage through an arena? I don't suppose you can push those doors open. Annabeth looked at the shinobi. Suddenly, the doors slowly swung open. The loud cheers poured into the corridor. From the outside, they can make out a large spacious arena with a circular dirt floor in the center. In the center, a fight was already going on by an unexpected duo, a giant and a centaur. The first tier of seats was 3 meters above the ground. Plain stone benches wrapped around the arena. There were no empty seats. A myriad of monsters filled the arena, giants, Dracini, demigods, telekines, and other, stranger creatures. But even creepier were the decorations. The arena was full of skulls, ringing the edge of the railing. 1-meter-high piles decorated the steps between the benches. They grinned from pikes at the back of the stands and hung from the ceiling like chandeliers. Some of them were old, nothing but bleach-white bone, while others were fresh, with the flesh still clinging. In the middle, something that made no sense whatsoever. A banner with a trident was proudly displayed in the center which irked a certain son of Poseidon. Up in the stands was what seemed to be the ruler of this place. The largest giant these demigods had encountered, much larger than the monster fighting in the arena. He was so wide that he took up 3 seats, and so tall that his head was 4 meters off the ground. He was wearing a loincloth giving him sumo wrestler vibes. He had dark red skin with tattooed blue wave designs. Next to him was an old enemy, Luke. He was dressed casually like he was about to partake and capture the flag minus the helmet. A scream then filled the arena. The centaur suffered a blow knocking him to the ground. The giant posed to the crowd, celebrating his recent victory, whilst his opponent was struggling to get on his feet. The crowd cheered. Death! 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 The giant in the stands smiled down into the battlefield. Even as the centaur begged for his life, he held out his hand, a thumbs down. Before Percy could react, the giant thrust his javelin into the centaur's chest, disintegrating him into a pile of ashes, leaving only a single hoof as a prize. There was no time to react from the shock of the merciless treatment by the ruler of the arena. The spotlights were soon shown on them. Percy, son of Poseidon, my brother, the giant bellowed. I welcome you to my arena. I see you have dispatched your guards. He stood up. The son of Hermes right here has promised entertainment. Now let me introduce myself. My name is Antaeus, son of Poseidon. I had been waiting for you. Seeing the party's shock, he continued. Yes, no need to be surprised. The now named Antaeus smiled down at him. Poseidon favors me over all his sons and daughters. You're crazy, Percy snapped. Why don't we put that to the test, shall we? Antaeus jumped down to the arena hefting a javelin of his own. If Percy is fighting, I'm in, Naruto declared. I have no interest in you, son of Artemis, Antaeus said. But if you're so eager to fight. He gestured to the smaller giant, the one who killed the centaur. Naruto walked up to him. The smaller giant grinned at him. He looked so puny in his eyes. He was about to boast when the familiar sound of the lightning fell down in the form of a dragon, consuming the previous champion and leaving nothing but ash. Sasuke then stood in front of Naruto, his hand raised in the air. He stood stoically, the way he always did in Konoha. If someone is going to eliminate you, it's going to be me, he said, drawing his sword. Perfect, Antaeus bellowed. This will be a tag team for the ages. A worthy tribute to Poseidon. Naruto and Percy eyed each other, unaffected by the roar of the crowd. They both smirked, a surefire sign that everything will be alright on both their ends. One fist bump later, and they were off fighting their respective opponents. Line break, Naruto and Sasuke charged at each other. One had a Chikudo crackling with electricity. The other had a kunai whirring with wind chakra. Both elements neutralized each other, as the two blades collided in the middle as the two combatants met each other in the battlefield. Neither of them giving way to the other. Naruto boldly stared into Sasuke's eyes blazing with the Sharingan. Sasuke smirked. Naruto's MINDSCP Sasuke smirked as his chakra manifested into his own likeness in the dark and dank mindscape that Naruto possessed. His opponent was a fool. He should have known better than to stare into the eyes of a Sharingan user. He started to wander, trying to find his way into the core of Naruto's mind. But this mindscape had twists and turns, too many in fact. Now, he understood why his old classmate could not sit still for more than 30 seconds when they were children. He rolled his eyes as he got lost. With every turn he took, he had somewhat a feeling of dread, like there was some kind of savage beast that was going to devour him at the end of this maze. On his last turn, he found himself in a large room, with Naruto leaning on some kind of wall. So, the great Uchiha has finally come. The Naruto in the middle of the room spat. Entering into the center of the room, he stood to face his opponent's inner self and disrupt his chakra flow. He stared at him dead in the eye, his digits ablazing in the darkness. Naruto stared at him back. He found this peculiar. The aura this Naruto was exuding was different from the dobe he knew. He had a more sinister aura, with a permanent scowl on his face. It was all too familiar. It was like he felt it somewhere before. Figured it out yet, Uchiha? Naruto asked condescendingly, like he knew what was in his thoughts. Who are you? Sasuke asked him. It seems you're not as smart as the teachers put you out to be, Uchiha. Naruto shrugged. Figures, you've always been an idiot. Answer the question, Dobe. You're in no position to give me orders, Mr. Always Second Place. Sasuke drew his sword, not tolerating the tone Naruto had been using on him. He wasn't able to do anything though, as he was met with a blow to the face throwing him deeper into the room. He drew his sword ready to fight, but he froze as he heard a growl coming from behind him. Disgusting, the demonic voice loathed. Your chakra reeks of Madara. He turned to face the voice. His eyes widened as he came face to face with the mass of chakra. Surprised to see me? The mass of chakra manifested a face to greet the newcomer. What are you? He asked Naruto as he walked up closer to him for another engagement. Your end, the blonde answered before forcibly ejecting the chakra out of his system. Back outsid Sasuke grunted as he got a kick from the midsection, sending him flying into the air. His eyes widened as he felt bandages wrap around him. It was the same move that destroyed him long ago. As he felt himself rotate on the descent down, he released lightning chakra through every pore in his body. The scream of pain from behind him was an indication that it did the trick. They landed with a loud thud on the ground, causing the crowd to roar. Even the other pair stopped their battle to check on the other combatants. Naruto stood sore from the activation of his jutsu. He couldn't believe how the two beasts from Konoha were able to use this jutsu with the pain that comes with it. But he didn't have time to think about that right now. Even as every muscle in his body screamed at him, he charged. Blow after blow, the two shinobi traded. They began picking up speed, The untrained eyes of the demigods and monsters who have never fought shinobi in their lives could not follow them. It was similar to their previous fights. The taijutsu bouts were always even. They both decided that it was just about time. With one more charge with each other, Sasuke decided that it was his turn to set the trap. Instead of blocking Naruto's punches, Sasuke caught them instead and decided to borrow his hands. Fire style, fireball jutsu! Sasuke yelled as he blew a large fireball towards the blonde. Naruto stomped the ground, as his hands flew through the hand signs. Earth style, mud wall! The ball of fire collided with the brick of earth. Naruto hid behind his construct with the flames passing around him. The wall then cracked as Sasuke showed off his strength, breaking the wall and engaging Naruto. Naruto blew him away with a quick wind jutsu, but the Uchiha countered with his own fire jutsu, amplifying his own jutsu, turning it back to Naruto, engulfing him in the flames. Sasuke smirked, thinking he had won. Then, the ground beneath him cracked. Sadly for him, he did not watch this part of the Chunin exams. This move took him completely by surprise. An uppercut scored him straight in the jaw, sending him flying back. No time was given for him to recover. The blonde was upon him, pressing his advantage. It was like he was blinking in and out of sight. His Sharingan blazed to life in an attempt to counter the onslaught. His eyes scanned the battlefield, ignoring the other pair of combatants fighting. Curse that dobe, how far has he gotten away from him? A hail of weirdly shaped kunai rained down on him from above. He deflected them easily. He was surprised as 5 clones flashed around him ready to strike. Lucky for him, his reflexes kicked in and allowed him to surround himself in lightning, discharging around him, eliminating the clones and electrifying the original in the process. Naruto stood across from him. Both of them had taken some damage. They both gave it their all when trading their blows. Bruises formed on their skin from punches that connected and cuts opened from kunai strikes that narrowly missed. Now both of them were winded. They had come a long way from that fight in the Valley of the End. Sasuke's hand erupted with lightning chakra, ready to end this with one final blow. He manipulated the shape, making the lightning dance around him in a destructive force. Naruto held out his hand, a ball of concentrated chakra forming. He was pulling out all the stops this time. The ball screeched in unprecedented fury, something his opponent had never seen before. Time for you to go home, Sasuke, Naruto said. That's rich coming from you, Sasuke said. Why are you here? It's a long story, Naruto said. But I told you, Orochimaru will only steal your body from you. Like I said, I don't care unless I get power. Now come, let's end this. The two charged, their respective jutsus at the ready. It was like they were running in slow motion, their past bouts flashing before them. Both of them resolved to take the victory. As the last of their memories flashed before them, their jutsu collided, one trying to take out and consume the other. A black sphere of chakra formed from the collision. It grew and grew until it consumed half the arena and exploded, silencing the crowd. Naruto stood tall over his opponent. A complete opposite of what happened years ago. Sasuke was on his knees, on his last legs as the fight drew to a close. Over and over, you go so far ahead of me. What are you? I'm your friend, Sasuke, he said simply. Sasuke's eyes widened. Even after everything he had done, even after the betrayal, he was still here trying to save him. Why? Why would he go so far for him? Why? Even when he joined the side that plots to destroy his newfound family, he still considers him a friend. Why? His body fell limp from the injuries. Naruto moved to help him up, but Orochimaru appeared in front of him. Not a single step, Naruto-kun, he hissed. Orochimaru, Naruto growled. I remind you that Sasuke is my property, Orochimaru declared. His body belongs to me. Why you? Naruto tried to rush forward, but his body betrayed him. He was too tired from the fight earlier. And to make matters worse, up in the stands, the leader of the whole army of monsters bellowed. Kill them! Chapter 15, Waterfall of Truth. Percy focused on his fight, even as the two shinobi blurred on the battlefield. Compared to Naruto, he had to argue that his was an uphill battle. I mean, he had to fight against the giant of all the creatures of myth. No matter, he wasn't one to back away from a challenge after all. This time, though, he was smart. He stated the terms of the fight and made sure that his opponents swore on the river Styx. He was proud of himself for that. Antaeus cracked his knuckles as he denied the usual javelin that was offered to him. Although, he was a little disappointed that the other pair did not wait for the go signal. As soon as their signal was given, Antaeus lunged. Percy rolled out of the way and gave a well-placed stab on the back of the giant's thigh. The giant roared in pain, but instead of the usual golden ichor, the blood of immortals, sand sprayed out of the wound into a pile on the dirt floor. The dirt then rose from the ground and wrapped around the wound like a cast. Moments later, the dirt fell away, revealing clean skin, like it wasn't stabbed at all. He charged again. Luckily for the demigod, Percy had experience fighting monsters larger than him. He used his superior agility to evade sideways and planted a hilt-deep stab under his arm. Unluckily though, Antaeus turned, throwing him across the arena and wrenching the sword out of his grip. The giant roared in pain, but he remained solid unlike every other monster that Riptide had stabbed. Antaeus reached for the hilt of the sword and threw it the exact opposite direction of where Percy was standing. Antaeus grinned. "Foolish of you to judge me by the rules of mere monsters. Now you shall pay for your arrogance, half-blood." He marched forward. Percy tried to skirt around him, but the boy's move was anticipated. Another feint to the left was once again blocked. Antaeus chuckled. He was having too much fun, despite the jeers from the crowd. "Puny demigod," he said, "you are not worthy to be a son of the sea god." Feeling Riptide materialized in his pocket, an idea formed in his head as he stared at the ceiling. He charged forward, surprising the giant with his bold move. Massive hands swooped in to grab him, but Percy leapt in the air with all his might. He landed on the arm, using it as a ramp to climb atop his opponent's head. Antaeus stood up indignantly. "Hey! Get off me!" All according to plan, Percy used Antaeus' sudden jerk to propel himself up in the ceiling. He grabbed onto the chains with his legs like second nature, just like he had practiced in gym class, and started to saw on the chains next to him with his sword. "Come down here, you coward!" Antaeus protested. He tried for a grab, but the sea spawn was out of reach. "Why? Are you too fat to reach me, fatso?" Percy taunted. On the second attempt, Antaeus caught the chains and tried to pull himself up. As he struggled, Percy lowered the chain hook and snagged his loincloth. Quickly, he made a knot that even the best camper did not know how to untie. Sally was right. Percy did have a knack at tangling stuff. "Get me down!" the giant yelled. "Oh, I'll get him down all right," Percy said with a big mischievous grin on his face. He stabbed Antaeus in the stomach. Once again sand poured out of the wound, but this time the ground below did not rise to restore him. Little by little, the giant dissolved until what was left was a bunch of skulls and a loincloth. "Gh, why'd I have to get a loincloth for spoils?" Percy complained. The crowd was silent. Never in their whole lives would they think that the leader of this place would get slain by a mere demigod. Over on the other side of the arena, Naruto had just finished his fight with his old friend. Orochimaru had made a retreat, leaving Naruto on his knees. He walked over to Naruto and helped him to his feet. The silence was sliced through by a loud and angry shout. "Jackson! I should have killed you long ago!" The keyword is tried. Percy shouted back. Luke clenched his fist, getting angrier by Percy's wisecrack. He clenched it so tightly that his knuckles were turning white from the pressure. "Kill them!" Luke's voice boomed. "But spare the girl." Annabeth joined them in the center of the arena. She fussed over Naruto, who was still recovering from his fight. She had to give it to him. Even as the other shinobi was out to kill him, Naruto still was able to hold his own and prevent a fatal blow. As every monster in the arena drew a weapon, Percy stood protectively in front of his teammates. He and Annabeth were ready to fight, and no doubt Naruto would be able to squeeze something out of the gas tank. But then a freezing sensation burned in his pocket. The dog whistle. It was given to him long ago, back in the night before they left for this quest. For so long, he hid it from his teammates, thinking the whole time it was a trap. But now, there was no choice. Whatever this whistle would do, it was their only shot at getting out of this alive. In a snap decision, he took out the whistle. It made no audible sound, but it then shattered, melting in his hand. Luke laughed. "What was that supposed to do? You're about to die, and you still make a fool of yourself?" He didn't even finish his order, as something heavy slammed into him with the force of a freight train. He flew off the topmost part of the bleachers, smashing into a wall. The enemy ranks fell into chaos as a black blur caused havoc among them. It was then Percy realized who it was. Mrs. O'Leary. Heal. Order was slowly returning to the enemy ranks as the cause of their chaos was now in the arena. Mrs. O'Leary landed in a flash of black in the middle of the arena, still looking at the monsters and growling at them. But she wasn't alone. Over by her side was a familiar silver-coated direwolf. Luna? How did you get here? Annabeth asked. Luna? What's a Luna? Rachel asked. There's no time, Percy said. Mrs. O'Leary, take Naruto and let's get out of here. Aroof, she scooped Naruto into her back and off they went out of the room, leaving a raging Luke and horde of hungry monsters. Percy lost track on how many twists and turns they made, but they didn't stop. Not even a huge axe that almost shaved the top of their heads stopped them from running. They were running for a good 5 minutes while looking back once in a while to look for any pursuers right behind them. That was until they made it to a massive room the size of a gymnasium with old marble columns holding up the roof. He stood by the doorway to listen for the sounds of pursuers. They had apparently lost the pursuers in the madness of the labyrinth. The rest of them sat on their butts, panting from the great escape they made. That was a trap. Annabeth then snapped. She wasn't happy about the decision her teammates made, but this time she was given a reason to doubt her. It was the way you needed to go. Rachel defended herself. She's right. Percy spoke up. Luke said they would have to pass through an arena, and we did. If they are also on their way to find Daedalus's workshop, then we are on the right track. How do you know all this? Annabeth asked, skeptical that the usually clueless demigod had said something really smart. It was from a dream, Percy answered. Well, Percy may have his moments, Naruto said, getting up on his feet. How the hell are you up? Rachel asked with wide eyes. And what happened to your wounds? Long sto. Naruto waved her off, as a very worried Annabeth rammed into Naruto. Why must you worry me every single time? She sobbed into Naruto's chest. Naruto patted Annabeth on her head. I don't mean to. This time though, Sasuke was really out to kill me. Everyone looked at him with wide eyes. Oh gods, don't tell me you were holding back. Percy managed to say. Of course, I still have the promise I made to Sakura. Naruto confirmed. The same Sakura you said would punch your lights out every time she sees you. Annabeth huffed. The same one you said was head over heels over Sasuke. Hey! I told you, I don't know what happened to her. Naruto tried to defend himself. I would like to watch the old married couple routine as much as the next guy, but didn't you guys have some explaining to do? Rachel broke up the fight. Naruto and Annabeth looked away from each other, both with massive blushes on their faces. Percy finally let go of the breath he definitely knew he was holding. Can't we set up camp first? Now, Rachel thought she saw everything. As a mortal and with her status, she was privy to the latest of technology that the modern day had to offer, but as Naruto unloaded his camping equipment from a frickin' piece of paper, she had to question everything she knew. Naruto saw her expression, and explained everything over the fire. This is right off a sci-fi movie, was all she could say. I beg to differ, Percy said. This is almost like an isekai anime. Sometimes I wonder if whoever came up with this genre knew about my story. Naruto agreed. The girls stared at the boys like they grew a second head. They definitely were not understanding where the boys had taken the conversation this time. So, you demigods do this every summer? Fight monsters? Save the world? Rachel changed the subject. Well, the past years, yeah, Percy answered. Ever since Naruto and I found out we were demigods, it never was a quiet year for us. And now we're on the verge of war, Naruto added. Rachel shuddered at the thought. With just human history in mind, mortals could already act like monsters. She couldn't bear the thought of how a war would go now with actual monsters and magic at their disposal. Don't you guys do normal stuff? Was Rachel's follow-up question. It's not that we don't want to, Naruto answered. It's just that trouble always manages to find its way to us. That's hard, Rachel said. What about you? Percy asked. Yeah, when you're not painting yourself gold? Annabeth added. What do you do? I paint. I read a lot, was her simple answer. Naruto managed to pick up on her behavior. He could sense that she was closing off from the world. It seems her personal life was a sore subject, especially on Percy's next question. What about your family? Yawned. She stretched and yawned a bit loudly, determined not to answer the question. If you'll excuse me, All that running drained me of all my energy. Both of you should get some rest too, Annabeth ordered. I'll take first watch. You don't have to act tough, Naruto advised. I don't know what you're talking about. Annabeth shot him down as she added sticks to the fire that they set up. Naruto smiled. Somehow, he could tell. In another life he would have acted this way, always acting tough. Never wanting to show weakness. Getting really frustrated when you could not do anything. Alright, I'll take you up on your offer, Naruto said. Just wake me when you feel tired, okay? It was in the middle of the night. Naruto was awoken by a cool breeze. It was a breeze he only recognized from the jungles of the elemental nations. He sat up and looked around. His friends were asleep. There was a doorway leading somewhere. The sound of running water could be heard. The kids were not fazed at all, not by the light pouring into the room nor by the water. He stood up to investigate. Wherever this door would be leading, he could not leave this alone. Who knows what monsters would be stepping through? Walking through the door, he was beheld with the sight of a waterfall. It wasn't that high. It was just right. The water fell to a pond with a small piece of land in the middle. He couldn't resist the ambience. Despite the painful memories that the elemental nations held, he couldn't help but miss nature. No offense to the gods of Earth, but this world was just severely lacking in the nature department. With an opportunity like this one, he gave in to his desires. Stepping to the land in the middle of the pod, he sat down to meditate. Though peaceful and calm, he was still aware of his surroundings, the birds chirping, the doorway leading back to the labyrinth, and the water from the falls parting for someone. Wait, he heard the water part for a brief moment. It sounded like someone walked through with the sound of footsteps walking on the water's surface. He opened his eyes, interrupting his moment of serenity. What he saw shocked him to the core. It was himself, and at the same time it was not. There was a menacing look on his face unlike Naruto's cool and collected visage. His sclerae were black and his irises were blood red opposed to Naruto's blue orbs in a sea of white. Let's dub him Dark Naruto. What an innocent look on your face. His lookalike spoke. Who are you? The original asked. Can't you tell? I am you. The doppelganger introduced himself. Or rather, I am the representation of your true feelings. True feelings? What are you talking about? Naruto questioned. Don't you know this place? Fitting place for me to reveal myself, actually. The clone spoke. Welcome to the waterfall of truth, dear imposter. I don't speechless? Why are you lost for words? No matter what picture of yourselves you show to others, I am what you truly feel. There's just one difference between you and me. The QB likes me better. Now, to get rid of the faker. The double charged at him. Naruto met his blows. Naruto threw a punch. Dark Naruto caught it in Naruto's same fighting style. Naruto drew a shuriken. Dark Naruto countered with his own. His Rasengan was met with the doppelganger's own. Naruto tried bringing in the numbers. Dark Naruto made the same number. The two clone armies met in the middle, throwing jutsu and strikes at each other until the numbers were whittled down to just the two originals. He was getting frustrated now. He didn't know where this copy of his came from, and he didn't know how to win against him. You're weak, his dark counterpart spat. Then everything turned black, returning him back to the real world with no trace of battle whatsoever. He then heard the sound of scribbling behind him. He turned to face the newcomer. It was a dark-skinned man with a muscular build and blonde. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for and a tattoo of a bull's horn on his left cheek. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector with the symbol of a cloud etched on it. He had a flak jacket different from the Leafs with one strap over one shoulder. He also had a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. Finally, he carried 7 swords on his back. He looked deep into himself and examined his own feelings. Next to the man was a girl around Naruto's age. She had long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants with designs that reminded Naruto of clouds, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also wore a forehead protector with the same symbol as the taller male, sandals and a kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist similar to her companion. What the heck are you doing here? The girl demanded. Where did you come from? Naruto didn't know what to say. He couldn't just blabber about the labyrinth to a pair of mortals. I kinda stumbled into here, Naruto said with a clueless look. A spy? The girl gasped. What do you plan to do against Kumo? And then nothing, at all. Naruto stuttered out. I just managed to admire the waterfall here, that's all. She was about to yell, but the older man stopped her. Stop that, there's no need to be a brat. The man started rapping. Can't you see he's one of us? Why not just discuss? You're even worse, B-senpai. The girl face-bound. How many times have I told you to stop speaking in rhymes? The man named B scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I can't help it. It's a force of habit. Ugh. That just added to her irritation. Anyway, my name is B and this is Yujito. The older man introduced themselves. We're Jinchuriki just like you. You know? Naruto was surprised by that. Eito couldn't stop talking about you. B explained. You too? Naruto looked at the girl. Surprised? Was the girl's smug response. I bet you don't even know your tailed beast's name. The Kyuubi has a name? Naruto asked cluelessly. TCH Naruto could feel something angry stir inside of him. Of course he does, you idiot. The girl scolded him. No wonder you still go on rampages. But what do I do? Naruto said helplessly. He didn't want to see anyone hurt or afraid of him anymore. Well, the first step is waterfall. B answered. You have to conquer your darkness. I can't. Naruto blurted in frustration. He's basically me. And I know everything he said is true. Listen, Naruto. B said in a calm voice. Why have you been working hard all this time? Naruto smacked his own head, but he had a small smile on his lips. You're right. What was I thinking? Thanks, B-san. No sweat, yo. You can defeat him now, I just know. Yash. Naruto pumped his fist in the air. Yujito sighed. These two hit it off, just like that. Back at the fall, he sat back down. He envisioned everything that's ever happened to him. From good to bad. Monster. Why didn't you just die, Kyuubi brat? Dead last? You'll see, I'll become Hokage, then you'll acknowledge me, Naruto, little star, bro, enchiladas, everything he could remember from childhood to now. He felt scared, lonely, angry, happy, warmth. It was a mix of emotions. Everyone that came into his life, the villagers, his classmates, Irika-sensei, his mother, Sally Jackson, Percy, Grover, Annabeth, Chiron, Calypso. What's wrong? Dark Naruto chided him. Are we finally seeing eye to eye? He was right. At one point in his life, he did despise the villagers for abandoning him as a child. Then he remembered turning things around, discovering he loved reading when he snuck into the library. He found out he was unrivaled when it comes to pranks. He showcased his knowledge and mischief to get the village to acknowledge him. They were skeptical at first, but they gradually accepted him, and he eventually forgave their ignorance. He looked at his dark counterpart with a determined expression. You're right. At one point in my life, I was you. Then you admit defeat after all? Dark Naruto charged forward once again. Naruto stood there unmoving. He watched this copy rush towards him, kunai in hand, ready to gut him where he stood. As his opponent got closer, a faint smile graced his lips. While it's true I tried to get stronger to show the bastards they were wrong, but there's no need for that now. Are you saying I'm useless to you now? His dark self growled. Naruto didn't dodge. He just caught his counterpart in his arms. That's not what I'm saying. He smiled. You've been an important part of my life. I accept you with all my heart. Everyone's been hard on us, sure. But that's why we've worked so hard all this time. Now we have a lot of people counting on us. You have friends here, sure, but what about the villagers? His doppelganger sobbed into his shoulders. Surely you haven't forgiven them for what they did to you. We can. Yes, we suffered. We can never forget that. But we have friends there now, and they're important to me. I'm sure if we keep working hard, the others will accept us too. But what am I supposed to do? That's easy. You just have to be me. You're important to me as the others, but there's no need for us to hate the world anymore. A tear formed on the other Naruto's face. His body started glowing. Thank you for keeping me company all this time. Outside, I told you. B said. Just so you know, I did this a lot faster than you. Yujito huffed. I don't doubt that at all. Naruto smiled. Anyway, what do you want to do now? The girl grilled him for answers. Like I said, I only came here cause of the nature. Naruto answered. I meant no harm. Suddenly, the ground shook. An attack? Yujito was once again suspicious, her form bathed in blue flames. I knew it. But Naruto knew better. It was the shifting of Labyrinth. Its entrance was going to move again. He had to act fast. I'm telling you. I'm not here to attack. He took out a tri-pronged kunai. Handing it to B, his face lit up in recognition. I'd like to train with 2 masters of the tail beast as the 2 of you, but for now I have to run. Don't worry, I'll find my way back here. Wait! Yujito yelled, but it was too late. Naruto was gone in a flash of yellow. Darn it, I didn't get his name. Yujito sulked. Hey B-senpai, why are you so quiet all of a sudden? It's nothing, B said as he stared at the kunai. I just remembered something. Back in the Labyrinth, Naruto was back in the same room he was in. Percy, Annabeth, and Rachel were rudely awakened by the sudden shaking. Everybody run! Annabeth yelled. The 4 of them ran. They didn't take any chances, and rightly so. 100 tons of marble columns crashed down behind them. They turned around just in time to see marble columns falling like trees that had been turned to logs. You know what? I like this way after all, Annabeth said. So where to? Percy asked. We're close, Rachel said. Just down this hall. Annabeth looked around. How? Everything here is new. Rachel squeezed Annabeth's hand. Just trust me, please. Come on, Naruto urged his friends. They followed the stainless steel path. It looked like it could have been part of a space station of some sort. Fluorescent lights lit the place, and the floors were made of metal grates. Their eyes were so accustomed to the darkness of the dungeon that they had to take some time to adjust to the brightness of the place. Annabeth followed despite everything inside of her wanting to disapprove. What they found at the end of the hall shocked her the most. At the end of the hall were a pair of metal doors. Inscribed on the steel was a large blue Greek. Chapter 16, Daedalus' Workshop. Sasuke. An icy voice greeted as the said shinobi opened his eyes, already recovered from his previous fight. So, you've decided to make your move, the boy in question said while maintaining his calm demeanor. He was in his room, where he always rested in this mortal world. Usually the snake man always left him to his own devices, but this time the creepy man was in his room waiting for him to wake up. I believe you know the price of the power you sought, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru simply said. It is simply time for me to collect. Orochimaru's mouth opened impossibly wide. His form fell to the floor like a piece of shed cloth, and in his place, a giant white snake composed of smaller snakes glared at him with fangs bared at him. Sasuke stood there unmoving and unfazed. He expected this day to come. But the offer of power from some kind of titan delayed his plans in favor of gaining some favor from this patron. And now, the day has come for the snake to strike. So you're here to make you move, Sasuke said. Without any warning, he found himself in another plane. Fleshy tendril danced around him. Most were mounds of the same tendrils covering the countless bodies of Orochimaru's many victims. Most notably were the bodies of the snake man's latest vessel. One was a man with a strong chin, the form the snake took most of his training. One other was what looked was a woman, but that was all he could tell. Soon it was his turn. The tendril wrapped around him. Another mound rose from the ground in front of him. It was Orochimaru. The Sharingan blazed alive. Those eyes! Orochimaru hissed at the sight of the Dojutsu. Finally! Line break! Annabeth placed her hand on the symbol on the door. Responding to the touch of a half-blood, the doors gave way. Together, the party entered the room. From the dark hallway, entering the room was murder for their eyes. The blazing sun shone through giant windows contrary to what you would expect from the heart of an underground dungeon. The workshop looked like an artist's studio with almost 10-meter-high ceilings with industrial lighting, polished floors, and workbenches. A spiral staircase led up to the second floor. Half a dozen easels displayed hand-drawn buildings of machines and buildings, with the sketches reminding them of Leonardo da Vinci's own masterpieces. Several laptop computers were laid out on tables. Glasses of green oil that the demigods recognize as Greek fire lined a shelf. Several inventions were dotted around the room. One contraption was a chair with electrical lighting, looking like some kind of torture device. Another was a grandfather clock made of pure glass, allowing the viewer to see the gears turning inside. Yet another was what looked like a cocoon enough for a human to fit inside. And finally, several sets of bronze wings that Annabeth recognized from her dreams. Naruto and Percy looked at each other. Is this Adam? Nea, they both said at the same time. There's no way comic book characters could exist, right? The two girls ignored the reference that only the two boys could understand. These sketches. Annabeth's eyes lit up. The curves on these buildings. He's a genius, and an artist. Rachel followed up. These wings are amazing. I see you've taken a liking to my inventions. A voice came from the staircase. 8 pairs of eyes turned to the voice and 6 widened at the sight, because standing at the staircase was their new sword instructor, Quintus. You! Annabeth growled. What have you done with Daedalus? Instead of being on guard, a smile graced the sword instructors. Trust me, dear girl, you would not want to meet him. Look, Mr. Traitor. I didn't fight a Cyclops jailer, get captured by a rancher, and get chased by a giant in that death maze just to see you here. Now where is Daedalus? Quintus descended the stairs, unfazed by the rant of the irate room. He was still dressed in his counselor's camp half-blood shirt with casual jeans and boots. This seemed like an insult now that the camp had found him out as a traitor. You think I am working for the forces of Kronos? He asked his former students. It would make sense if you think about it, Naruto answered. Luke mentioned you. Jiren was aware of you. You were skulking around the entrance to the labyrinth at Zeus's fist. But what are you after? Good theory, my shinobi friend, but the answer is simple. He praised Naruto. I only work to further my own interests. I've been almost everywhere, met different people. He walked past the demigods like they were of no threat at all. Do you like this view? It changes every day. Yesterday, it was from a skyscraper overlooking. The other day, it was a view of Lake Michigan. Just this week, it was from the eyes of one of the heads in the Hokage monument. Another time, it was from the buildings in the hidden cloud. Right now, we are in Colorado Springs. The labyrinth can traverse dimensions now? Annabeth raised an eyebrow. I was surprised as you are when I first found out, he said. I was even able to chat with a white-haired shinobi that reminded me a lot about your current counselor. Dimensions? Rachel asked. What is this? Are we talking about sci-fi now? No, it is most definitely not fiction. Quintus shook his head. Ask your dimension-hopping friend over there. As for Daedalus, if you haven't guessed yet, I am Daedalus. What? Were the shocked responses of the demigods. But you're a swordsman, not an inventor. Percy tried to argue. My friend, I am both. I am also a scholar. I play basketball pretty well for someone who started practicing at 2,000 years old. A real artist must be good at many things, Quintus explained. But you don't even look like Daedalus, Annabeth said, still not believing the sword instructor's words. Unless I see you've finally realized the truth. The sword master smiled. Quintus, 5 in Latin, I see. Naruto muttered to himself, something that did not go unnoticed to the owner of the labyrinth. Very good, this is my 5th body. The now revealed Daedalus nodded. He held out his forearm and pressed his elbow. A rectangular hatch of skin opened, revealing bronze gears and wires. You're an automaton, Percy pointed out. That's amazing, Rachel praised. An astute observation, Daedalus said. Though I prefer to be called a genius. So you've figured out a way to transfer your animus into a machine? Annabeth spoke. That's not natural. Oh, I assure you it is still me, my dear. I am very much Daedalus. Our mother makes sure I never forget. He tugged the back of his shirt, revealing the dark shape of a bird grafted into his skin. A murderer's brand, Annabeth pointed out. Hey, didn't you push your nephew off a tower or something? Percy remembered. I most certainly did not. Daedalus's face darkened. I simply made him lose balance and let him die. Naruto continued for the 1,000-year-old man. What difference does it make? After all the years I've been alive, I have never stopped regretting what I did. I was angry and bitter. I cannot take it back. After all, this brand is a reminder of my sin. No matter what form I take, the brand never lets me forget. His eyes showed the eyes of a weary man, full of genius and intelligence, yet full of sadness just the same. But the question still remains, why spy on both sides? Naruto asked. Both sides? Percy asked. He's a triple agent? Naruto nodded. You've spoken to Luke, haven't you? Oh, several times, Daedalus confirmed. He can be very persuasive. But still, that begs the question, why have you spied on us and the other sides? You have a good reason, I presume? Naruto questioned. To know which side is worth aiding, Daedalus answered simply. Then after visiting camp, you should know that we really need your help, Annabeth pleaded. I wouldn't be so sure. As you know, I have spent millennia hiding from death from the gods, Daedalus argued. I have listened to his side of the story, and I cannot help but see his point. And even if I wanted to help, I have relinquished control of the maze. I may be the creator, but the maze is free to grow on its own now, which is probably why its reach managed to pierce through dimensions and allow access to the elemental nations. But why did you give up control of the maze? Percy asked. It's probably one of your greatest inventions. It is the price I paid for privacy, Percy, he responded. Privacy from what? The gods and death, naturally. After being branded a murderer, I have been hiding from them for 2 millennia. From death? How can you hide from the god of death himself? They may be gods, Percy, but they are not all-knowing. They do not see everything. A clever man will be able to hide for quite a long time. My problems are surprisingly not with them. Only my greatest enemy has been relentless in my pursuit of me. King Minos, I presume, Naruto commented. The automaton nodded. The very same. Now that he has become a judge of the dead, he would like nothing more than to punish me for the crimes I have committed. After the daughters of Cocculus killed him, his ghost has been torturing me in my dreams. He kept repeating that he would hunt me down, and the only thing I could do was retreat from the world completely and work on my ultimate accomplishment, cheat death. And you did, Annabeth marveled. For 2,000 years. Despite all the horrible things Daedalus had done, she still sounded impressed. Just then, a loud bark echoed from the corridor. The ba-bump of large paws echoed through the hallways. Bursting through the dark corridor were a pair of canines. I was wondering where you went, Naruto told Luna. So you've taken a liking to Mrs. O'Leary, huh, girl? The group watched as the giant hellhound almost knocked over their sword instructor. There is my old friend. My only companion for all the long, lonely years. I was hoping I could atone for my sins by helping you. Perhaps I felt guilty. Daedalus hung his head low. For your past sins? Percy asked. Daedalus shook his head. You had nothing to do with my sins, so helping you would not help atone for them. For what it's worth, I agree with you. Your camp is worth saving. Why? Annabeth interrogated. What did you do? Old friend. A voice filled with acid came from the doorway. It was King Minos, except he wasn't ethereal anymore. He looked more solid now, a pale bearded king with cold eyes and tendrils of mist coiling off his robes. What is the meaning of this? Daedalus questioned. We had a bit of an agreement, King Minos answered. Someone else is coming, Rachel remarked. Who's we? The inventor asked. I must say, pretty boy. Kelly walked in the room, flanked by 2 Laestrygonian giants. You surprised me last time. That won't happen again. So, the donkey vampire is a fast reformer. Naruto spat. What can I say? I have gained Kronos' favor. She shrugged. And by the way, Luke sends his regards. What are you doing? Daedalus' temper was rising. This was not part of our agreement. Indeed, it is not. But we have already taken what we wanted from you. You are no longer of use to us. King Minos here required something from us in order to turn over such a fine demigod, Kelly explained. Naruto perked up. You're not talking about who I think it is. Oh, I think we both know who I'm talking about. Kelly's smirk widened. He came quite willingly. Oh no, Tyson, Grover, Percy said in worry. Naruto! Percy! Nico's voice screamed as he was flung into the room, hands and feet bound. I'm sorry. They overwhelmed us. We tried to fight them off, but there were too many of them. I had to surrender myself. It's okay. Naruto's voice was calm. You did your best. Are they okay? Percy asked. Nico nodded, calming the son of Poseidon's nerves. Without turning to Daedalus, Naruto threw a question at the inventor, anger in his tone. Was this what you wanted? Was this what you expected would happen when you made that deal? I didn't. Their deal was so. The son of Athena was at a loss of words. Tempting? Enticing? Naruto pressed. Yes. Naruto inhaled deeply. He felt the chakra from Colorado Springs slowly enter his system, mixing with his own system. He was surprised it was more potent than when he tried absorbing energy in the city. As he felt the sage chakra merge in his own system with another sinister chakra from a beast preying on his emotions, he asked, calmer now. Tell me, Daedalus, before we go fight for our lives here, what would Icarus think of your choices? Daedalus widened his eyes at the question. He couldn't answer. With that, the action decided to ramp up. Rachel, the wings. Percy ordered. The clear-sighted mortal scrambled for the wings. The monsters ignored her. Luna rammed herself into Kelly's stomach and bared her fangs at the downed Impausa. Kelly knocked her aside, standing up and meeting Annabeth and Percy in her donkey vampire form. Mrs. O'Leary chomped into the arm of a giant, causing him to wail in pain. Naruto engaged the second giant, surprising him with the force of his punches. Amidst the chaos, Minos raised his hands. Around them, the spirits of the dead raised themselves from the cracks in the ground at his beck and call. Somehow, Nico broke free of his restraints. He stood up to meet the judge of the dead and ordered him to stop. Minos sneered at him. You do not control me, boy. All this time, it was I who was controlling you. I admit I fooled you into thinking your sister was dead to trick you into reviving her, but she was not the goal all along. I will return to life once again. The spirits of the dead were now surrounding the old king of Crete, taking the form of soldiers of his former kingdom. Nico stood steadfast. I am the son of Hades. Be gone! Minos laughed. I am not your mere spirit, boy. For I am the Lord of Spirits, the Ghost King. Nico drew his sword. No, I am. He stabbed his black blade into the floor and cleaved through the floor like a hot knife through butter. Never! Minos hissed. I will not! Despite the former king of Crete's protests, his form rippled. The ground rumbled. Windows cracked and shattered into pieces. A fissure opened up, swallowing the fully formed spirits with a horrible wail. Nico stared at the void in contempt as he watched the ghost who tricked him get banished back. A loud crash broke Nico out of his concentration. One of the giants flew through numerous inventions after being thrown by Naruto. He was already battered from the blows. Naruto stalked his prey. The Laestrygonian backed up slowly. Anna, no, please, he begged. The blonde did not trust the scared monster routine. With a flick of his wrist, the monster disintegrated. On the other side of the fight, Kelly pounced on Percy after seeing but a distracted moment. Preying on the moment of weakness, she took the opportunity once the son of Poseidon got distracted with worry from his friends. His sword skittered away and his head hit hard on one of the desks. His eyesight went fuzzy for a second. The monster cheerleader, though, savored her moment of triumph. You will taste delightful, Kelly cackled in glee. She bared her fangs for a bite, but her body suddenly went rigid, then started hissing with yellow vapor. Hopefully you stay down for good this time, Annabeth said, as she pulled her knife from the monster cheerleader's back. The fight was just about over. Daedalus and Mrs. O'Leary were finishing the last of the giants. Naruto joined them, and Rachel just about finished fitting a set of wings for herself. She was just about done fitting Nico with his. Hurry, get the wings on, Rachel said with urgency. There's more of them coming. Now what will you do? Naruto asked the inventor. First, I would like to say I'm sorry, he said. I could not begin to make it up to you. Take the wings and escape. I will hold them off for you. In mere seconds, Daedalus's wings were fitted on each demigod and mortal. Nico looked nervous most especially. So does anyone know how to use this thing? Nico asked. Only one way to find out. Annabeth leapt through the window first. Percy followed second with Rachel tailing behind. Naruto looked back at Daedalus, with Luna on a doggy bag on his chest. Are you sure you aren't coming? He shook his head. After all I've done, I don't think I deserve freedom. Let me at least do this to start. I'm sure Icarus would want me to do the same. Naruto smiled. You're not so bad, Daedalus. With that, Naruto jumped through the window. He was no stranger to falling from heights like this, so he was calm as the ground slowly approached them. Percy was panicking, flapping his hands like some kind of golden duck, spectacularly falling to his death below. Spread your arms, Annabeth ordered. Everyone did as they were told. Soon they started gliding through the air. Daedalus was truly a genius for inventing something as majestic as this. Naruto soared over to Annabeth's side. He couldn't help but stare. The copper glinted in the morning sun, but to him it looked more like gold. The sun shone brightly, reflecting in her eyes that he Prepare for landing, everyone, she said, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. Yeah! He heard Percy through the rush of wind. He was spinning, doing somersaults in the air like flying was second nature to him, but as Annabeth commanded, they swooped down towards the Garden of the Gods. Percy circled around the rock spired, freaking out some of the climbers. Other than that, their landing was pretty uneventful. Good thing they landed too. The self-adhesive seals were melting. Bronze feathers were shedding. It was a shame, but none of them knew how to repair it. So they did the most logical thing they could think of, chucked the pair of wings into the trash can. As they landed, Luna's familiar bark was heard right next to them. I can't believe it! Nico's eyes widened. She's like Mrs. O'Leary. Everyone looked at the small pup that was wagging her tail, happy to see them. Could it be? Naruto asked as she studied the pup. But how? Percy followed. This is not the time. Annabeth forcibly changed the subject. First, is the labyrinth still open? Using a pair of binoculars, Percy scanned the hills where they emerged from Daedalus's workshop. They were empty, no more smoke, no more windows, just the plain unbroken mounds of earth. It's gone, Percy said. I'm not surprised, Naruto commented. They moved. There's no telling where it could have gone now. So, what do we do now? Percy asked. How do we get back in there? Annabeth gazed at the summit of Pike's Peak. Maybe we can't. If the labyrinth is tied to his life force, then the whole thing would be destroyed once they finally get him at the workshop. And perhaps that would halt Luke's invasion. Naruto knew that look Annabeth was giving. It was the same look that Tyson held when they met Briars. I guess the saying was right. It made him wonder. Would he feel the same when he met his heroes? He's not dead. Nico spoke up, breaking everyone from their thoughts. Figures, Naruto sighed. As crafty as he is, he could have something up his sleeve to fend off the attack. What about Grover and Tyson? Percy asked, hoping that they would get news. I can't tell, sorry. The boy apologized. Remember, Percy, they don't have mortal souls, so even if they did die, Nico wouldn't know. Naruto gave the heavy truth. But don't lose hope, okay? They're alive for sure. Nico was with them, right? Nico nodded. In any case, we have to get back to New York. Annabeth stated the next step in their plan. So we take a plane, right? Rachel suggested. Percy's face paled. No. Not a chance. But why not? The clear-sighted mortal asked. Think, Red. Son of the god of the seas flying through the skies, Naruto explained. I'm sure the same would go for Nico. But they were just flying moments ago. Rachel tried to reason. That was low flying, Percy explained further. And even that's risky. I'm lucky he didn't count that. Besides, I wouldn't risk airports in general, Naruto added. It'd be quicker to pass through the labyrinth. I don't know if we'll find another entrance here, but our best bet would be to get back to the city, Annabeth said. Rachel grimaced. She looked down on the parking lot ground, like she was going to regret what she was about to do. I'll take care of it. How? Annabeth raised an eyebrow. The girl did not answer. She just walked away from the group, still with the grim expression on her face. Percy saw this and immediately volunteered himself. I'll go with you. Rachel turned to the boy and frowned. She looked like she did not want him to know what she was about to do. Yet she didn't say a word, which Percy took as an indirect yes. Watching them leave, Annabeth spoke up. We better get a prism and try to contact the camp. We wouldn't want them to think that we did a disappearing act on them. She said that last sentence while giving Naruto a cross look. Clearly, she was still cross about someone's vacation on a certain island with a certain Titaness who may or may not have fallen in love with the island's castaways. Hey! I said I was sorry! Naruto protested. Nico looked at them back and forth, not understanding what happened while he was guiding Grover and Tyson through the maze. Humph! Was all the blonde got from his apology. And so, the trio searched for a prism at the gift shop, which they luckily found. They also bought food. Whatever fast food the shop sold, they bought. They were hungry. With the prism now in hand, they IM'd camp. At first, the centaur was relieved when he found out that his campers were still alive. Still, he was worried when they told him Chiron and Tyson were somewhere under. When they informed Chiron of the impending attack, the old centaur couldn't help but look grim at the news. With what little campers they had left, he did not know if they would survive a full-scale attack. After the little chat, Naruto knelt down to the dire wolf's level. "I'm sorry, Luna, but you can't come with us," Luna whined. Naruto shook his head. "It's not that we don't want you with us, it's just that we need all the help we can get at camp. We need you to help defend our home." Understanding what her master said, she barked confidently. With one last lick on her master's face, she raced to the bushes, with the shadows clinging to her form. Naruto watched her leave, wondering if Nico was right all along. Shortly, the trio joined Percy and Rachel at the parking lot. "So did we get a ride?" Annabeth asked. The redhead nodded. "The driver's ready when we are." They walked over to Alexis. There was a chauffeur profusely apologizing to a guy with khakis and a polo shirt. The guy was complaining, but the driver kept apologizing. Rachel led the group into the car. She ignored the guy in a polo shirt. Naruto felt the guy's eyes widen when he entered the car. Naruto had been on a number of car rides ever since he got isekai'd into this world, but this truly impressed him. The seats were leather. There was plenty of legroom. The back seat had flat-panel TVs built into the headrests, and a mini-fridge stocked with bottled water, sodas, and snacks. Naturally, they started pigging out, even if they did eat from the park gift shop. "Where to, Miss Dare?" the driver asked. "I'm not sure yet, Robert," she answered. "Just drive through town and I'll tell you when, whatever you say, miss." He did what he was told, even if the request was as odd as this. A minute later, they were cruising down the road. "Do you know him?" Percy asked. "No." Rachel preferred to leave it at that. But Percy pressed. "But he dropped everything to help you. Just keep your eyes peeled," she said with finality, clearly implying this was the end of the discussion. "Help me look." With that, they drove through Colorado Springs. For half an hour, they saw nothing that the clear-sighted mortal could consider an entrance to the labyrinth. But Percy couldn't concentrate. His mind kept going back to think about who Rachel really was and why she didn't want to answer his questions. After another hour, they were giving up on looking through Colorado. They decided to move to Denver, hoping that they would have better luck in a bigger city. But as luck would have it, Rachel bolted upright. "Get off the highway." "Pardon, miss?" "Get off here. I saw something." The driver swerved across traffic and took the exit. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "What did you see?" To the demigods, they saw nothing but hills, grasslands, and some farm buildings. But Rachel saw something differently. She had the driver pass through an unpromising dirt road with the only sign saying, "Western Museum of Mining and Industry." For a museum, the place looked unassuming. It was just an old house like an old-fashioned railway station with some drills and pumps and old steam shovels on display. As they got off the Lexus, Rachel pointed to the distance, at an old abandoned mining shaft. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked. "Trust me, I can see it, okay?" Rachel said. She then thanked the driver. "Are you sure you'll be all right, Miss Dare?" the chauffeur asked. "I'd be happy to call your—" "No," Rachel said abruptly. "No. Thanks, Robert, but we'll be fine." As the driver sped off, they trudged up the hill towards the direction Rachel was pointing. With the museum being closed, nobody stopped them as 5 adolescents were approaching a mine shaft that may or may not have collapsed, or may be at the verge of collapsing. At the entrance, the door to the shaft was padlocked, but there, on the lock itself, was unmistakably the mark of Deadless. Annabeth touched the lock, causing the chains to fall away. Then, after a bit of elbow grease, they once again plunged through the deadly maze. Chapter 17: Pan's Final Farewell. As soon as they delved into the darkness, the dirt walls turned to stone. The labyrinth twisted and turned, split off, and basically tried to confuse them, but Rachel was on point. With their destination in mind, she led the way. Even when the tunnels offered a choice, she barely even paused to think. She was quiet the entire time. Surprisingly, Annabeth was able to strike up a conversation. It started with her background, but as when Percy asked, she was evasive. So, the conversation shifted to architecture, and it turns out that studying art gave her a basic knowledge of the subject. That left the 3 boys alone to talk in their own world. "Hey, sorry you had to surrender yourself to Kelly and her minions," Naruto apologized. It's no big deal. Nico shrugged it off. It was my choice. Honestly, I'm kinda thankful that they brought me to the workshop. Is this about the soul for a soul thing? Percy asked. Bianca mentioned you were after some kind of soul. I thought it was either me or Naruto. Nico shook his head. Minus was not after either of you. He was particularly after one soul. He is right, of course. So, how were you all this time? Naruto asked, getting the chance to. I regret it. It was hard having only the dead for company. As a son of Hades, all I could count on were the dead. Just as my brothers before me, the living do not respect me, Nico said. Percy stared at the young boy. He had changed a lot since the former king of Crete started manipulating him. He had gotten almost scary. He had his father's eyes, that intense, manic fire that made you suspect he was either a genius or a madman. In any case, he knew that Nico could be trusted, those prejudices against the spawn of Hades be damned. We're sorry to hear that. The son of Poseidon apologized. When we get to camp, you'll be able to be with Bianca again and make friends. If we hold off the attack, don't be so negative. Naruto chided. Of course, we'll be able to hold them off. What makes you so positive? Nico asked. Naruto shrugged. I wasn't always like this, you know. I used to hate everyone in the Leaf. I could have easily turned into Luke. It wasn't till I met this little kid that got me into mischief that I broke out of my hateful phase. I try to remember it, but even that part of me is hazy. By the way, how is Bianca? Nico changed the subject. Oh, she's doing all right, Percy answered. She's training hard. She is starting to hold her own in fights. But the thing is, no one knows how to teach her about her powers. Nico's eyes lit up. I'll teach her what I know. Finally, I get the leg up on her. Naruto and Percy chuckled at Nico's antics. His old personality comes out once in a while. Don't get me wrong though, the boy loves her sister. She just hates that she could be bossy sometimes. Oof. In the moment of the conversation, Percy failed to notice that the girls stopped, allowing him to run into Rachel, who was staring at one direction. They had stopped at a crossroads. The tunnel continued straight ahead, but a side tunnel teed off to the right, a circular shaft made of volcanic ash. She was staring into the side tunnel, puzzling our demigod friends. That's the way? Percy asked. Rachel shook her head. Not at all. Then why are we stopping? Annabeth clarified. Listen. It was Nico who answered. It was then where Percy stiffened. The breeze blew through the tunnel. And it was the aroma that scared him. The scent brought up bad memories. Eucalyptus. He muttered. The redolent odor made Annabeth slowly slip her hand into Naruto's. She almost lost something important that day. What surprised her too was Naruto's hand. It was cold and clammy, like it scared him too. At the touch of the blonde girl's hand, the boy calmed down a bit. No doubt about it. Naruto finally spoke. Mount Athres. I feel something evil down there, something powerful. Rachel said. Maybe just Atlas. Naruto guessed, and the smell of death. Nico added. Maybe not. Percy shot down Naruto's idea. I'll check it out. He then volunteered. Are you crazy? Naruto questioned. Look, Luke could be there. The son of Poseidon argued. Or Kronos. I have to find out what's going on. Annabeth hesitated. Then we'll all go. No, what if they got Nico or Rachel? He could use them. Percy asserted. I'll go, Naruto offered. We'll be quick. Annabeth took out her Yankees cap. At least take this. Percy put on the cap. Naruto activated his camouflage technique. Soon they were both on the way. Even before they left the tunnel, the growls and barks could be heard, the sea demons, the telekines. We have salvaged the blade, one said. The master will still reward us. Yes, yes, a second shrieked. Rewards beyond measure. Yeah? That's great, a human voice said. Now if you're done with me, no, half-blood. A telekine stopped him. You will help us present the blade. It is a great honor. Gee, thanks, the half-blood said. Wait, that voice. Naruto recognized. He was from the Hermes cabin. Percy racked his brain trying to remember, listening to the voice. The undetermined kid? The guy with an eye patch? Naruto nodded. With that, the pair crept to the end of the tunnel. A blast of cold air hit them as they emerged. Again, they stood atop the new base of operations of the Titans. Around 6 meters down, a pair of telekines were placing something long and thin on a piece of rock. "Careful, fool!" the telekine scolded. "One touch, and the blade will sever your soul." The now identified Ethan swallowed. "Maybe I'll let you unwrap it." As the two boys watched the events proceed, the sky swirled into a huge funnel cloud, the symbol of the sky trying to embrace the earth. Atlas was nowhere to be seen, but his groans could be heard in the distance as he labored under his burden. "There!" a telekine said. Reverently, he lifted the blade. The sight of the weapon was enough to turn even Naruto's blood to ice. It was a scythe, a 6-foot-long curved blade with a wooden handle wrapped in leather. The blade glinted in 2 colors, steel and bronze. It reminded Naruto of an old enemy's weapon of choice. There was no mistaking it. It was the same blade responsible for slicing the god of the sky to pieces. Now the weapon was reforged. "It must be sanctified in blood," the fish child stated. "And you, half-blood, will present it to our Lord when he awakens." Without thinking, Percy ran towards the fortress. Dashing through the dark foyer, he passed through black marble statues depicting the Titans who ruled before the gods. At the end of the room, between 2 bronze braziers, lay a golden sarcophagus, its lid more intricately designed than the body, and in the middle, inscribed in a language older than even ancient Greek, was the name of the commander of the enemy forces. He drew his trusty blade, giving but a sliver of comfort to his pounding pulses. He approached the dais, slowly, determined to stop the war before it even began. As soon as his fingers touched the coffin, they turned blue. Frost gathered on his fingertips. To make matters worse, the voices of the telekines could be heard approaching. It was now or never. He pushed back the lid with a boom. The voice halted, followed by 2 quiet thuds, giving him more confidence, but what he saw made his mind go haywire. Instead of the Time Lord in the coffin, there lay a mortal, dressed ordinarily, gray pants and a white t-shirt. One piece of his chest was missing, a clean black hole the size of a bullet where his heart should have been. His skin was pale. His hair was blonde, and there was a scar. A scar that ran along the left side of his face. It was Luke. Percy froze. Despite all the shit that Luke had done to the camp, he couldn't bring himself to bring his blade down on the man he once idolized. He was in so much shock that his body couldn't move. The footsteps stopped on the doorway to the room. "Where the hell did they go?" the familiar voice of the half-blood muttered. "Oh no!" He rushed to the sarcophagus in a panic. He studied his master and found that, other than the bullet hole, there was nothing wrong with his body. That gave him a sigh of relief. But it got him thinking. What did they mean when they said that he still requires me? Does he mean to kill me, or... He knelt in front of the coffin. "Lord Kronos, I am your newest recruit." Wait." The man with the eye patch looked around, surprised that there was anyone else in the area. "Intruder!" the boy shouted to any allies around. "No, wait. I'm a friend," Percy tried to reason. "We were bunkmates, remember?" The boy's eyes narrowed, trying to remember who the hell this intruder was. Then, he finally remembered. "You, Mr. Big Shot. So what do you want with a lowly underdetermined like me?" "It's not like that," Percy pleaded. "Kronos is going to destroy us all once he revives. Help me destroy him." "No! Easy for you to speak when the gods provided you with everything. What have the gods ever done for us, huh, Percy? Do you even know why I wear this eye patch?" Percy couldn't speak. "See? You have nothing to say. Kronos was right." Turning to the sarcophagus, he bowed reverently. "Lord Kronos, I, Ethan Nakamura, pledge my allegiance to you. I renounce the gods and everything they stand for." With his declaration, the building rumbled. A wisp of blue light rose from the floor at Ethan's feet. It drifted towards the coffin and began to shimmer, like a cloud of pure energy. Then, it descended upon the sarcophagus and completed the final piece needed for the Titan Lord's resurrection. Shortly, Luke bolted upright. It was Luke's face all right, but his eyes glowed pure golden light. His eyes fell upon Ethan with the curiosity of a newborn baby. His eyes then scanned the room until they met with Percy's own. A smile of recognition crept into Luke's face. "We meet at last, Percy Jackson." He spoke with Luke's voice, sharp like a razor blade. Although, there was another voice underneath, something horrible, something ancient and cold. Do you like my new form? Percy was still speechless. He couldn't move either. The Titan Lord threw his head back, laughing. The scar on his face rippled. Luke feared you, boy, the Crooked One said. His jealousy and hatred had been powerful tools. It kept him obedient. For that I thank you. Finally finding the nerve to fight, he lunged and plunged his blade straight to the thing's chest. To his shock and horror, the skin deflected his sword like it was made of pure steel. He looked at Percy with amusement. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he flew across the room. Outside, Naruto heard everything. He was shocked by Kronos' revival in his old mentor's body. He was saddened that one of his old bunkmates was the final piece needed by the Titan Lord. But he needed to push all that aside. He needed to gather nature energy for the upcoming fight. Just as he heard Percy blade clang against Kronos' rock-hard skin, he was ready. Seeing the Titan Lord flick Percy into the wall with unknown magic, he blitzed towards the battlefield before anyone could react. To his shock and horror, he felt himself move at a snail's pace. Literally, everything around the Titan Lord was moving very, very slowly. The Titan Lord smirked as he effortlessly moved out of the way of the blow aimed for his head. He then raised his hand and gave Naruto a punch that would send him flying into a wall. Damn, even with Sage Mode I felt that one. Naruto muttered under his breath despite the pain spreading throughout his whole body. Naruto Uzumaki. Kronos regarded his attacker. You could have been a good host if your blood wasn't tainted by them. Percy and Naruto rose to their feet. Their feet trembled, as if they were weak on their knees. Naruto spat. This Titan was sounding a lot like Orochimaru. Naruto raised his hands and entered a fighting stance. I could do this all day. I'm sure you would. Kronos smiled condescendingly. Kronos held out his hand. A scroll flew out of Naruto's pouch and flew into his hand. Don't think for a second that you could steal from me. You Uzumaki and your sealing techniques. The Time Lord clicked his tongue. The scroll floated in front of him and showed an unfamiliar pattern. He forced his essence into the sealing formula. His face contorted a bit from the encountered resistance, but it was futile in the end. Pretty soon, he was wielding his scythe, swinging it around as if enjoying the feel of having it in his hands again. He then slowly approached the two boys with a menacing glare. He was dangerously close when someone yelled, "Stop!" Something whizzed through the hair followed by a growl of pain. "Ow!" It was Luke's voice. The deep voice underneath was gone. More importantly, the two boys could feel that they could move normally again. "Let's scram!" Naruto called to his friend. Percy nodded and the two of them made a break for the doorway. There they ran into the three that they left at the entrance to the labyrinth. "Luke!" Annabeth stood frozen. "What?" There was no time. The voice of Kronos had once again resurfaced. "After them!" "No!" Nico yelled with resistance. Clapping his hands together, a jagged spire of rock erupted from the ground. The tremor it caused was so powerful the columns crumbled and the building came crashing down. Annabeth was frozen. Seeing Luke here of all places gave her a shock. There was no time to convince her to follow. In the heat of the moment, Naruto carried her bridal style. With that, they plunged into the labyrinth and kept running without looking back. They kept running until they couldn't no more. They only stopped when they were in a tunnel of white rock. There were no pursuers behind them, but they still did not feel safe. Percy and Naruto couldn't help but shiver at the memory of Luke and his deep, sinister voice. "I can't go any farther," Rachel gasped, hugging her chest. Naruto set Annabeth down onto the cold floor. She had been crying into the blonde boy's chest. The boy set her down gently onto the cavern floor. She then curled up into a ball and hugged her feet. Her sobs echoed in the tunnel. "That sucked," Nico said as he, himself, plopped down on his bottom. "Nah man, that was awesome," Naruto praised. "You saved our lives. You were taking too long." The boy rubbed his cheeks. Even if he did change, a little of his old personality was still there. "The girls believed you would mess things up somehow." "Hey!" Percy protested. "In our defense, that's not our fault." What happened, to Luke?" Annabeth finally spoke in between her sobs. "It's Kronos," Percy said. He explained everything he saw. He relayed the events of Ethan Nakamura and wisp of light that entered the body of their old friend. "That can't be true!" Annabeth widened her eyes. "I'm sorry, Annabeth," Percy apologized. "But he's gone." "He's not!" Annabeth said in denial of the events that happened. When the hairbrush hit him, for a second, Luke was there. I'm going to have to agree. Naruto sided with Annabeth. He turned to Annabeth. I didn't know Luke before meeting him, but you do. So, I'm going to trust you. If there's even a sliver of hope that he's in there, then there's a chance that we could save him. But, Percy tried to argue, but Naruto shook his head. Annabeth stared at him in awe. Naruto always had a way with words that could touch the heart of many. She lunged at him and wrapped him in a hug. Naruto! She sobbed into Naruto's face. Naruto caressed his friend's hair. Percy smiled. Hey, Annabeth, I'm sorry. He spoke up. Annabeth looked up from Naruto's chest. It's okay, sorry I snapped at you. This is good and all, but we need to move. Nico interjected. They all rose to their feet. So, where to? Rachel asked. Back to New York? Naruto nodded. In the next direction they took, Naruto and Percy froze. Near them, the beam of light fixed onto a clump of red fabric. It was a Rasta cap, a very familiar Rasta cap. Percy's hand trembled as he picked up the fabric. It seemed trampled by a muddy boot. After all they've gone through, they couldn't bear the thought of what happened to Grover. We're following them, Percy decided. But the camp, Nico pointed out. There's no time. Those who abandon their friends are even worse than scum. Naruto muttered under his breath, a lesson that was etched into his very being. Let's follow them. They forged on ahead, bracing for the worst. The tunnel was treacherous. It sloped at weird angles and was slimy with moisture. Half the time they were slipping more than they were walking. Finally, at the end of the slope, they found themselves in a large cave with huge stalagmite columns. Through the center of the room ran an underground river, and Tyson was sitting on the banks. Tyson! Percy called out. He was relieved to see his brother and friend. Percy! Tyson's eyes widened as he saw the rest of the party. Then his eyes widened when they fell to Nico. Nico! You're okay. I'm sorry for worrying you, Nico said. Anyway, what's going on? Why did you stop here? Right. Tyson got back to the matter at hand. Come quick! The group rushed over Tyson, who showed them to Grover, who was lying limp on the ground. Thankfully, he was just unconscious, revealed by the groan about enchiladas. Percy and Naruto sighed in relief. What happened? Percy asked. So many things. Snake woman, giants, large snake, large dog. Nico. Tyson listed off. Then Grover got excited. He ran. Then we reached this room and he fell like this. Did he say anything? Naruto followed up the question. He said we're close. Then he hit his head on the rocks. Tyson pointed out. Naruto stifled a laugh, but he knelt next to Naruto. He gathered chakra to his palm, which hurt like hell, and he placed it on the satyr's head. The goat man groans turned to moans of relief from the pain and injuries disappearing. His face was relaxed now, but he was still unconscious. Knowing Grover's old habits, Annabeth scooped up some icy cold water. His eyes fluttered awake. He looked around at the worried faces looking at him, some familiar, others new. Percy, Annabeth. His eyes fell to the son of Hades. Nico! He scrambled to his feet and hugged the boy. You're okay. I was lucky they took me to them, Nico explained. Grover's eyes opened. His eyes fell on Naruto, whose features had changed. Grover quickly let go of Nico and grabbed Naruto. You! Grover fangirled over Naruto. That's the energy I felt. I can sense it coming from you. But I didn't do anything, the said boy protested. More importantly, where is he? After some quick introductions, they followed the direction Grover was referring to. They waded through waist-deep water despite the freezing cold temperature. Lucky for Percy, he could will himself to stay dry, but the others weren't so lucky. To help a little bit, Naruto exuded an aura which reminded the people of a hearth or a warm fireplace in the winter. It was an ability that he discovered not too long ago when he was experimenting with Hestia's blessing. I think we're in Carlsbad Caverns, an unexplored section, Annabeth pointed out as she tried to get as close to Naruto as possible. Isn't that in New Mexico? Naruto asked. That would explain Grover's episode last winter. Soon they were out of the water. Crystal pillars loomed overhead. Naruto's head started to hurt. The nature energy was more potent here, even the mortals and non-nature-attuned demigods could feel it now. They can even smell the scent of forests, flowers, and a warm summer day. They entered a cave. The walls were studded with crystals, red, green, and blue. In the strange light, beautiful plants grew, giant orchids, star-shaped flowers, vines bursting with orange and purple berries that crept among the crystals. The cave floor was covered with green moss. Overhead, the ceiling was higher than a cathedral, sparkling like a galaxy of stars. In the center of the cave stood a Roman-style bed, gilded wood shaped like a curlew, with velvet cushions. Animals lounged around it, but they were animals that shouldn't have been alive. There was a dodo bird, something that looked like a cross between a wolf and a tiger, a huge rodent like the mother of all guinea pigs, and roaming behind the bed, picking berries with its trunk, was a woolly mammoth. The group approached the bed. There lay an old satyr. His sky-blue eyes watched them as they neared. The hair around his body was white. His horns were enormous, glossy brown and curved. Around his neck hung a set of reed pipes. "Lord Pan!" Grover fell to a knee on the foot of the bed. "Grover, my dear brave satyr! I have waited a long time for you." The god smiled kindly. "I got lost, sir," Grover apologized. Pan laughed. It was like the breeze of the springtime, a truly wonderful sound. The animals around him stirred. The tiger wolf sighed and rested his head on the god's knee. The dodo bird pecked affectionately at the god's hooves, making a strange sound in the back of its bill, almost like it was humming. After the brief chuckle, the weariness returned to his face. He looked tired. His form shimmered as if he was made of mist. "Your dodo bird, it's singing," Percy said stupidly. The god's eyes twinkled. "Ah yes, that's Dee, my little actress. You have the most beautiful place," Annabeth praised. "It's better than any building ever built." "I'm glad you like it, dear," Pan said. "It is one of the last pockets of wild places left on Earth. My realm is gone. Only pockets remain, tiny pieces of life. This one shall lay undisturbed, for a little longer, Pan-sama, your power," Naruto said. "I thank you for your aid." "Ah, Naruto Uzumaki. It is rare for humans to become sages." Pan regarded the sage who was brimming with his own power. "No, I thank you for still having an interest in nature. It was the least I can do for you, young sage." "Lord Pan," Grover interjected, "you must come back with me. The elders will never believe it. They will be overjoyed. You can save the wild." Pan ruffled the young satyr's head. "You are so young, Grover. So good and true. I think I chose well." "Chose?" Grover said. "I don't understand." Pan's image flickered. The giant guinea pig scuttled under the bed with a terrified squeal. The woolly mammoth grunted nervously. Dee stuck her head under her wing. Then Pan reformed, like he was keeping himself from disappearing with sheer willpower alone. "I have slept for many eons," the god said forlornly. "My dreams have been dark. I wake fitfully, and each time, the waking is shorter. Now my end is near." "What?" Grover cried. "But you're here, my dear satyr," Pan said. 2,000 years ago, I tried to tell the world. Lysis, a satyr very much like you, announced it to the world, to spread the word. He lived in Ephesos, you know. The old story?" Annabeth's eyes widened. "A sailor passing by the coast of Ephesos heard a voice crying from the shore, 'Tell them the great god Pan is dead.'" "But that wasn't true," Grover said. "Your kind never believed it." Pan smiled. "You sweet, stubborn satyrs refused to accept my passing. And I love you for that, but you only delayed the inevitable. You only prolonged my long, painful passing, my dark twilight sleep. It must end." "No!" Grover's voice trembled. "Dear Grover," Pan said, "you must accept the truth. Your companion Nico, he understands." Nico nodded slowly. "He's dying. He should have died long ago. This is more like a memory. But gods can't die," Grover said. "Unfortunately, my dear satyr, immortals can fade," Pan said. "When everything they stood for is gone. When they cease to have power, and their sacred places disappear. The wild, my dear Grover, is so small now, so shattered, that no god can save it. My realm is gone." "Pan-sama, if I may," Naruto interrupted him. "You may just very well recover. The elemental nations are brimming with life. You will live on for another day and perhaps, dear sage, thank you for thinking thus far." Pan smiled. "But what you are suggesting, it is impossible." I would be encroaching on the territory of another god, it would risk war. Naruto was puzzled. There was no written record of any war as far back as the myths would go. But I must go, Pan affirmed. And as my dying wish, I need you to carry a message. You must go back to the council. You must tell the satyrs, and the dryads, and the other spirits of nature that the great god Pan is dead. Tell them of my passing. Because they must stop waiting for me to save them. I cannot. The only salvation you must make yourself. Each of you must take up my calling. His eyes scanned the humans in the room. The group watched in mourning at the exchange. It was then Naruto realized that he was not only telling this to Grover but to all of them, both half-bloods and humans alike. Percy Jackson, the god said. I know what you have seen today. I know your doubts. But I give you this news, when the time comes, you will not be ruled by fear. He turned to Annabeth. Daughter of Athena, your time is coming. You will play a great role, though it may not be the role you imagined. Then he looked at Tyson. Master Cyclops, do not despair. Heroes rarely live up to our expectations. But you, Tyson, your name shall live among the Cyclopes for generations. It was Naruto's turn. I sense great power within you. Do not fear it. This power is not evil, only misunderstood. Soon you will know what I mean. As you come to terms with your own power, receive my blessing, as my great aunt Hestia had done. And Miss Rachel Dare. Rachel flinched when he said her name. She backed up like she was guilty of something, but Pan only smiled. He raised his hand in a blessing. I know you believe you cannot make amends, he said. But you are just as important as your father. You are destined for great things. I know it might not seem like it now, but the opportunities will present themselves. Do not falter. Rachel faltered. A tear traced her cheek. Finally he turned back toward Grover. My dear satyr, Pan said kindly, will you carry my message? I can't. You can, Pan said. You are the strongest and the bravest. Your heart is true. You have believed in me more than anyone ever has, which is why you must bring the message, and why you must be the first to release me. I don't want to. I know, the god said. But did you know my name, Pan? Originally it meant rustic. But over the years it has come to mean all. The spirit of the wild must pass to all of you now. You must tell each one you meet, if you would find Pan, take up Pan's spirit. Remake the wild, a little at a time, each in your own corner of the world. You cannot wait for anyone else, even a god, to do that for you. Grover wiped his eyes. Then slowly he stood. I've spent my whole life looking for you. Now, I release you. Pan smiled. Thank you, dear satyr. My final blessing. He closed his eyes, and the god dissolved. White mist divided into wisps of energy. It filled the room. A curl of smoke went straight into everyone's mouths. The animals gave our heroes a sad look. Didi the dodo sighed. Then they all turned gray and crumbled to dust. The vines withered. And pretty soon, they were alone in a dark cave, with an empty bed. Percy switched on his flashlight. Grover took a deep breath. Are you okay? Naruto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He looked older and sadder. He took his cap from Annabeth, brushed off the mud, and stuck it firmly on his curly head. We should go now, he said, and tell them. The great god Pan is dead. Chapter 18, The Battle of the Labyrinth Part 1. It was the fastest traveling Naruto had done in his whole life. Thanks to Rachel Elizabeth Dare, the party had made it back to Times Square. Despite the quick run through the labyrinth, they still felt like they ran 3,000 kilometers from New Mexico. After the marathon, they emerged from the Marriott basement and burst through the main doors into the streets. It was surreal to be in New York again. After experiencing the hidden gem that Carlsbad, New Mexico held, the concrete jungle all but felt like fantasy. Speaking of fantasy. Whoa! They're beautiful! Rachel squealed in delight as a flock of Pegasi descended from the sky, swooping through the skyscrapers with Blackjack in the lead. Yo, boss! Naruto's mind translated. You're alive! Of course! I'm lucky that way! Percy puffed out his chest. Hey, we need a ride back to camp. That's my specialty! Blackjack bragged. Oh hey! You have the Cyclops with you! Guido, you up for this? Naruto could swear he could hear the said Pegasus grumble about a bad back. Not a long time later, The group were saddled up and ready to go. Well, everyone except Rachel. Percy didn't know what to say. I guess this is it. Rachel spoke for the boy. Naruto cleared his throat, getting the two teens' attention. This gave Percy the confidence to speak. He smiled. Thanks for guiding us. We couldn't have done it without you. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Rachel returned the smile. Except for maybe almost dying, and Pan. Her voice faltered. Hey Red, Naruto interjected, irking Rachel for a bit. Pen mentioned something about your dad. We've been through a lot already. If it's not too much to ask, what does he mean? Rachel sighed. He was right. These people mean a lot to her already. They've been precious people to her. It wouldn't hurt telling them the truth. Well, Dad's kind of a famous business, she said, twisting the strap of her backpack. What? The whole group mouths hang open at the revelation. Why you mean you're rich? Percy asked in surprise. Well, yeah. That's how you got the chauffeur to drop everything, Annabeth stated. Yes, Rachel confirmed. I was ashamed to meet Pan, you know. Because my dad, he's a land developer. He buys up plots of land and transforms them into subdivisions or shopping centers. It made me feel like I contributed to Pan's demise. Hey, Naruto jumped down from his Pegasus and placed a hand on her shoulder. You and your dad are completely different people. You can't blame yourself for something your dad did. But that's not the whole of it. Rachel shook her head. I don't like to talk about my family. I didn't want you to know. I'm sorry I said anything. No, Percy said. It's cool. Look, you were awesome. You bravely led us through the maze even though we warned you that there was a risk of dying along the way. Heck, you even saved our lives with whatever it is you threw when Kronos was about to kill us. Bottom line is, I don't care about what your dad does. All I know is you're Rachel Elizabeth Dare, a brave girl and our guide. That's all I'm going to judge you on. Wow, Percy, that means a lot to me. Rachel wiped off some tears that had been forming at the side of her eyes. Well, if you ever want to hang out with a mortal again, you could call me. Sure. Naruto elbowed the boy. I mean, sure. I'd like that. My number's not in the yellow pages, you know. No, I got it. On your hand? I kinda memorized it. Rachel's smile deepened. She was a lot happier now. I guess I'll see you later. Go save the world for me, okay? She started to walk off. Hey! Naruto called out. Catch! Surprisingly, Rachel caught it without hurting herself. It was a tri-pronged kunai in a sheath. What's this? You're open to the world of gods and monsters now. Use it to defend yourself or a way for us to get to you in a jiffy when things get hairy. She studied the kunai and the intricate symbols she couldn't decipher. I'll keep it safe. Naruto nodded and watched her disappear, oblivious with the small glare a certain daughter of Athena was giving her. As she disappeared into the crowds, he climbed onto his own horse. So, Nico, Percy said as he mounted Blackjack. Are you ready to see Bianca again? I don't know. Nico looked down. Will she hate me for disappearing like that? Or for everything I did? Hey, you don't have to worry. She's pretty worried about you. She's waiting for you to come home. Naruto clarified. We have a camp to defend, if it's too much to ask you boys, Annabeth said with irritation, but her voice softened when she turned to Nico. The sooner we leave, the sooner we get to Nico. Nico looked up confidently now. Alright, I'm ready. Naruto gave out a determined look and declared. YOSH! Let's go! Camp Half BLOD. The party landed in the middle of the cabin area. The once bustling area of the camp was now empty, almost. The only ones there were Chiron, Silenus, and a pair of Apollo campers. As the group dismounted, Nico, in particular, met eyes with one of the campers. He felt a small shock in his system that he shook off in favor of the matter at hand. The group didn't get a chance to rest. They reported everything that happened on their last excursion into the maze, from Quintus being deadless and his betrayal to Kronos rising from Tartarus. They expected the activities director to be surprised with the news, but he was completely stoic, like he already anticipated all this happening. I feared as much, Chiron said. We must hurry. Hopefully you have slowed down the Titan army, but their vanguard will still be upon us soon. They will be anxious for blood. Most of our defenders are already in place. Wait a moment! Silenus cut in. What of the search for Pan? Grover, you are 3 weeks overdue. Your searcher's license has been revoked. Those licenses don't matter anymore. Lisa's was right. The great god Pan is dead. He has passed on and left us his spirit, Grover said confidently, surprising Naruto and Percy. They have never seen their best friend stand up for himself before. It made them proud. What did you say? Silena's temper rose from the declaration. I will have you exiled for spouting such sacrilege. I vouch for him. Naruto spoke up. We were all there. We witnessed his passing. Lies. You are all liars and nature destroyers. Silenus fumed. We will speak of this later, Chiron said after studying Grover's face. The pot-bellied goat stomped his feet. No. We will speak of this now. We will, Silenus. Chiron called out with a hint of anger in his voice. It was the first time the campers heard the centaur do this. My camp is under attack. Pan's case has waited 2,000 years. I fear it must wait a little longer. Now, if you want to get devoured by monsters, by all means, do what you want. Without waiting for a response from the shocked satyr, he readied his bow and galloped towards the battlefield. Bianca. Nico reluctantly approached the armory. He was told his sister was there, gathering some gear for the upcoming skirmish. The said girl perked up at the mention of her name. Nico? She whirled around. There stood her long-lost brother. Tears welled from her eyes. Look, Bianca, He didn't even get to begin his apology. Bianca rushed to him and wrapped him in a warm hug. Nico. She sobbed. I never thought I would see you again. I thought. She couldn't bring herself to say the words. Every time I would see those dreams, I couldn't watch. I'm sorry for worrying you, Bianca, Nico said. He slowly melted into his sister's embrace. The two broke the hug. Bianca looked at her brother sternly. You better be. I mean, look at you. Your skin's so pale. Have you been living underground? And you're so thin. Have been skipping meals. And Nico hugged her once more. Despite how much he hated her sister nagging him all the time, he somehow missed it after all their time apart. I know, he said. Look, I should have trusted my friends more. I shouldn't have listened to some shady ghost. But it's okay now. I'm staying here with you and our friends. Bianca smiled. Hey, I heard you learned a couple of tricks while you were away. How's about a little spar after we survive this attack? Sheesh, you sound like Naruto all of a sudden, Nico joked. Sure, I'll take you up on that. The two siblings bantered with each other the way they always did in the past, but their reunion was short-lived as the ground rumbled. They looked toward the direction of Zeus's fist. The Naruto had not seen war in his lifetime, but he figured this was how it would feel like, a preview for the upcoming war. This was the biggest military operation he had ever seen at camp. Everyone was dressed in full battle armor, but this time it wasn't for capture the flag. The labyrinth entrance was dotted with traps, ranging from Hephaestus' cabin patented traps to elaborate elemental nation-style traps. There were a pair of catapults manned by the cabin's counselor. Clarice was on the front lines barking orders to the Ares cabin. Apollo and Hermes' cabins served as the long-range fighters. The Athena campers were directing operations from a command tent. Surprisingly, the Aphrodite cabin were eager to join the defense, while the twin sons of Dionysus provided refreshments, but they were ready for battle too. Even the nature spirits were ready to defend their homes. Naruto met up with his sensei at the command tent with Annabeth. Are they ready, sensei? They are, Kakashi said. I drilled my teachings into them. I'm surprised you convinced the Aphrodite cabin to do anything at all, Naruto commented, seeing the said campers dressed for battle. Your sisters can be very good motivation for them. Kakashi kept it at that. Do you think we can win? Naruto asked. My, odd for you to be so down. Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow. You're usually the positive one. You don't understand, sensei. I have seen their army. They outnumber us 3-1, plus the Titan aren't bound by the restrictions the gods have. Their leader almost killed me. If he leads this attack, I have been in your position countless times already, Naruto. Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder. Fighting overwhelming armies or fighting an opponent you cannot hope to defeat. The battle outcome will largely depend on how you fight with your team. That is why the first thing I drilled into you was teamwork. Believe me, Naruto, doubt will be your greatest enemy. And most of all, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. With that pep talk, the enemies decided to attack. A dozen Laestrygonian giants, or as Tyson knows as Canadians, burst out of the ground with deafening battle cries. They were wielding tree trunks as clubs and flattened cars as shields. One of the giants bellowed and smashed through the Ares phalanx. "Gotta go, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto told his sensei. Naruto dashed to the front lines, aiding the Ares campers. The Laestrygonian fell into a heap as the blonde shoved them to the side with pure power alone. "Hey!" Naruto greeted the daughter of Ares. "Need help?" "Blondie," Clarice greeted. "No time for banter," Naruto said. "We gotta get your siblings to safety." When he landed in the medical tent, an Apollo camper noticed his features. "When did you?" "I don't know." Naruto shook his head. "But I'm thinking this is thanks to Pan." "Fire!" Charles Beckendorf ordered. The catapults swung into action. The giants who were only just starting to recover were smashed on the chest and pelted with a dozen arrows. Around a couple vaporized into golden dust. Just when they were about to be overwhelmed, the Dracini surged out of the entrance. This was short-lived though, as the traps managed to thin out the crowd. But that wasn't the end of it. The Titan Lord's army poured out into the battlefield. "Hold!" Naruto ordered. "But," Clarice tried to argue, but Naruto shushed her. His hands blurred into hand signs. After landing on the ram's seal, he slammed both hands on the ground. "Kuchios no jutsu!" he yelled. 2 puffs of smoke were produced from the jutsu. "Naruto boy, it has been a while since you called." The voice of an old frog spoke as the smoke dissipated. "You rarely call, what is it?" This time it was an old female voice. "No time, Fukusuka-sensei, Shima-sensei," Naruto said. "Look, we got just the right jutsu." Fukusuka jumped up on Naruto's shoulder, followed by his wife. The 3 sages clapped their hands together and said in unison, "Senpu, Goemon!" Wind, fire, and oil spewed from the mouths of the 3, covering the battlefield in burning oil. The screams of monsters could be heard as they boiled to death in the inferno. Fortunately, this wave did not contain any half-bloods. The next wave appeared as soon as the monsters disintegrated. "Another round, Naruto-kun?" Shima asked. Naruto shook his head. "We can't kill the other half-bloods." "I guess it's time then." Naruto took a deep breath. "Charge!" Both sides clashed. The campers were really thankful for the hellish training they had been through. They remembered every bruise, every time they were out of breath, and every ache their body had to endure after every day with that sadist. And they were doing well. Monsters dissolved with every arrow, with every slash of their celestial bronze. The hostile demigods, though, couldn't bring themselves to harm them. Despite how good they were doing, they were still outnumbered. Naruto's estimation was way off. More poured from the entrance. Despite the fatigue, the campers rallied. This was going to be a long day. The nature spirits joined in the fight with their wooden cudgels and shields made of tree bark. The satyrs danced around the attacks of hellhounds while dryads shot out arrows and nature magic. They were doing pretty well. That was when one telekine shot a flaming arrow into the woods. They scattered for fear of burning down the forests. Dracee broke out from the formation and headed straight for the panicking nature spirits. Percy and Naruto looked on with fear as they saw the snake women charge straight for them. Just then, Nico suddenly erupted from the shadows and stabbed one of the snake women in the neck. Bianca subsequently came out of the woods. She wore a leather jacket with an omega at the back. She ran into one of the snake women and defeated her after a short skirmish. "That was cool, Nico! Where'd you learn how to do that?" Nico looked sheepish from the praise of his own sister. "It's some trick I picked up. I can teach you if you want." The snake women hissed at them. "Hold that thought." Bianca readied her weapon. Nico turned to monsters and brandished a 3-foot-long sword as black as night. The monsters and nature spirits alike shuffled nervously. He stabbed the sword into the ground. A fissure opened up right in front of the Dracini. Different corpses climbed out from the break in the ground. U.S. revolutionaries, Roman centurions, Napoleonic cavalry on skeletal horses. The corpses drew their swords and engaged. Nico, himself, crumpled to the ground. Bianca rushed worriedly towards her brother's side. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," Nico wheezed, as he tried to catch his breath. "That move always drains me. I just need to catch my breath." More clashes came from the main battle regimen. Bianca looked to the others. "Rest up. The battle's not close to done." Percy Jackson was heated in this battle. His home was targeted by the forces of the Titan Lord. He had to make sure that none of the family he had in this camp would be taken from him. He broke through the enemy defenses. He was like a storm. None of the monsters could match him, even the giants. He weaved through the stomps given to him by the monsters more than twice his size and slashed at the legs, causing the giants. The monster fell to the ground and finally dissolved into dust. After dispatching his opponent, he saw a hellhound break through the skeletal warrior's guard and bounded straight for the satyrs. One satyr danced around the attack, but the attack was relentless. The next satyr was slower and managed to fall on his butt. Fortunately, he raised his tree bark shield to defend himself, which broke under the hellhound's maw. It was about to go on for a second attack, but "Hey!" our hero yelled, getting its attention. The hellhound turned to him. Percy gulped. "Well, I got his attention," he muttered to himself. "Now what?" Seeing the new target, the dog charged straight at him. It jumped straight to snap at Percy's face. The son of Poseidon was agile though. He bent backwards as far as he could to avoid getting his head bitten off. Before he could even get out a sigh of relief, the hound changed course and bounded for him again. He was smarter this time. His fingers grasped the vial of Greek fire and tossed it inside the hellhound's maw. The dog stopped in its tracks and coughed. The vial of liquid was stuck in its throat. It gagged further, trying to clear its airway. Then it swallowed. Its throat was now clear. The hound snarled at Percy. The boy readied his sword. But the dog burst into flames. Percy let out the sigh of relief he was holding. He moved to check the downed satyr. Before he could do so, Grover called out to him. "Percy!" He turned to the direction of his best friend. Flames danced in the sunlight as they lit the forest on fire. Some of the fire arrows had gotten through the defenses and started a forest fire. Oh no! With that final thought, Percy rushed to the scene. Kakashi dashed through the battlefield where his students fought. He hadn't seen so many monsters in one place in his whole life, or he hasn't seen any monsters at all in his life. So he felt quite overwhelmed. He smiled underneath his mask. He was proud. All around him, his students were doing pretty well. They could handle themselves pretty well in a fight. The worst that happened was an injury or two from a stray arrow or a wild slash, but they will live. He was interrupted from his thoughts as a giant's fist pounded on the ground he was standing. "Mr. Kakashi!" Annabeth yelled as she watched their camp counselor get crushed into the ground. Then, the sound of crackling lightning came out of nowhere and sliced the Laestrygonian's arm clean off. This gave her a sigh of relief. "Whoa! That's a jutsu from Naruto's teammate," Annabeth pointed out. "Actually, it is my original jutsu," Kakashi said as he walked up to the girl. "I taught it to him. It's a long story actually. I'll ask you more later," Annabeth said. With a nod, Kakashi moved on. Despite how well they were doing, that did not change the fact that the campers were severely outnumbered. They really meant to wipe the camp off the map. The next wave of enemies then emerged from the labyrinth entrance. They had Sound Nin now, a lot of Sound Nin. They didn't look like the humans who attacked the Leaf Village, no. It looked like the Snake Man modified them. They were so modified that they didn't look quite human anymore. In the earlier group, he only knocked out the hostile half-bloods as per orders from Chiron. This time he didn't hesitate. His lightning crackled in his fist as he plowed through the grotesque-looking shinobi with his lightning. After dispatching a group of the monster-human hybrids, Kakashi dodged to the left as a snake rushed past the trees. Right then and there he knew who he was going to face. "Orochimaru, I was wondering when you would show up," Kakashi spoke. The snakes retracted. From the trees came an old enemy, just not who he was thinking. It was Kabuto, but different. His skin was white and scaly around his left arm. To be fair, when you think of snakes, you think of Orochimaru. "I'm flattered you would think that." Kabuto slowly revealed himself. "But not quite at all." "So you've finally decided to become your master," Kakashi answered. "That wasn't the plan." The bookworm snapped at the Jonin. "That traitor killed him." "Traitor?" Kakashi asked calmly. Kabuto sent another wave of snakes at the masked Jonin. With a lightning-infused kunai, Kakashi plowed through them. "Fine." Kabuto produced a sword. It was Orochimaru's signature weapon. "If you won't go down easily." Kakashi produced a blade of his own, a memento from the past. With that, the two charged. Two toads screeched at the enemy, stopping a giant in its tracks. Naruto appeared at head level, the monster not even noticing him. He sent a senjutsu-enhanced punch straight at the giant's face. The monster fell flat on his back, crushing the unfortunate Dracini that weren't able to get out of the way. The luckier monsters hissed. They readied their blades and charged. The blonde was amazed with the speed at which he gathered nature chakra. Whatever it was Pan had done to him, it worked wonders. And it had an extra effect as well. The nature spirits bravely rallied around him. His aura gave them courage. Lord Naruto. One satyr bowed in front of him. Thank you, Lord? Naruto raised an eyebrow. But I'm not. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Another one of the Hephaestus cabin traps exploded. Their battle was far from order. Your orders, Lord? The satyr asked. Rally to me. Naruto didn't bother to correct the satyr with the title he was given. They charged. Naruto passed one of the Dionysus kids. He caught one giant's arm that was about to flatten him. Pollux! You okay? Naruto asked. The demigod son of Dionysus opened his eyes to see Naruto barely struggling against the weight of the fist. I thought I was done for. Can't let anyone die here. Naruto gave him a million what smiled the way Guy-sensei would. Right, I'll buy you a drink later once this is all over. Pollux saluted back and got back to the carnage. Naruto threw an explosive tag at the giant in front of him. The monster exploded into guts and blood, spraying nature spirits and monsters alike. Just then, the ground shook, followed by a loud screech. That didn't sound good. Even the monsters froze in the spot with the horrible sound they heard. Soon after, Camp shot out of Zeus's fist and hovered into the sky. It scanned the battlefield as if looking for something or someone. She screeched again, sensing the chakra that destroyed her days ago. Even around the monsters and satyrs, Naruto knew that he met eyes with her. He sighed. He'd been unlucky with the monster he has slain lately. They'd been fast reformers, or something was letting them out too early. In any case, it was round 2. He cracked his neck and his muscles. He raised his hands and entered the Taijutsu stance of the 2 green beasts of Konoha. With full energy, he yelled, You want me? Come and get me. Chapter 19, The Battle of the Labyrinth Part 2. Percy's eyes widened as the fire crackled, threatening to consume the trees, including the wood nymphs' homes. As a son of the sea god, Percy saw it his duty to put out the fire. He dashed through duels, stabbing Dracini and hellhounds that dared get in his way. He had to act fast. His problem, the nearest source of water, the creek, the boundary line of the various Capture the Flag games, was nearly a kilometer away. Sighing, he concentrated. He felt the familiar tug in his gut that came with a roar in his ears. Soon, a wall of water came dousing the flames. Juniper and Grover spat out water, completely drenched in water. They looked at Percy with a grateful look. Thanks, Percy! Then, they turned their gaze to the battlefield. They looked really, really angry. Grover brandished his cudgel and Juniper raised his stick, looking like she wanted to tan someone's backside. They charged. Kakashi faced off against Kabuto, Kusanagi against Tanto. Kakashi's left eye blazed as it studied as it aided him in this fight. Sparks flew as the 2 blades met in the middle of the battlefield. Kakashi had to be careful in this fight. Orochimaru's blade would leave his own blade in pieces. He somersaulted backwards as snakes converged upon him. He landed on one knee quite a distance from Kabuto, but the snakes enlarged and kept coming. Kakashi's hands flew into hand signs. He placed his hand on the ground and a wall of earth erupted from the ground. The giant snake had slammed onto the wall, leaving cracks, but it still held strong. Very good, Kabuto praised. You have not lost your touch, Umbu Captain. Kabuto was almost caught off guard as a pair of hands grabbed his legs, almost. The bookworm leapt into the air and stabbed the Kusanagi into the ground. He looked around. He knew that his opponent would not go down that easily. Without warning, Kakashi threw the leaf whirlwind at Kabuto. The after tried to raise his arm to guard, but the force was enough to push him back. The sudden attack caught him by surprise that he wasn't able to reinforce his arm to resist the heavy blow. The 4-eyed Kusagakure shinobi sent his chakra into his hand. He felt his hand mending. Unfortunately for him, Kakashi didn't let up with the attack. The Jonin engaged him in hand-to-hand combat. Kabuto desperately tried to defend. Then Kabuto smirked. A snake lashed out at Kakashi as their hands were locked at an impasse, pushing each other for dominance. Then, Kabuto's eyes widened as Kakashi seemingly disappeared into thin air in front of him, only to receive a boot on his jaw, sending him flying into the air, a classic Guy and Lee move. Kabuto was in a daze from the concussion he just received. The snakes were restless, waiting for their master to come back to his senses. With the dancing leaf shadow, the son of the White Fang appeared behind him. Kakashi wrapped the bookworm in bandages that appeared out of nowhere. They spun rapidly as they fell to the ground. Their crash flattened a few monsters who decided it was a good idea to butt into a high-level shinobi fight. Kakashi cracked his neck. Opening the first gate left his muscles sore. Kabuto lay there unmoving, but Kakashi had his guard up. Now that Kabuto had almost taken his master's image, he would be as persistent as the snake. Just as he expected, the ground cracked beneath him. His body was surrounded with lightning chakra, giving him a protective sphere. The snakes that tried to snap at him were shredded to pieces. Kakashi reached out, managing a small slice on Kabuto's hand as he tried to defend. Kabuto leapt back to safety. "Oh no you don't," Kakashi said as he unfurled the scroll and lined it with his own blood. Summoning Jutsu! A trail of cracked ground made its way to Kabuto, like a shark stalking its prey except it was on land. The target studied the trail made by whatever it is Kakashi summoned. It stopped in its tracks, making Kabuto wary. He didn't expect 5 different dogs to burst out the ground and sink their teeth into his flesh. Kakashi heaved out a sigh. He was almost out of chakra. The Sharingan has taken a lot out of him. He weaved through a few more hand signs. He held out his hand and gathered chakra in his palm. "You're done," Kakashi spat. He dashed forward, stabbing jutsu into his opponent's chest. There was no blood. Kabuto's body actually felt like scales. Damn it, he actually escaped. He moved to pursue the rogue shinobi, but he wasn't able. He fell flat on his back, unable to move. "Kakashi!" Pakin's gruff voice made sure that his summoner was still okay. He breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that the Jonin was still breathing. "You've overexerted yourself with the Sharingan again. Mr. Kakashi!" Selena ran over to their teacher when she saw him collapsed on the ground. "He'll be fine," Pakin tried to say, not knowing about the language barrier. Selena turned to the dog, who was speaking in an unknown language. Her eyes were almost like heart shapes as she saw the Niken. "You're so cute!" She fussed over the summoning animal, picking him up and hugging him tight. The other dogs snickered at Pakin's predicament. "Don't just stand there," he scolded. "Get this human to put me down!" They poofed back to their home to avoid the daughter of Aphrodite's attention. "Triators," Pakin grumbled to himself. She was giving the Niken some love for about 5 minutes when he heard Kakashi cough. "Mr. Kakashi!" Silena's attention moved to his new camp counselor. "You should put down Pakin," Kakashi said weakly. "He doesn't like being fussed over like that." "Oh, all right." She reluctantly relented. She went back to the matter at hand. "Are you all right, Mr. Kakashi?" "I'm just out of chakra," the Jonin said as he rested his head back. "Can you help me back to the big house?" Just as Silena was about to help their camp counselor up, the ground shook. A horrible, deafening shriek was heard throughout the battlefield. Camp shot out of Zeus's fist and hovered over the battlefield. "Great! Enemy reinforcements!" Naruto stood his ground as the ancient Cyclops torturer shrieked at him challengingly. Luna landed beside him after taking out her fair share of monsters. She barked in response to the hovering monsters' challenge. Camp shrieked again and dive-bombed the battlefield through foe and friendlies alike. She didn't care. She had a one-track mind. All she wanted was revenge on the blonde that dared to send her to Tartarus. The blonde ran towards Camp. The two met each other head-on. A small shockwave was formed, pushing everyone in the vicinity back just from the force. Naruto was surprised. The ancient jailer was somehow stronger this time. The two engaged again. They took turns getting thrown back. Luna was able to get a few hits in, but she was also sent flying by the superior fighting abilities that the jailer had gathered throughout the millennia. It was about even. Camp couldn't pierce the blonde's skin. Naruto couldn't get a hit in with the monster's newfound agility. Naruto rose to his feet again. The campers around him were on their last legs. Sure, they had more skills now, but they were still humans after all. Fatigue was beginning to set in, and the Titan army was beginning to push them back. The blonde gritted his teeth. He was angry. He was about to lose his home and the friends he had made in it, friends that accepted him for who he is. He was pissed off now. Naruto dropped on all fours. Red bubbling energy began to form around the blonde. "Everyone, get away!" Kakashi's voice warned the campers. They didn't need to be told twice. That wasn't the end of this though. More power poured from Naruto, his skin started to peel off. The shroud was not looking more fox-like now with blood-red skin. My escape. Back so soon? Kurama chided the blonde who was nearly overtaken by the fox's hatred. Naruto stood there unmoving. His scara started turning black, the same as the dark Naruto he had conquered before. Not receiving a response, he continued. Here you thought you've conquered your darkness. Your darkness is but a puddle in the pool of hatred I possess. Now tear off the seal, show them what real power feels like. The humanoid fox roared at the camp. By the gods. Chiron muttered. Camp watched the fox-like being in the place of the blonde she was previously fighting. For some reason, she felt fear. It felt like a small piece of a very old power. The fox blurred. It raked its claws into Camp's face. The monster scrambled to escape. But the fox was relentless. It created a giant arm and slammed him back. The camp landed on the medical tent and flattened it. Athena campers scrambled to get out of the way. Naruto. The campers called out to their friend. They were scared of the unknown power that made their friend lose control, but at the same time they were concerned. Will Naruto get out of this alive or will they lose him? The attacks didn't let up. Camp was mangled and battered to a pulp. She was here for revenge, but now she wanted nothing more than to return to Tartarus. Golden ichor poured out of her wounds and hematoma dotted her body. The fox stood on top of her, an orb forming on its mouth. Kakashi's eyes widened. He had witnessed the Nine Tails attack in his childhood. He knew the destructive capacity of that attack, and how his sensei based his signature jutsu off of it. Stop him! Kakashi managed to yell as he was supported by the Aphrodite cabin counselor. Just then, an arrow whizzed past the fox's head, distracting it from creating the jutsu. The campers turned to see Talia Grace notching an arrow and taking aim. This is Naruto, I presume? The lieutenant of the hunt asked without her eyes leaving her target. Kakashi nodded. The fox has taken control of him. He's in there, but we need to force the fox back into its cage. How exactly will I do that? Talia looked to the camp counselor. Kakashi struggled to reach into his ninja pouch. He provided a piece of paper which made the hunter's eyebrow rise. Did you just give me a piece of paper? She clarified. It's a seal. Kakashi explained. Just put it on Naruto's head and it will do its work. Okay, I will trust you, Talia said. She turned back to Naruto, who just punched a hole through Camp's chest. Zoe, take half of the campers and go and assist the camp to clear out the monsters. The rest of you, with me. Yes, Lieutenant. Zoe led the way. To me. The hunters charged, bolstering the camp's ranks. Talia let her arrow fly. The fox roared and an invisible force stopped the arrow in its tracks. More arrows flew to distract the beast. Talia rushed towards Naruto. The fox slammed its hands on the ground. Massive hands threatened to crush the hunters. They were nimble and quick, though dodging the arms. Arrows rained on the fox. It roared to deflect the arrows again, but a bolt of lightning fell upon him, causing damage. The hunters moved in again before the fox could recover. They didn't expect the fox to recover all too quickly. Talia brandished her spear. It crackled with lightning. She fired another bolt, but the fox was able to avoid the attack. But that wasn't the point of the attack. The distraction worked perfectly. 5 hunters made the jump on him. Normally, their usual prey would be subdued by now, but this one was different. It swiped its hand and a chakra arm knocked them aside. Annabeth saw the hunters struggling to get her friend back to normal. She gave Naruto a look of concern. She rushed forward. Talia widened her eyes when she saw Annabeth running towards the danger. No! The hunters moved to stop her, but she was fast. Her side training with the older blonde had made her faster than your average demigod. Before anyone knew it, she was in front of Naruto. The fox was surprised. Annabeth wrapped him in a hug, her skin sizzled from the burns of the corrosive chakra. She ignored the pain and just held on. Come back, Naruto, she said. It's over. Camp's dead. You won. The fox was confused for a moment. At first, it didn't know what to do with the contact. It then started to growl. Its hand raised to peel the daughter of Athena off of itself, but its momentary distraction was enough for Talia to close the distance and place the seal on Naruto's head. The fox roared. The crimson skin started to retract, revealing second-degree burns all over Naruto's skin. Naruto! She cried out as she held him in her arms. She ignored the pain from her own burns and focused on her fellow blonde who was now unconscious. Talia walked up next to her. She placed a hand on her fellow demigod's shoulder and said, "Come on. Both of you need medical attention." "Oh, okay," was all she answered. Mount Olympus Zeus was pissed. That damn brat of Artemis had allowed himself to lose control. He had warned him of this. He was about to hurl a lightning bolt at the boy who dared to defy him when a voice spoke out. "And just what do you think you're doing?" A childlike voice spoke. "Hestia." Zeus raised an eyebrow. "You dare defend this demigod? Has it occurred to you that this boy has unleashed the beast to defend the camp?" Hestia argued. "Still, the fox is a danger to this world." Zeus was still not convinced. "The ancient laws prevent the gods from interfering in mortal affairs. Now our precious camp is under attack. The demigods are on their own. Now with the camp under attack, don't you think it is only right for them to do everything in their power to defend their home?" "No. The boy is impulsive. There are other powers in his arsenal. Coming from you? I have watched you grow, little brother. You have always been impulsive. How dare you? I am the king of the gods. Look, little brother." She emphasized the last part. "The way I see it, he did it to defend the camp. This is the first move in the upcoming war against the Titans. They moved to crush the demigods, the only way for us to exert our will into the world. You have always relied on demigods. Do you want them to permanently disappear from the world?" Zeus was speechless. Her older sister has never scolded him like this before. "Or do you want to be powerless as father rises again?" Fine. Zeus unexpectedly had seen some sense. Or it could have been fear of the Titanomachy. "Good, I am glad we are on the same page." Hestia nodded. "Camp Half-Blooded cheer came from the monster army. Camp has been defeated, and the weird fox has been subdued. The campers, satyrs, and nature spirits were tired. Only the hunters were fresh and ready for battle. The shinobi were down, and they still had the numbers advantage. It was a golden opportunity. They charged. Through the fatigue, the camp rose in defense, fearing the worst. A giant managed to surprise Chiron with a glancing blow to the hind legs. 5 more cried in glee and moved to take advantage. Unexpectedly, the Titan army stopped in their tracks. Somewhere on the rear, monsters were getting thrown around. A volley of boulders rained down upon them. Arrows rained in response. A black wall of darkness rammed into one of the giants, and a perfectly aimed boulder managed to take out another one. The army scattered. At the mouth of Zeus's fist, Daedalus strode forward, slashing down the braver of the enemies. Right beside him was a familiar-looking giant with 100 hands rippling, each holding a huge chunk of rocks. "Yeez!" Tyson yelled, seeing his idol. "You came!" He gained the confidence to fight even harder. Grover rushed forward with a battle cry. But it wasn't just an ordinary battle cry. It was the most horrible sound anyone has ever heard. It sounded like fear itself. As one, the forces of Kronos dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. The giants trampled the Draceni, trying to get into the labyrinth first. Telekines and hellhounds and enemy half-bloods scrambled after them. The tunnel rumbled shut, and the battle was over. The clearing was quiet. Percy ran over to Grover. "That was great!" he praised. The satyr blushed. "I don't know where that came from." "I do." Juniper hugged him fiercely. She was covered with cuts and she was bleeding green sap in some places, but that didn't bother her. She was more amazed with her boyfriend's latest move. But this was not the time to celebrate. They had to tend to the wounded. The first one they checked on was Nico. There was smoke curling off his black clothes. His fingers were clenched, and the grass all around his body had turned yellow and died. Bianca stood over him, tired. She had defended her brother from the monsters that tried to take advantage. She looked like she had been through a train wreck. "He's been like this since he summoned the undead," Bianca explained. Percy knelt to him and gave him some nectar that he took from one of the Apollo campers. He trickled some of the fluid into Nico's mouth. He coughed and spluttered, but his eyes fluttered open. He slowly sat up. "Nico." Bianca quickly enveloped her in a hug. Bianca," Nico weakly said. "Are you okay?" She checked on her younger brother. "I'll be okay," Nico said. "I never tried to summon so many undead before. What a relief." Bianca sobbed. Daedalus and Briars walked up to the group of demigods. Daedalus looked a little worse for wear. His automaton bled golden oil. Apparently his automaton body healed itself. O'Leary loomed behind him, licking the wounds on her master's head so Daedalus's hair stood up funny. The 100-handed one stood beside him. A group of demigods and satyrs stood around them. All were asking Briars to sign armors, t-shirts, and shields. That made the kind monster bashful. Daedalus, Nico managed. Yes, my boy, the inventor said solemnly. I admit that I made a mistake. Your shinobi friend's words hit straight through me. I came to make amends. Briars. Tyson came to hug the 100-handed one. I knew you would come. This is all because of you, young Cyclops. Briars patted Tyson on the back. You reminded me of who I was. Your group works wonders, Daedalus said. Say, where is the shinobi? Oh yeah. Percy's voice trailed off. He's injured. Bianca's eyes widened. The group rushed over to Naruto's side. They found the blonde being cradled by Annabeth, trying to feed him some nectar and ambrosia. He was covered in burns all over his body, and the magical food of the gods was slowly working their magic. He was surrounded by some of his cousins, Kakashi, who was supported by Selena, and the hunters of Artemis, most notably, the current lieutenant, Talia Grace, and her right-hand woman, Zoe Nightshade. Annabeth was sobbing with worry, and Talia was comforting her. Bianca quickly joined them and checked on the boy he had seen as her older brother. What happened? Daedalus asked. He transformed into the demon fox. Kakashi explained. The corrosive chakra burned his body. I see, the inventor said. Will he be okay? Kakashi nodded. He has always bounced back pretty quickly. As if on cue, Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He tried to stand up, but his whole body burned. It was like his skin was peeled off. It was tender to touch. His eyes fell on the girl cradling him. He noticed the burns on her arm and the singed clothes. Did I do this? Was all he could ask. She didn't answer. Instead, Annabeth and Bianca hounded him, causing him to howl in pain. You! Why do you always insist on making me worry? Annabeth sobbed into his chest. Hey guys, Naruto greeted. He caressed Annabeth's head. Sorry to make you worry. You better be, Annabeth scolded. Naruto's eyes caught Daedalus and Briars. Naruto winced as he tried to get back on his feet despite the protests of the camp medics. So you came. It was all thanks to you, the inventor said. Your words hold weight. I decided to make amends. First, he slung a leather satchel off his back, unzipped it, and produced a sleek silver laptop computer, one of the ones I'd seen in the workshop. On the lid was the blue symbol. My work is here, he said. It's all I managed to save from the fire. Notes on projects I never started. Some of my favorite designs. I couldn't develop these over the last few millennia. I did not dare reveal my work to the mortal world. But perhaps you will find it interesting. He handed the computer to Annabeth, who stared at it like it was solid gold. You're giving me this? But this is priceless. This is worth, I don't even know how much. A small price to pay for the way I acted. You were right, children of Athena should be wise. Become a great architect, even greater than I ever was. He then turned to Percy. Mrs. O'Leary will need a new master when I pass on. Could I trouble you with looking after her? Wait, pass on? Are you planning to kill yourself? Percy protested. That's wrong. Daedalus shook his head. Not as wrong as hiding from my crimes for 2,000 years. Genius does not excuse evil, Percy. My time has come. You won't get a fair trial, Annabeth said. The spirit of Minos sits in judgment. I will take what comes, he said, and trust in the justice of the underworld, such as it is. That is all we can do, isn't it? Finally, he turned to Naruto. I owe my change of heart to you, Naruto. Your words cut straight to the soul. You made me see sense. For that, I am forever grateful. He produced a blade. It looked like a normal kunai, but it had a 3-diamond design on the blade. There was also a tassel connected at the end. The labyrinth crossing dimensions surprised me at first. I explored your world in my own time. And in my travels I have come across some artifacts in my time. This is one of them. I don't know what to say, Naruto said. Thank you, your gratitude is more than enough for me, now then. He turned to Nico. I am ready, son of Hades. I am ready to see my son and my nephew. Release my soul. With some difficulty, Nico drew his Stygian iron sword and chanted, "Your time is long since come. Be released and rest." A smile of relief spread across Daedalus' face. He froze like a statue. His skin turned transparent, revealing the bronze gears and machinery whirring inside his body. Then, he turned to gray ash and disintegrated. Mrs. O'Leary howled. Percy patted her. Earth rumbled, an earthquake that could probably be felt in every major city across the country, as the ancient labyrinth collapsed. Chiron looked solemnly at the scene. There were no casualties, but he knew that this wasn't the last they would see of the Titan army. He looked at the weary faces of his campers and said, "Come, children, we have a lot to do." Chapter 20: The Council's Verdict. The battle was over, but the campers weren't out of the woods just yet. This Kakashi fellow, he completely changed how the training for half-bloods went. It completely strayed for how Chiron had trained heroes. He had foregone, no, not completely foregone, more like set aside the individual training of the demigods and focused more on teamwork. Chiron was completely stumped, but he did not question the man's teachings. And boy was he glad he did not question the Jonin's decisions. Thanks to the training they received, casualties were non-existent. Still, they had to treat almost the whole camp. Injuries ranged from small scratches to broken bones and concussions. Once the most serious injuries were out of the way, the camp could relax, except for a particular group in the camp, the nature spirits. Satyrs, dryads, and naiads filled the sacred grove. It was an emergency meeting for the case of one Grover Underwood. "He should be exiled," Silenus roared insistently. "Such blasphemy will not be tolerated by the council." "Silenus, we should not make rash decisions like this," Chiron persuaded. "As we can see, we have several witnesses. We should look over the evidence before we make our final verdict." As much as possible, this satyr on the council did not want to listen to any more foolish claims. "What witnesses? I'm sure these witnesses only bring forward fabricated claims and preposterous lies." "I insist, Silenus," Chiron pressed. "We will not make judgment without due process." "Fine." The satyr rolled his eyes. "Bring forth the witnesses. Me. Juniper stepped forward. "Grover's final attack. It was panic, I am sure of it. Grover summoned Lord Pan's power and unleashed it upon the Titan army." "Sacrilege!" Silenus yelled. "The wild god has more likely favored us with a blessing. Or perhaps Grover's music was so awful it scared the enemies away." "That wasn't it, sir," Grover said. He sounded calmer now, despite all the mocking and insults he had received. "Pan has passed his spirit into all of us when he passed. Each of us must work to renew the wild and protect what is left of it. After 2,000 years, you expect us to believe such claims of yours? Never! We must continue the search. Exile the traitor! You overgrown goat!" Naruto said with as much venom in his voice as he could muster. Everyone turned to Naruto, and they gasped. It turns out, he unconsciously drew and called from the nature chakra around him, and it was the first time anyone had paid attention to the results. The familiar slit-like pupil remained. The orange pigmentation around his eyes was still there. A forest green tattoo snaked its way around Naruto's face on both sides and converged on a diamond-shaped tattoo on his forehead. It then branched out again and ended in a pair of horns on the top of his head, like on the horns on Grover's head. Almost all the nature spirits knelt down as they sensed the energy that radiated from the blonde shinobi. Those that had seen Pan face to face recognized it too. It was almost like Pan's power. "Our group stand witness to the passing of Pan." Annabeth, Grover, Percy, and Nico raised their hands. "Pan has announced 2,000 years ago that he has long passed, but your unwavering faith has kept him clinging to life. It was only when we found him in the depths of the caves in New Mexico was he able to pass on. We can confirm." "El lies!" Silenus yelled again, this time not as loud as he did before. "Filthy human, destroyer of nature! Who would believe a word you say?" "I would," said a familiar voice. "I must say, Naruto Uzumaki, it is unmistakable. The power you radiate. I can never forget it. I sensed it all the way back in the first Titan War." Everyone was stunned. No one expected Dionysus of all people to recognize and acknowledge Naruto's sage mode. "El Lord Dionysus." Silenus stood to bow. The other nature spirits bowing at Naruto turned to the wine god. Dionysus ignored them. He walked up to Naruto and shook his hand. "Thank you for saving my son, Naruto Uzumaki. I am in your debt. If there is anything you need, just tell me. That surprised the camp. Dionysus has never been nice to anyone at camp, except for Chiron, much less express gratitude to a human of all creatures. This truly was a shocking day. He ignored the shocked expressions the crowd was giving him and waved hand. A new chair grew next to Silenus, a throne made of grapevines. Miss me? He looked around the assembled crowd. Oh yes, very much, sire, Silenus said, kissing ass. Well, I did not miss this place. Dionysus snapped. I bear bad news, my friends. Evil news. The minor gods are changing sides. Morpheus has gone over to the enemy. Hecate, Janus, and Nemesis as well. Zeus knows how many more. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Strike that, Dionysus said. Even Zeus doesn't know. Now I want to hear Grover's story. Again from the top. But, my lord, Silenus protested. It's just nonsense. Dionysus's eyes flared with purple fire. You dare question me? Silenus gulped, and waved at Grover to start again. When Grover was done, Mr. D nodded. It sounds like just the sort of thing Pan would do. Grover is right. The search is tiresome. You must start thinking for yourselves. He turned to a satyr. Bring me some peeled grapes, right away. Yes, sire. The satyr scampered off. How ironic. We must exile the traitor, Silenus insisted. I say no, Dionysus countered. That is my vote. I vote no as well, Chiron put in. Silenus set his jaw stubbornly. All in favor of exile? He and the two other old satyrs raised their hands. 3-2, Silenus said. Ah, yes, Dionysus said. But unfortunately for you, a god's vote counts twice. And as I voted against, we are tied. Silenus stood, indignant. This is an outrage. The council cannot stand at an impasse. Then let it be dissolved, Mr. D said. I don't care. Silenus bowed stiffly, along with his two friends, and they left the grove. About 20 satyrs went with them. The rest stood around murmuring uncomfortably. Don't worry, Grover told them. We don't need the council to tell us what to do. We can figure it out ourselves. He told them again the words of Pan, how they must save the wild a little at a time. He started dividing the satyrs into groups, which ones would go to the national parks, which ones would search out the last wild places, which ones would defend the parks in the big cities. Well, Annabeth said to me, Grover seems to be growing up. Naruto nodded and smiled. He has come a long way from the old bully boy back in Yancy Academy. In the afternoon, Chiron dismissed the campers to do their own thing for today. After a spectacular job well done, they deserved it, they all did. Percy found Tyson hanging out with Briars at the beach. So you go left by the reef and go straight down when you see the sunken ship. Then you go a mile, 1.6 kilometers east, past the mermaid graveyard. You will start to see fires burning. Giving him directions to the forges? Percy asked, joining the pair. Tyson nodded. Briars wants to help. He will teach Cyclopes the old ways, how to make better weapons and armors. I want to see Cyclopes. Briars agreed. I do not want to be alone anymore. You will not be lonely down there, Percy said wistfully. He had not seen Poseidon's palace, but he was sure it would be bustling like Olympus. With the war coming, you will be very busy. Briars's face morphed into a happy expression. Busy sounds good. I only wish Tyson could join me. Tyson blushed. He was getting acknowledged by his hero. He actually wanted to be with him. I will stay with my brother in the meantime. I will join you soon. You will do fine, Briars. Thank you. The 100-handed one shook Percy's hand with just about all of his hands. We will meet again, Percy. I know it. Then, he gave Tyson a great big octopus hug and waded out into the ocean. The brothers watched until his enormous head disappeared under the waves. Percy clapped Tyson on the back. You helped him a lot. I only talked to him. And that did wonders. Your belief in him saved him. I never thought it would work that way. That's the magic of faith. Tyson's stomach grumbled. They both shared a laugh. Percy stood up. Come on, big guy. Let's go have a bite to eat. The hunters gathered around Naruto in the medical tent. The blonde insisted that he was okay, that he was strong enough to walk around the camp on his own, but his sisters insisted. Thou art one reckless shinobi, Zoe lectured the blonde. Using a transformation now have not truly mastered. But I didn't want to do that. Naruto tried to reason. I was just so angry and my mind went blank. Then thy problem lies in thy emotion control. Zoe said. It cannot be helped. I shall accompany thee in this camp. It seems that thou will need guidance from an older figure in thy life. Do not worry, thy sister will accompany you. Zoe, are you sure? One of the older campers asked. To be close to these campers. She shivered in disgust. I will have to endure. Zoe nodded. It is clear that Naruto needs a companion, someone to teach him restraint. But, Naruto tried to protest. I have pretty good control. You just can't say it, can you, Zoe? Taliah interjected. She sighed. Don't listen to her, Naruto. Those are not what she is really after. What do you mean? Naruto gave her a puzzled expression. She has been worried about you since she learned of the attack on Camp Half-Blood. Taliah explained much to the said hunter's ire. She was the first to speak out and ask for the quest to be sent to camp and defend it against the Titan army. We got it on a technicality. A younger hunter spoke up. True, Taliah agreed. Nevertheless, she insisted on coming here. Fine. Zoe relented. She speaks the truth. Naruto looked at his oldest sister. My Zoe. I never thought I would see this side of you. Let us make things clear. Zoe's strict voice returned. I did this for you and nothing else. Naruto smiled. What is funny? Zoe asked, seeing Naruto's expression. Oh, it's nothing. Naruto answered. It's just that it makes me happy that my own sisters would come to my aid like this. Of course we would. The hunters chorused. Silly Naruto. Taliah teased. We're your sisters. We know you would do the same for us. Yes, I would. Naruto grinned. Taliah then turned to the whole group. On that happy note, let's go have dinner. Nico and Bianca stood at the clearing behind the big house. Bianca seemed to be in deep concentration while Nico was watching her. Focus, Nico instructed. The dead will listen to you. Call upon them. Bianca tried harder. She dug deep into the power of Hades that lay dormant inside of her. She focused on the energy that she somehow called upon when she defeated the skeleton warrior back in New Mexico. At first, nothing happened. Then, a small crack appeared on the ground. A small paw broke through from the ground, and the skeletal remains of small kitten walked out and snuggled on Bianca's feet. She opened her eyes and looked at the kitten. She was dejected. All that concentration, and all I could summon was a cat. The kitten looked up to the girl. Somehow she could tell that the feline was hurt by her words. No, it's not like that. Bianca tried to clear things up. I didn't mean it like that. Nico knelt to scratch the kitten's chin. Don't worry. You'll get the hang of it eventually, he said. In the distance, the conch horn blew. Let's go, Bianca asked. I'm a little hungry for dinner. Yeah, I'd like that. The camp was in more or less high spirits. After a long day of rebuilding and recuperating, dinner at camp felt good. The sunset over Long Island Sound was beautiful. The campers fell in line at the brazier to make their customary offering to the gods for the meal. Everyone made sure to scrape in extra offerings for more or less getting out of the battle unscathed. It was a good time to celebrate, indeed. For a while, they could forget about the looming threat of war. For a little while, they could relish in the fact that Kronos had suffered a minor setback. Everyone was happy. On the Poseidon table, Tyson sat with Percy finally sharing a meal with someone. The Demeter table was busy talking about the crops they had been growing and other possible plants they can grow. The Ares table was boisterously laughing as the usual rough housing ensued. The Athena campers had their eyes glued on Daedalus' laptop as they ate, browsing the different designs and schematics they could make. The Apollo table chatter consists of the latest songs and albums that topped the charts. The Artemis table wasn't lonely anymore. The hunters and Naruto had some arm wrestling contests. They brought Naruto up to speed with the various monsters they fought. The Hephaestus table didn't seem like they were eating at all. They were already tinkering with the initial prototypes that they were working on with the Athena campers. The Aphrodite campers, especially the females, were sending jealous glares at Table 8. The earlier agreement of Naruto switching tables and cabins didn't push through now since the hunters had already accepted him. The Hermes kids were welcoming back Nico D'Angelo from his long absence at camp. Not only that, a big Hispanic kid, Chris Rodriguez, joined with them. They were celebrating his recovery from the madness he gained from the labyrinth. And finally, the Dionysus table had a guest. Lord Dionysus himself sat at the table. After almost losing his son, he felt the need to stay by his side at least for now. Then, the campers went over to the amphitheater for the sing-along. At the sing-along, the whole camp couldn't help but notice Clarice LaRue sitting shoulder to shoulder with Chris. It was a topic for teasing and gossip, but knowing how the Ares cabin counselor would react, they all held their tongue. Naruto saw Dionysus standing over on the side. He joined him. "Thank you for healing him, Lord Dionysus." Naruto bowed. "It was no biggie, as the kids would say." Dionysus waved him off. "I must say, when I said you could ask me anything, I would never imagine you would ask a favor on another person's behalf. Well, I personally didn't need anything at the moment. And I thought you could help Chris since you are somehow tied to madness," Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head. "Good eye," Dionysus praised. The god let out a yawn. "It's a tiring day putting up with you demigods. I will retire early tonight." "Nice talk, demigod. Remember, my offer still stands." Naruto bowed. "So here you were." Annabeth joined him in the sides of the amphitheater. "Shouldn't you be in the sing-along?" Naruto asked. "I could say the same to you," Annabeth shot back. "Well, I had to thank Lord Dionysus for Chris," Naruto said, shifting his gaze to the couple. "They look good together," Annabeth commented. The two watched as Clarice's hand interlocked with Chris. Annabeth felt a tug in her gut. She looked at Naruto out of the corner of their eyes. Annabeth tried to do the same as Chris and Clarice. She hesitated. She accidentally touched Naruto's hand, which got the blonde boy's attention. "You need something?" Annabeth shook her head. "Oh, all right," Naruto smiled. "You want some esmores? Your stomach amazes me sometimes," Annabeth teased. Naruto let out a chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. "So shall we?" Annabeth nodded. She took Naruto's hand and led the way. The rest of the summer seemed strange because it was so normal. The daily activities continued: archery, rock climbing, Pegasus riding. Since the hunters were at the camp, it was time for a rematch. Taliya and Naruto stared at each other challengingly. They played another game of capture the flag. It was another close match. Since Taliya knows about the flying thunder god jutsu, she was prepared. She set out countermeasures, but she could never get past how crafty Naruto was. In the end, the camp was now in a 2-0 lead. A day after the game, they bid each other farewell. As she promised, Zoe Nightshade became an official camper. With some more wishes, tears may or may have not been shed, the hunters returned to camp. There were more chariot races that happened. The Artemis cabin won a couple of them. The Naruto and Zoe combination was a force to be reckoned with. They seemed to be unbeatable. Only the Athena or Ares cabin managed to stand a chance. July passed, with fireworks on the beach on the 4th. The Hephaestus kids released new scenes created by their fireworks. There was Naruto defeating the Kraken, the news that broke the godly world. They also added the first moon landing and King Leonidas, who apparently was a son of Ares, defending Sparta with his 300 men. August turned so hot the strawberries started baking in the fields. The campers had to think of various ways to keep cool during the cold weather. Unsurprisingly, a crowd would always gather around the obstacle course as Naruto would do his rounds around the course. Water balloon fights would also become a daily occurrence. Our favorite blonde was a favorite target, especially by the Aphrodite campers, not that they would hit him, of course. The attention was drawing the ire of a certain daughter of Athena. Finally, the last day of camp arrived. The standard form letter appeared on every camper's bed. It was that time of the year again. On the dreaded day, Naruto, Annabeth, and Percy met at Half-Blood Hill. "So I guess this is it, huh?" was Annabeth's beginning statement. "It can't be helped," Naruto added. "Are you sure you're not coming to San Francisco?" Annabeth asked just to be sure. Naruto shook his head. "I wish I could. But after staying away from home for 2 years, I think I'd want to spend time with her for the school year. Plus, someone must keep an eye on Percy." "Yeah, that makes sense, especially the last part," Annabeth agreed. "Hey! I can stay away from trouble, you know. I lasted one whole school year 2 years ago," Percy protested. "The key word is almost," the shinobi said. "Yeah, we still bailed you out as the school year ended," Annabeth added. The two blondes shared a laugh at the expense of the son of Poseidon. "But yeah, you could do it, seaweed brain," Annabeth followed up. She then turned to Naruto. So I guess you're giving people gifts now? What? Naruto said cluelessly. He couldn't remember giving gifts to anyone since they came back from their quest in the labyrinth. Percy elbowed him. He then whispered in the blonde's ear. She means the kunai you gave Rachel. Oh. Naruto was dumbfounded. He didn't mean anything with that kunai. He just gave his friend away for him to reach his friend whenever she needs help. Percy sighed. He had this complaint ever since he knew this boy. He may be smart, but he is lacking in other areas if you know what I mean. Plus it was already August, and it was only Naruto who did not give Annabeth anything for her birthday. He sighed. Don't worry. I didn't forget. Naruto brought out a box from his pocket. It was small and neatly wrapped. He handed it to Annabeth. I was under the impression that you forgot all about it. Annabeth's lips tugged into a smile. She took the box and opened it carefully. It was a wooden box. She opened it, and inside was a necklace, its pendant almost exactly like Naruto's. The difference, there was some writing on the pendant, similar to Japanese calligraphy. Her eyes widened. She remembered seeing it on Naruto's kunai. This is, yes, it's the Flying Raijin seal formula. Naruto confirmed. Now I can instantly be by your side whenever you're in trouble. Sorry it took so long. I had almost 100 seals explode in my face when I was trying to recreate that. Naruto was instantly enveloped in a hug. Annabeth was ecstatic. She loved her gift so much. Possibly it could be the best birthday present she has ever received. Naruto, I love it! She sobbed out tears of joy into Naruto's chest. I'm glad you like it. Naruto sighed out in relief. Of course I would, Annabeth said, letting go of the hug. She raised the pendant and stared at the mesmerizing jewel in her hands as it glinted into the morning sun. Told ya, Percy chimed. Help me put it on, Annabeth said, handing it back to Naruto. She turned her back to the blonde. The shinobi laced the jewelry over the daughter of Athena's neck and hooked up the lock. Annabeth turned around and showed off her new gift to the two boys. How does it look? She struck a pose. Beautiful, was Naruto's response, but he was staring at her in general. Either way, his answer applied to both. Smooth words from the number one hyperactive ninja. So, I guess it's time to go our separate ways, huh? Naruto said reluctantly. We'll be back here, Percy said almost like a promise. We'll be back here and face the inevitable and hopefully. Percy didn't want to say anything more. She didn't want to ruin the girl's good mood. Anything about her old friend was sure to sour it. They were broken out of their thoughts when Argus honked. I guess that's our cue, Naruto said, giving Annabeth one more hug goodbye. Percy also gave her one too. Take care, you two, Annabeth said. Watch each other's backs. You too, the two boys said. Watch over Mount Othries for us. At the CR ride to the CITY, it was a quiet ride to the city. Just then, Percy spoke up, remembering something. Hey, we didn't get a chance to ask about the prophecy. She didn't tell us about the last line at all. You shall delve in the darkness of the endless maze. Percy remembered. Check, Naruto said. We did that, almost the whole quest. The dead, the traitor, and the lost one raise. Percy continued. We raised a lot of the dead. We saved Ethan Nakamura, who turned out to be a traitor. We raised the spirit of Pan, the lost one. Naruto explained. You shall rise or fall by the Ghost King's hand. That was Nico. We were saved when Nico decided to join our side. Destroy with a hero's final breath. When Daedalus died, we can assume that the labyrinth was destroyed with it. But what is the last line? Naruto hummed in thought. If she didn't want to talk about it, then it probably was Luke. We encountered him twice in this quest, and in the last one was. Percy's eyes widened in realization. It's about Luke giving his body over to the Titan Lord, wasn't it? Naruto nodded. And if it were to rhyme, it would probably be, to lose a love to worse than death, damn. Was all Percy could say. I kinda understand now. I'm glad I didn't press her for the answers. She'd hate me. That was smart of you to hold your tongue. Naruto praised. But that's all in the past now. All we could do is look to the future. We have a war to fight. But before the doom and gloom, there's something much closer. What is it? Percy asked. It's your birthday. Chapter 21, Epilogue. It was a fine day, a day for celebration. But there was one person who didn't want to celebrate at all. Why, you ask? It has something to do with a certain prophecy, which was 1 year away. He could not help but feel nervous. Besides, he didn't have that many friends apart from those at camp who don't usually come anyway, since they all lived in different parts of America. There was a small party at their apartment. And if I can just say, it was one of the best apartments money could buy at one of the most exclusive towers in all of New York. How did they afford that, you ask? Well, it had to do with a certain platinum card that Naruto had smuggled out of the Lotus Hotel and Casino. I could still remember the look on that snobby agent's face when payment went through. Anyway, Paul Blofeld was invited, which was okay, because somehow, through Naruto's meddling, the band incident was blamed on a certain Kelly Anderson who is now at large by the police. Something is telling me, though, that she would never be found by law enforcement. Now, Percy and even Naruto would be allowed to start freshman year next month. Tyson was there too, of course he would be invited. Sally Jackson baked 2 blue cakes just for him. As he helped Sally blow up balloons for the party, Paul called for Naruto and Percy to help him in the kitchen for a while. So there they were, Naruto, Percy, and Paul in the kitchen. So Naruto, I hear the basketball team is seriously eyeing you to be on their team. Naruto chuckled nervously. I don't know about that. I haven't had any experience in sports when I was a child. I had to focus on other stuff. Come on. You'd do great. Percy cheered him on. I've seen you shoot hoops. You'd kill it. Paul gave him a look of sympathy. I heard from Sally about your childhood. For what it's worth, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Thank you. Naruto smiled. I appreciate it. Anyway, that's all in the past. Now that you've had the chance to find a family and settle down, you can focus on things you like. Paul offered. You guys really think I could do it? Naruto asked. Of course you would. You would do great. These were the responses he got. I see. I would give it a try. Naruto scratched the back of his head. And Percy, I heard from your mom that she'd be signing you up for driver's ed this fall. Percy's eyes sparkled. Yeah. I'd been waiting for this for like forever. Knowing you, Percy, you might crash a car or two. Naruto joked. Hey. I resent that. Percy protested. Don't be so hard on him, Naruto. Paul lectured. He'd do fine. You really think so? Percy asked. Actually, deep inside, he was feeling nervous. With all the things he's messing up during training at camp, he was overthinking this course he was about to take. Really, dude? Joking aside, I think you would do great. Naruto told him. He's right, you know. Paul handed the 2 boys a glass of punch. He raised his own glass to a toast. To Percy's 15th birthday. The 3 tapped their glasses together and drank. Naruto noticed that Paul was fidgety. The man wanted to say something, but he was nervous about getting it out. He didn't want to pressure the man, so he waited. So, I wanted to ask you two something. Paul began as he was getting the courage to speak. What's on your mind? Naruto asked. Girl stuff. Paul said simply. Is this what I'm thinking about? Percy asked as well. Paul nodded. You see, your mother, I'm thinking of proposing to her. Naruto's eyes widened. He was definitely surprised, but he was happy all the same. Considering her past with Gabe Ugliano, he was happy to be married again, with someone she knows would make her happy. And growing up alone, he had a significant lack of a father figure in his life, not until he became a genin. Percy was surprised that he almost dropped his cup, but knowing what Sally had been through with Smelly Gabe, he was happy. You're asking for our permission? Percy managed to say. Well, not really permission, but since the both of you are her family, I thought it would be best if I talked to the both of you man to man, he said, scratching his beard. Naruto grinned. He rushed over and hugged the older man, surprising him. I would love that, Dad. After a few seconds, Naruto broke the embrace and gave him a sheepish look. Sorry about that. You see, no, it's okay. I understand. Paul smiled. It would be an honor that you would see me as a father figure. I just hope that I can live up to your expectations. He then shifted his gaze to Percy, looking for his answer. I think that's a great idea, Paul, Percy finally said. I see how my mom is happy around you, a lot happier. You'll do great. Paul's smile widened considerably. Cheers! Let's go join the party. At the party, the guests were almost complete, All that was left was Grover, who was going to take Nico and Bianca into the building. And so there they were, our favorite cast of characters waiting for their guest list to be complete when the doorbell rang. The owners found this weird. They didn't receive a call at all from the lobby about a guest. With caution, Sally opened the door. What she saw on the other side of the door made her gasp. It was Poseidon. He was wearing Bermuda shorts and a Hawaiian shirt and Birkenstocks, like he usually does. His black beard was neatly trimmed and his sea-green eyes twinkled. He wore a battered cap decorated with fishing lures. It said Neptune's lucky fishing hat. Pause. She caught herself as she found herself blushing to the roots of her hair. Hello? Hello, Sally. Poseidon greeted. You look as beautiful as ever. May I come in? Sally squeaked, which the god took as a yes and strode into their abode. I must say, your new home is quite exquisite. Paul looked back and forth at his girlfriend and the man, trying to read the situation. Finally, he strode forward and extended a hand to greet him. Hello, my name is Paul Blowfish. Poseidon raised an eyebrow. Blowfish, you say? Paul chuckled like he heard that joke 1,000 times before. Little did he know, the god was actually serious. No, it's Blowfish actually. Oh, I see. The god was mildly disappointed. I quite like Blowfish. Anyway, I am Poseidon. That's an interesting name. Yes, I quite like that name. I have others, but I do prefer Poseidon. Like the god of the seas? Very much like that, yes. Well, Sally interrupted, though her voice was threatening to crack. Deep inside, she still harbored feelings for her first love. We're so glad you could drop by. Paul, this is Percy's father. Ah, I see. Paul nodded, but it was evident that he did not look pleased. Poseidon's gaze shifted to Percy. There you are, my boy. And Tyson, hello, son. Daddy. Tyson bounded across the room and gave the god a great big hug. Paul's jaw dropped. He stared at Sally. Tyson is, this must all be so confusing. It was Naruto who spoke up. But I promised Percy, and I will explain everything when the time is right. I never go back on my word. Sally gave Naruto a grateful look. Then she spoke, calmer this time. What brings you here? Oh, I wouldn't miss Percy's 15th birthday for the world. Poseidon chuckled. If this were Sparta, you would be a man now. Paul too had gotten over his shock. That's true. I used to teach ancient history, you see. Poseidon's eyes twinkled. That's me. Ancient history. Sally, Paul, Tyson, would you mind if I borrowed Percy for a moment? He put an arm around Percy and steered into the kitchen. That was unexpected. Naruto spoke up. Did you invite him? Paul asked. Sally shook her head. Oh gods, no. He just dropped by out of the blue. He kept an eye on Percy even after they separated. Naruto left it at that. Although, how he found out we lived here is beyond me. I see. Naruto's answer left Paul with dozens more questions, but he trusted the boy. He believed that the boy would explain everything eventually, so he left it at that. Good evening, Ms. Jackson. Is now a good time? The front desk officer at the lobby paged them. Yes, it is, Sally answered. Have my guests arrived? I have Grover Underwood, Nico D'Angelo, Bianca D'Angelo, and Zoe Nightshade here to see you, the front desk officer said. Zoe? Naruto raised an eyebrow. The hunter was adamant about staying at camp. She did not see the importance of birthdays, being an immortal and all, so her presence here was surprising. Maybe she changed her mind, Sally said. Ah, perfect. Let them in, Sally told the desk officer. Right away, ma'am, was the answer. Now our guests are complete, Sally said. Now, we just have to wait for Percy to finish his talk with his father. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. They were here. Hi, Ms. Jackson, Grover greeted. How are you? Hello, Grover, Sally greeted back. Thank you for coming to Percy's birthday. And I see you brought his other friends. Hello? Hi, were the siblings' greetings. I'm glad you could join us today. I hope that you get along with my sons, Sally said. Well, yes, of course, Bianca said. He's a good friend, Biko added. She nodded with a smile and moved on to the immortal hunter. And you must be Naruto's sister. Paul's head must be brimming with questions right now, but he held his tongue. He didn't want to have a headache at this point in the night. It is a pleasure to meet you in person. Naruto has told me about you, Zoe said, offering a hand for a handshake. May I talk to Naruto for a second? Sally nodded. There were 2 family members from her 2 boys' godly side of the family that wanted to have a word with them. This certainly worried her. Nevertheless, she nodded. Now, since the kitchen was occupied by Percy and his father with their own pep talk, Naruto decided to take her to the roof of their apartment complex, with the guise of just talking in his room. The pair arrived at Naruto's Horatian mark that he placed up there when they bought the apartment. Naruto turned to his sister. Nei-san, what's up? The lady has informed me about recent developments from your recent fiasco. Zoe began. The shinobi knew what she was referring to. He didn't like where this was going. This is about MT St. Helens, I presume? Zoe nodded. After you set off that explosion, the volcano continues to erupt. And worse, he is stirring. Who? Naruto asked. The father of all monsters, Zoe answered. Naruto's eyes grew to dinner plates. He held his head in between his palms and dropped to his knees. I did that. I freed him? Raise your head, brother, Zoe told him. The lady said that you should not blame yourself, and frankly I agree. With the upcoming war, he would be freed eventually, with Kronos awakening ancient monsters and freeing his brothers from their prisons. Naruto did as his sister told him, but he still had remorse evident on his face. But still, the gods' forces barely held a candle to him when they first fought in the stories. By now, when he's eventually released, I imagine he will move straight to New York. It would be my fault if he decimates our forces and destroys Olympus. Zoe stared at him with sympathy. Do not fret. The lady says that he has around a year at best before he is fully released. We have the advantage of time. While he waits to be unleashed to the world, we can prepare. Naruto gained a determined look, his hand unconsciously moving over to the seal in his gut. In that case, I'll have to pull out all the stops in this war. Zoe knew what Naruto was referring to, and it did not sound good at all. Are you sure about this? The last time you unleashed this power of yours, you lost control. You may very well turn against your allies. I don't know if it has been done before, but the humans sealed the Biju in humans to harness their powers. Naruto explained. So it would stand to reason that there is a way to fully master a tailed beast's power. Zoe smiled proudly at her brother. I like your determination, but for now, we enjoy the party. Why don't we go get some cake? Poseidon didn't stay for the party. He had a war to fight. Percy asked him nicely to leave through the front door so as to avoid suspicion. The 2 boys had received horrible news from their talks. But that aside, it was time to party. Sally looked at the spread of food proudly. She really poured her heart into this meal. There was blue cake, spaghetti and meatballs, spring rolls, grilled chicken, and a bunch more. And of course, there were games. They started off with Monopoly. Percy got bankrupt pretty early in the game. Surprisingly, Tyson and Naruto held out the longest, but Tyson's luck didn't hold a candle to Naruto's. Next was charades. Tyson did pretty bad on this one. Instead of acting out the word they were supposed to guess, he just shouted it out loud. That earned laughs all around. They also played spy. Zoe did really well this game. She could easily tell whoever was lying and keeping their identity as the spy a secret. I guess dealing with people for 1,000 years would allow you to read people that well. Finally, there was Clue. It was absolutely unfair for the other players. Being a genius only second to his classmate, Shikamaru Nara, his ability to deduce the murderer was on point. All in all, they had fun. Sally looked at the genuine smiles Nico and Bianca were exuding. Her motherly instincts were kicking in. Somehow, she could tell, they didn't have a birthday party in a long time. She was happy she made this celebration extra special, not just for Percy, but for the guests as well, the Hades siblings especially. It was getting late into the night. Sally decided to let them sleep over that night. As the party died down, Naruto broke away from the group and went up to his room. He smiled bitterly as he stared at the moonlight. His mind couldn't help but wander off to Calypso on Ogygia. He was happy here, but what about Calypso? She's probably there, lonely, waiting for the next hero to wash up on her shore or for him to finally fulfill his promise. He brought out a scroll. In a puff of smoke, he produced the moonlace she had given him, still looking as fresh as when she first had given it to her. It hurt just to see it. The scent hurt him even more. It brought back painful memories of the time he spent with her, sharing her pain. He couldn't stand the thought of her living her life in loneliness, the way he did when he was a child. Plant a garden in Manhattan for me, will you? Calypso's words echoed in his mind. He opened the window and stepped onto the fire escape. Sally kept a planter box out there. In the spring she usually filled it with flowers, but now it was all dirt, waiting for something new. It was a clear night. The moon was full that night. Naruto planted the sprig of moonlace carefully in the dirt. Entering sage mode, he channeled the power of nature, which he found he could freely control now after Pan's blessing. The moonlace grew to its full height and glowed in response to the moon. A smile tugged to his lips. Mission accomplished, he muttered. He was broken out of his thoughts when there was a knock on his door. Naruto. You got a sec? It was Percy. He just shrugged and opened the door. It was Percy with, "We left camp to go exploring," Bianca confessed. "I thought it would be a good idea for her to learn to use her powers," Biko added. "And we wanted to see our father's domain." "That's cool," Naruto said. "So you guys aren't going to be year-rounders, huh?" Percy added. "Wait, you're not mad at us?" Bianca gaped. "You're not gonna tell us it's too dangerous?" Nico did the same. "Why would we?" Naruto said. "I've seen how Nico fights. You'll handle yourself well out there. Also, you've been stranded at the Lotus Hotel for ages," Percy added. "You could use the time to get around." "So, what did you see?" the blonde asked. Not much right now, but we saw Daedalus' trial," Biko started. "Oh?" The two boys' eyebrows raised, dying to know the update of the old son of Athena. "Well, Minos wanted to send him straight to the fields of punishment without as much of a trial, but our father had different plans for him," Bianca said. "Father wanted him to build overpasses and exit ramps in the fields of Asphodel for eternity," Nico explained. "That doesn't sound too bad," Percy commented. "It doesn't even sound like a punishment at all," Naruto said. "Annabeth will be happy to know about this. And, Nico turned to Percy. "I know how we can match Luke once the fighting starts." Naruto and Percy looked at each other, then back at the siblings. "Go on, we're listening,"